We're still not going through.
Yeah, I hear you fine. It's just that there's no sound at all on the stream.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's a nice setup, though.
Oh, okay. The video is going to be choppy in general.
Okay, looks like people are actually able to hear us now. Is that correct? I'm gonna wait a solid, 15 seconds for chat to actually flare up with some sort of information that we're audible. Okay, so they're definitely getting Discord audio, which is something.
That's some Discord. Okay, can y'all hear us on the stream?
All right, looks like sound is solid.
Oh, sound is solid.
Nice. So
Mike is saying this sounds solid.
We can also hear the Discord pings, which might be something you would have to just mute in your Discord settings probably instead of somewhere in OBS. But yeah, welcome people to the US National stream from Cascadia. I myself am not on scene, as I don't think any of the commentators today are going to be. We're very much long distance commentating over here. I'm going to be on for the first half on the night, which is I'm SimplyTheOnion, going by he/him from Germany. Other commentators are going to be Percomis.
Hello.
And I believe you're currently in Barcelona, right?
Yeah, I live in Barcelona, originally from Hungary, and I also go by he/him.
Nice. And our third commentator right now is going to be RepoRogue, who is somewhere from the East Coast. Where exactly? I guess they were telling us they were doing a quick. Oh, they're currently having mic issues, but RepoRogue will be with us shortly.
Okay. And in the meantime, if you are,
Hey, can you hear me now?
yeah, you can.
Yes, lastly, our non-commentary but on-scene role is going to be Radiant, aka Sam.
Hey, I can actually hear people now, and I think my mic is working. I am RepoRogue or Gibran, they, them, or he, him. They're both okay. I am talking from Baltimore right now, but I'm actually from the Midwest.
Ah, very, very nice. Okay, yeah. Anyways, I believe we already have Netrunner, actually a lot of Netrunner happening over here. As we can see on stream. I'm gonna have to check. Okay, that's one more thing I'm gonna have to ask for.
Yeah, it seems to be Taya against Tao. Sorry.
Yeah, Dao. I'm actually not sure on the pronunciation either. But yeah, it's going to be a pretty interesting matchup, I believe. We can see there's already been 2 points scored from the Corp, which is a Yagi-Uda. Doesn't really do much when scored, but 2 points are 2 points. There's not much more you can ask for 3-2 usually. On the runner side, we do see that they are already somewhat set up with one of the pseudo AI breakers from back in the day, which is in Golo. And it looks like they just went for a run on the 2 ice servers, which the Corp chose to res neither of them. Getting one of the, I believe it's hybrid release, the 2-1 from Kentucky.
Yes. What was the orange card play though? I was wondering. Was it the overclock? Oh,
I
overclock.
believe that must have been an overclock that was played, yeah. Anyway, stealing the hybrid release and swapping 2 of the unrest ice. I believe ice swaps will be very interesting to see here, since Taya is interested in building 2 remotes, while also obviously still needing to defend their centrals. So they will need to spread their ice fairly thin, which Dao might be able to take advantage of with their ability.
Yeah, and also one interesting thing I think is going to be that I've seen Tao lists with Hermes, so bouncing and moving ice around is gonna most likely happen a lot.
I'm fascinated by this agenda suite here. I feel like Tia is like a really unique ID, and most of the people I've seen building it are trying to do more glaciery stuff. But this looks, I don't know, maybe more like a tempo never advance oriented agenda suite, which is pretty exciting.
Yeah, so one version of Ataya I've seen is that utilizes Moonpool to score out the fast events of the agendas. So I'm really curious to see if there's any shenanigans like that going on here. We did see seamless launch, I think, for influence. So that hints to a bit more glaciary type. But I am hoping for some Moonpool shenanigans. And yeah, the chat is bringing up that the video is choppy. We are very sorry about that. We will try to entertain you while the chops are happening.
That is fine. Luckily, we're playing a turn-based game and nothing real time, so we're still able to follow most of the action.
Yeah, I think there's an interesting question with both of these decks. I think Jinteki's been struggling for a while with how to make money, and Shaper similarly. There's a question, especially if you play someone like Tao, of like, how are you actually generating money? And like Atia is producing good tempo for you, but not necessarily like direct cash. And so it's interesting to see, yeah, how these decks are handling those challenges.
Yeah, very much. Kentucky Ice has been very, very wobbly, I'd say, in the last few releases. We actually do see Tao bringing down the Hermers that Percomis mentioned earlier.
Beautiful.
So yeah, we will see a bunch of ice being bounced and swapped. And I believe there was a dirty laundry run, which I think accessed something in HQ, which unfortunately we weren't able to see due to the lag. But
Not sure,
we'll...
Anya.
here we go.
Chat is saying that we might, maybe we can drop the fragment. I'm not sure if you have the power to do that, if that's going to be Radiant.
Not yet, but I believe I'll have the power in a minute.
Okay.
And then I will try to do that.
But yeah, Hermes Angolo is a rig.
Yeah, especially out of Tau. This is a cool deck. I'm excited to see both of these decks at play.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of Shaper, so I'm happy to see anything that's doing well and interesting in Shaper. especially because my tries with Arisana haven't been very fruitful so far. So I'm here to see clues of what is a good shaper deck currently. With Hermes, HQ being, I mean, I don't know if Sokka has cards in hand, but HQ is wide open.
That is true, although since the server is set up, it should be possible to just, like with 2 eyes, it should be possible to just jam whatever agenda you draw.
That is true. Also, Anansi is on R&D, as it should.
Ooh.
Yeah, the
There's
classic.
the spider.
Just protect R&D and the scoring remote and leave HQ open.
Yeah. But happily for the Tau deck, this is the first face of ice, so Kyle will be able to move it around.
Yeah, the ice in front of the empty server looks like a prime swapping target right now, if an agenda is sort of stolen.
We do see a Mavirus trash, and I don't know what your experience is, but I've seen more Mavirus online on Gentech decks than expected. So there might be several more. I don't think it's going to impact the Tau list unless there's some fast advancing and caught things going on. But it seems to be more present than it was in the past in Gentech decks.
I think it's become just more of a good tempo play as we've seen Fermenter become like ubiquitously probably the best econ card in the game after maybe Paladin, and so like I've seen decks out of every faction playing like 2 to 3 Fermenters, so I feel like Mavirus is just a really solid card right now.
Yeah, and like Botulus is also a prominent way to break ice, especially with a new ID and push for Trojans. So that might also make it prevalent. And it's always nice to just bait into a Botulus run and then purge.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
it's not only the pseudo AI breaker in Botulus that you're countering, you're actually also getting the actual AI breaker turtle, which has become much more prominent, I feel like, in most runners.
Is that a timely public release?
Oh, is it? Nice. That's very nice.
I think it is. I've seen the art ages ago, but let me.
It most definitely is.
It is indeed. Ooh, okay. That's super interesting.
That card in Angels. How many counters does it get?
1.
Is it just 1?
It's just 1. It's a 1 use.
Oh,
in fact.
I appreciate. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I just meant to say it's a beautiful way to trigger your ID on the runner turn, so I'll be interested to see what they can pull off with that.
Yeah.
I also note that Kyle had the exact same reaction we did, which is, what is that?
Yeah. But that's a good
There's
point.
a boat on it, but it's not up. And endurance is spent. What could it be?
But Anya, you made a good point. Like you can use it on the runner's end of the runner's turn, and then you can install an agenda with your Atea ability that you can score next turn, actually.
Yeah, that's a very nice way to fast advance something, which actually also gets around Clot.
That indeed does. It's reminiscent of the flower sermon political dealings tricks from back in the day.
Yeah, very true. It's very similar.
I actually think Atea says that you can't install an agenda with this deck with its ability, right?
Oh, does it prevent you from? Oh, so okay, so it wouldn't work that way.
No, it doesn't say.
Oh,
Doesn't
you
say
can't
just
score the second card this turn. Yeah,
you
okay.
can install agendas with it. You can just can't score it.
Okay. Oh, so you're doing it on the. Oh, so you're doing it at the end of the runner turn.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. All right, that's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming that's the reason you pay time public release. Otherwise, I can imagine like getting back border controls or something. But I think that's the prime use in Atea.
Wow, that's a really strong combo. I had not noticed that. So we actually haven't really seen, I think, any influence other than the obligatory spin doctors. So it could be on. Oh,
sorry,
and
we've seen seamless launches and we've seen a Nico campaign, I think.
Oh, whoops. Sorry, never mind.
No worries.
So they could be on a couple of seamless and maybe a few border controls, but I don't think so. I think with that's sweet. It sounds like they're probably not on border control, I guess.
Probably not. And I'm sorry, that Nico was most likely a seamless as well. It's just very similar. I just realized looking at the seamless launch.
Yeah, I do think it's fair that if you're on like 2 to 3 seamless, maybe you're on border control. I don't know. Seems a little unlikely, but we'll see. Maybe.
That does
Yeah,
sound like a fairly clean. Like your imp spread would be 3 spin doctors, which would put you at 3. 3 more seamlesses would put you at 9 influence, which leaves you exactly 6 for 2 more border controls. That sounds like a very clean imp spread to me. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see any this game.
All right, cool. Looking forward to it. I will note though that timely release combo play is probably less good right now, given that HQ is completely exposed.
Yeah,
Yes.
very much so.
And I'm going to go on a limb here and say that Sokka has not drawn a ton of ice.
Yeah. We've seen only 4 so far. One of them got bounced back to hand with Hermes. So there is the possibility that Kyle just has been a bit unlucky and hasn't been able to fish, or like that an agenda went through into HQ and hasn't been found yet. But it generally seems unlikely.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Sokka is getting kind of poor, so it might actually make more sense to hold the agenda in HQ than to install it in either of the remotes and just hope for the best.
I mean, I guess depends on how likely you think Kyle's gonna run HQ, right? I mean, an open HQ is still an open HQ. Like, if you have laundry and you want to have to go somewhere, you might check HQ. Most likely gonna do it on R&D, but if the top card of R&D is on an agenda, and if you still need runs to make on the turn, you will most likely go to HQ. So leaving agendas just like in HQ seems very much liability. But good point there. Like, there's not much credits to res ice. Although what's the new swapperoo barrier for Chain Decade?
Yeah, which is an excellent
Tatubola.
card.
Yeah, Tatubola gives you like +2 credits, right? It was for 2, I think, and it gives you 4.
Yeah, and a free install in this case. It looks
Ooh,
like
yeah.
we have a run on the empty remote.
Yes, I believe there was a judge question for a second. I'm not sure the reason for that. They might be looking to just beta the res to keep the corp really poor, then be able to hammer centrals more. Right now we do see a SMC for a conduit. Yeah, that makes sense here.
There's a conduit on the board and there's an agenda stolen by the runner.
Wait, was that a run on R&D? I'm really confused now.
There might have been just a general judge question which wasn't pertaining to the actual run. Just like a general question for the remote. But yeah, we do see a longevity serum being stolen here. And well, one of the remotes is shrinking more and more and more as the ice does keep getting bounced. Is Hermes actually a mandatory trigger?
It is.
Okay.
Just like Lila was back in the day, they don't say May.
Because yeah, in my opinion, because of exactly this, you might have actually not wanted to bounce there. Because now Sokka can use timely public release to actually ice up R&D on the second conduit run.
And
but
Sokka
I think we knew
do that.
Sokka had another piece of ice in hand, right? Because there were 4 total and 1 had been bounced prior. Although maybe Sokka discarded.
Oh, true, actually, yeah. So it's not that relevant here. Well, you're still giving Sokka more options.
That is true. Yeah.
In general, they already had that.
But you're right. That token was used.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, it makes sense, you know. Don't want to let Conduit go for free.
Oh yeah, Chat is asking what the rightmost program is because there's big glare on it. That's any program actually, because it's a self-modifying code. You can think of it as anything you want in the runner deck. But yeah, I believe we can peek at Sokka's hand here. It does seem to be an off-world office, Yagi, Uda, and 2 ice. So they do seem kind of flooded, and the remotes are anything but safe. So
that is correct.
Sokka looks to be in a tough spot here.
Yeah, it's bold to keep. I mean, like Repo said, it might be safer in HQ because Kyle might be assuming there's nothing in HQ. But yeah, that's sketchy.
Yeah, it's definitely a bet I've taken many, many times.
Ooh, is that a? But it's Rashida, right? I was thinking if that's a bet.
I believe they drew a Rashida just
Okay.
now, yeah.
Okay.
You were hoping for a spin doctor, weren't you?
No, for a second I thought it was a bass. I was like, that's spicy. But no,
Oh, that would have been really
I mean,
spicy, yeah.
technically speaking, you can install the agenda and bass in the second one, right? And then just use it there to fast event something if you wanted to. So I was really hyped for a moment. But then I realized it's most likely just a Rashida.
Must be a band or making money. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay, Sokka was looking to use their Altea trigger here, I believe, to install an HQ. However, that is illegal as the runner, I believe, told them. So I believe their turn was click to draw, install the Nance remote and Ice HQ. And now we get to go over to the runner, who is having a bit of a think.
this is always an interesting moment, I think, when you're like a bit flooded, but the runner has something like conduit down. Like sometimes it's better to just go in on R&D and just pretend like you don't have any agendas in hand and be like, all right, I'll probably run R&D. That's a very big risk. This is definitely the safer play. I'm really curious what this ice is.
Yeah, me as well. We do see the runner did run on the Anansi server here, very big ice with the 5 strength and 3 subroutines. So they did need to paint it with Angolo to make it a code gate and get through for a total of, how much is that? 2, 4, 7 credits to just access that Rashida and then actually trash it. Rashida obviously a very powerful asset, only 0 to res, and then if the turn goes back to you, you do get to draw 3 and gain 3 credits, which would have been very appreciated here for Sokka to hopefully get out of this, well, tough spot.
I can see another Anansi in hand, which is the last thing you want to be drawing here, other than maybe more agendas. It's just so rough.
Like score at least one of the agendas, but then it's this Hermes on the board, right? So if the runner runs one of them, they can bounce the other if they want to, and then you're in an incredibly awkward spot. So
I mean, you're at a point, I think, in this game where you're looking for outs, like being flooded, not having money. It's a rough situation.
We do see Sokka just ignoring those problems, basically, and just installing a face down into the Anansi server and using the Taya trigger to ice up the other remote. Because of the Taya trigger, I believe that is free. As it's ignoring all costs, so they don't need to pay 1 extra, even though it's the second ice. 3 for that.
Yeah. And the corp has 9 credits, so it's above the magical Anansi number. Anansi can be broken. It's an ice.
We do get a bit of floor sound here from Sam. Okay, they're muted again. And camera. But we do have help on the left side, which is CTZ, currently looking very much like Sokka because the camera is frozen. But yes, that is CTZ on 419 against ABrick on Epiphany Analytica. And Epiphany starting very, very strong here. Installing the wage workers, and then instantly going ahead and slamming, raising it and slamming 3 more cards on the table, just basically fully emptying their hand and asking them if they want to check any of these.
Right. And instead of wage workers on the corp side, right?
Yes, that's how they got the 4 installs on the first turn.
Excellent.
I mean, so the question is it 1, 2, or 3 Ares?
Oh my god.
Okay, I'm guessing one is a Rashida, one is an Ares, and one of them is the new 0 free asset. Ah, there is.
Wow. I'd love for you to stop screenshotting, please. Yes, that seems to be. Well, we don't know the third one yet, but yeah. On runner side, we've seen the 419 just click for a credit, install Liberate, and click it twice. leaving themselves at 8 credits for now. The Corp currently is making a decision on the new 0-3, which is they can look at the top 3 cards and arrange them in any order, and if that server is then not protected by an ice, they can also draw 1 card. At the same time, they also used a Rashida to gain 3 credits and draw 3 cards. They can order these triggers as they want to, and I believe you want to fire the Rashida first and then arrange the top 3.
Yeah, I
Do you
think you
guys have a
almost
different
always.
opinion on that?
No, I think that's almost always true. I do want to point out federal fundraising, as amazing as the card is, actually is 2 to trash. So it's a little less good than that. I played Epiphany in person in this like future standard event, and what I found is very fun, very powerful, but oh boy, do you spend a lot of time resolving start of turn triggers, especially because of federal fundraising. Like if you've got like 2 or 3 on the board, it just becomes a nightmare to resolve. Which is, I mean, if you got 2 or 3 on the board, you're probably winning that game. But it really slows things down.
Have you ever had the DBS res with it too?
I have not. I did not play DBS in that deck, but I heard that it's an amazing combo, and I do want to try it.
I tried it on JNet, but yeah, it's triggers galore. It's just like you order the cards and then you draw one if you want, and then you DBS that draw, and then you have your mandatory draw. And then I also tried it with the asset that you look at the top card, you can reveal it. Like you name what type it is, you can reveal it for credits. And then it's just like my beginning of turn took minutes. Do I figure out the sequence of the cards? What do I want to DBS? What do I actually want to draw? And then what do I name for the thing? Which is the card that I actually want to reveal for the money? It's just it's powerful, but it took a lot of time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
After revolving those start of turn triggers, the Corp chose to just install 2 more face downs. Or I believe 3 more face no, 2 more face downs, as well as icing HQ. I'm not sure what they used their last click for, since they did gain an extra click of wage workers, but I believe it was just gaining an extra click. On the runner's turn, we did have the runner check one of the face down. It's the one in the middle, and it's a Maryland campaign, so just another way for the Corp to gain money. They chose not to trash it. Then they spent I believe it was their second click, playing a Bravado on the HQ ice, and the Corp did res that. It was a ping. The runner did temporarily end up tagged, but it looks like the tag was already removed. And then they spent their last click getting rid of the wage workers.
The really interesting trigger with federal fundraising is actually Maryland campaign. Like if you're digging for an agenda, you want to trigger the federal fundraising first, and then Maryland campaign to see another card, if you didn't draw one. And then on the flip side, if you do, if you mess that up, you can be in a really bad spot where you're like, okay, either I can't really afford to shuffle this in because I don't want to put an agenda on top of the deck, or you do have to just roll the dice there. So it becomes really interesting. There's a lot of decisions with this deck, and a lot of them are just how do you order your start of turn triggers.
Yeah, I do wonder. I believe they also found the time to trash the federal fundraising. I'm not sure if they are still tagged because of that. But I don't believe they are, despite the ping rest. There must have been something else that we missed. Either way, the Corp spent the rest of the time once again putting more stuff down, basically. They put an upgrade down on HQ, which they did reveal of the 419 trigger instead of paying one. And it is a virus, which will allow them to, at instant speed, potentially get rid of a bunch of Almakua triggers. Almakua counters, if that's a possibility. And they also did ice up R&D.
The thing I'm wondering is I haven't seen it. Not sure if you saw, but did the Corp get the Epiphany counters for the trash, or the Epiphany counter for the trashed wage workers?
Yes, they did have 2 Epiphany counters. Did have 1 Epiphany counter, and I believe they did use it during their turn.
Excellent.
For those unaware, Epiphany is the first time each turn a card is trashed or stolen, I believe as well, right?
Yep.
Okay. So the first time the runner steals or trashes a Corp card, it gets the power counters, And during your turn, you can spend one of these power counters and a click to look at the top 3 cards of your deck or of your R&D in Netrunner terms, and then you may install one of these cards. It is, however, important to know that you do not get to reorder these cards.
Yes.
Which is something that could happen fairly easily in person play, which does make the card a bit annoying to resolve in person. But it's not like we didn't have to do that for years already with generally just multi-access on R&D.
Yeah, I want to say, like, my experience of playing Epiphany in person, and maybe this gets much better with practice, but I thought it was like one of the most taxing decks I'd ever played because of the bit, like, you need to remember what's on top of the deck, and you have to think forward about like how you want to order your triggers at the beginning of your turn. And I thought it was like surprisingly more taxing than I was expecting, but it was also a lot of fun. So I'd recommend people try it out. Don't be don't be intimidated by that. But also, yeah, it is a lot.
That sounds accurate. Back in the day, it sounds like the guys deck with Q and Masterwork, where you had to know which top crew cards are, which one to draw with the trash, which one to install, and it sounds similarly taxing to that.
Also, I want to point out we saw Spin Doctor there to shuffle wage workers and federal fundraising. I think this Spin Doctor got like there was a run against it. Yeah, so they're going to be back and continue to be annoying. Like Epiphany feels like the epitome of I'm just going to develop a billion threats, and at some point I win the game.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Like, it has similar problems to CTM in that sometimes, like, CTM didn't always have an easy time winning the game. You always needed to find some way to the win. Usually it was through kill with boom, but sometimes you also had to score out, which, yeah, was sometimes fairly tough.
Personally, I built my list with Shipment from Vladispirsk and then like Lady Liberty and Sands as the win conditions, but that is very vulnerable to quad. So yeah, I don't. That was just a very much a trying something out, and I did feel that I was like, huh. I feel like I want like one more win condition that's not fast advance because yeah, it can be really tricky to win. You're doing a ton of stuff that's powerful, but it does sometimes feel like you're rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Much so. Go ahead.
I would imagine a deck with federal fundraising and like the law of deck manipulation could utilize Lady Liberty, like you said, quite well, because
Yeah.
you can put a lot of effort into finding the specific agenda you need at a specific turn. So it seems like a good win con for a deck. It does
Yeah,
sadly,
absolutely.
it does sadly nullify this paper rock scissors going on the stream.
Wait, what are they doing? I'm really lost.
I think
I
there
believe
was
this is
some.
an HQ access. Actually, how did they get through the ping on an HQ access? Never mind.
No, I think I'm gonna guess. I don't know. There's some kind of randomizing effect. It feels like, and there's a jog jam involved. I think they're trying to pick a random card or something.
Was there like an overdraw or something?
Maybe. I'm just curious how we got to rock paper scissors. To be quite fair.
Yeah, I'm really lost. The lack of audio for us is
very interesting, to say the least.
But yeah, so I want to say is the one downside of Lady Liberty and MBN decks is that you nullify the ability of your agendas. So tomorrow's headline, Bellona, all unscored triggers, they are pretty strong. You're not getting with Lady Liberty. You do get the points, but you're missing out on the tag or the credits, which is pretty nice.
That's very fair. I will say for me, Lady Liberty is like almost entirely this scores Project Ares, and then the runner trashes it. That's like, and then it triggers Oppo, right? Like that's to me what it means in that deck. But yeah, I don't think I've ever scored a 2 or 3 pointer off of it. But certainly that would be more of a problem, if you do get in that position.
Yeah, that's good.
I've only ever scored Ares.
in my experience when I tried it online, it usually was like, yeah, if I had the areas, I score it immediately, and then the runner usually like leaves it on because the worst is you can get a beal, and then I a bit of time to think about, do they have a free point? Do I need to go trash this? And then usually they don't.
Yeah,
They
totally.
always do, don't they? But they only do if you don't check.
Yeah, I never have it. They always have it. Classic Netrunner.
As it's
Received
supposed
an
to be.
NR card. What is that card?
I believe that was a liberated account, unless I'm mistaken.
Is it
Oh,
Katorga
Oh no,
outbreak?
it's Kotorga Breakout, which is, I believe, 2 credits to run any server, and if that run is successful, you can get back any card from archives.
That is indeed. On a server, if successful, add 1 card from your heap to your grip.
Did we catch what card got added? I feel like the stream got pretty blurry for me. Wait, did they add
I
the
unfortunately didn't catch it.
Huh. I think we're also seeing a dynamic that I've definitely seen with Epiphany, which is just that Epiphany, like you can't really trash everything. There's been no Ares score here, but that's especially true if they get an Ares score. But just they're eventually going to have a billion cards on the table.
Right.
The question is, can they then win?
The runner has surprisingly few cards on the board, which, if APOC was still legal, would kind of hint towards APOC. But it's not legal anymore. So I'm curious what's gonna happen. I'm gonna guess the CTZ was mostly occupied with making money and trashing assets and kind of trying to control the board for anything that's key.
Mm-hmm.
We see a
Koga
nice review.
Koga in chat is saying Katorga for liberated into career fair to install it. Thank you. I appreciate
Oh, that's
that.
very nice. Thank you.
That's very helpful.
We did see a nice review on the remote. I did not catch exactly what it was. It was purplish, so I'm not sure if it's a virtual service agent.
I'm not sure either, but it's not like we're gonna find out. Actually, we
Ooh,
might
it's
find
pinhole.
out.
We might find out it's pinhole on the remote, and it's a tomorrow's headline.
Okay, so we do know that there's an agenda there. The corp very nicely is keeping that up, and we do see the runner running with inside job to bypass that ice. Inside job, as everyone knows, is 2 credits to run any server, and the first ice you would encounter, you do bypass. The corp still is thinking about resing here, or at least posturing that they might be thinking to res this here. In the end, does not end up resing, so the runner does go up. 2 points back here.
That definitely suggests virtual service agent to me. That's the only thing that could even plausibly be worth resing there, right?
Actually, I did see the card. It was a funhouse in that spot.
Oh,
It was a fun house. Yeah, that's fair enough to not res that in that situation.
Funhouse, not really what you want to see on the remote. Usually you want that ice to be more on the centrals, but if you do jam enough, it will become annoying at some point.
yeah, for sure. It's cool that virtual service agent is, I think, the second piece of ice we've seen with a when the encounter ends trigger, like with a Nancy. And that's pretty interesting in terms of interacting with stuff like inside job.
Yeah, very true. We do see the Epiphany ability used here. The card usually is not revealed when you install it. However, they did decline to pay for the 419 trigger, so it was revealed because of that.
check everything, especially if they don't feel pressured to trash stuff.
Yeah, you can also just use the remote as a diversion, right? Like the classic install agenda outside remote, put asset into the remote and then kind of draw the focus there. But you're right, like CTC doesn't seem to run all the remotes, so you can just spam.
Of course, the
very much
classic
so.
change up your behavior as soon as it seems like the corp has decided how you're going to play it. So, Netrunner's such a beautiful game.
Yes, it is. But yeah, it seems to be a rough spot for the in this situation, right? Like CTC has on 4 points. There's not much of a scoring more happening. Maybe like you said, like kind of like a Sun, Lady Liberty way could be to get out of this, but otherwise it's rough.
We do see something very, very strong coming out here from the Corp, though. They do play a pivot, which is a new NBN operation, which just costs 1. It is a double, so it does cost 2 clicks, allowing them to search for an operation. And at threat 3 or more, they get to instantly either install or play an operation from hand. And they did choose here to, I believe, use that for an Oppo research, unless I'm mistaking the art.
One
Yeah.
quick note:
Yes.
you said it's an NBN card, but it's a Wayland card, so it's.
Oh,
that's
sorry,
very
it
still.
is Wayland. They do need to pay influence for that. Yes.
But yeah, Oppo research is a good target in a deck filled with assets to pivot for.
In case people on the stream are wondering, by the way, the corp does lay out their hand in front of the table when it's the runner turn to show how many cards are in their hand. In case you are wondering why there are always cards on the corp side, just spread out in front.
I was indeed wondering. I always felt like that feels like an HQ run, but then it was just this is my hand.
Yeah,
Since we've seen pivot, I'm beginning to suspect this deck is more of a kill epiphany and not likely to be on fast advance, but it might also be on both. It's definitely all the fast advance stuff you really want to play here is likely in faction, so you can do both. Just becomes slot intensive. But pivot makes me think we're looking at a kill deck here.
So you're saying you could pivot your strategies?
Indeed.
Beautiful.
Thank you. I'm a dad now. I'm legally obliged to make puns and dad jokes.
Do we see? We see it's the third liberated account. Okay. The runner following a very, very minimalist playstyle here of never having any more than 2 cards installed at a time. But it does seem to work out for them. Currently 4 points to 0. They were able to rid themselves of tag. But the corp is able to score an Ares, which is a 3-1 agenda with the very powerful ability that the first time each turn a corp card is trashed, the runner gets tagged. There's no trace involved, there's no tricks or anything. It doesn't even have to be an asset that's trashed or an installed card. If you trash anything from HQ or R&D, or you trash an ice with Hippo, for example, you will get tagged, and it will be very annoying.
Yeah, and I think this will just make CTC not stop trashing assets and maybe focus on centrals. He does have 4 points, so that's one better one can win the game. And like people said, there's a Hermes hitting the board.
Yeah, we do have a Hermes on board. The rest of their turn, I believe, was spent just drawing up, as well as clicking the Liberated twice, putting them at what looks like 10 credits now after their Hermes install. They do reveal another install, which is another Maryland campaign, I believe. Second install in the remote. And I'm not sure what their third click will be. We will have to see. I believe their third click was just for money, and now they are once again passing back to the runner. The runner luckily doesn't have to run the face downs because they know what it is. Only the ice remote will be interesting. First click does seem to be a draw, drawing 2 cards at once because of the class act, which allows them to look at 2 and then put 1 into their hand and put 1 at the bottom of their deck.
I do want to say we saw Namuku and CTZ's hand, so there might be a resemblance of a rig after all.
You're saying they're not just Merc in disguise. Okay, so we do see a second click is on Liberated. Let's see what else they have. I have to say the Corp has been very, very poor for most of the game. I believe they never actually went over 4 credits unless I'm misreading their credit tokens.
I think they have 2 5s back there.
Are
I think
those
they're 14
5s?
credits, but I might be mistaken.
Oh, well,
I might be
never
wrong.
mind.
I think those are 5. Yeah.
And they're swimming in money. Otherwise, yeah, Runner is going into a bit of a think here. Checking this face down, which we haven't seen at all, and I believe has gone down turn 1 or 2. It is the new Bioroid, which is B1001, with the ability that if the runner is running a server and is tagged, they can use the ability of B1001 to just flat out end the run by removing the tag. Can be also used as a win condition if the runner does choose to go tag me. However, so far it doesn't seem like they're choosing to do so. Let's see. I believe the rest of the turn was just spent by the runner drawing up. Not too threatened by the corp board state right now. We do see another 419 reveal showing that there is a Beal in the remote and there is a Sansa in the remote. Yes, you were right. Those were 5 credit tokens. So they are able to score out this Beal right now.
And then we're going to see a Hermes bump. Yeah, from R&D. That makes sense. A little bit surprised it wasn't the Ice Inferno Sansan server, that fun house, but I'm guessing there's some multi-access in hand. One thing I just wanted to say in general, the fact that we're seeing this many, like, we're seeing a lot of new cards on both sides of the table in both of these games. And to me, that bodes really well for, like, the overall strength of this set. And that makes me really happy. Like, I'm happy to see a strong set that people are excited to play with. And I don't think these are really good players. I don't think they're going to bring these cards if they don't think they're good. Oh, and we have an Ares off the top R&D.
I believe we do get to see the bounce off the Sansan Ice after all.
Indeed.
That was definitely not planned for, though. That was fairly lucky. But I believe the bouncing of the ice on the central does make a bit of sense if you're also holding Pinhole, which I'm not sure if CTZ is, but is very much possible with that being shown. We do see a new breaker coming down from the new set as we were talking about new cards, which is, I believe Kurapira is the name. It's 3 to install. It has 1 strength and has both pump and break costs of Corroder, which is 1 credit for 1 strength, as well as 1 credit to break a barrier subroutine. And it has the extra ability that whenever you fully break a barrier, it gains a power counter. And at 3 power count, and it also has the ability at 3 power counters that you can spend all 3 and then bypass a barrier that you're currently encountering. It is very much possible that this was actually missed here by the players, because usually Kurapir should already have a power counter here after breaking the ping on HQ.
Yeah.
It should.
Did we see what the upgrade was on HQ during this run?
Yes, we also saw it earlier, the Summer Virus.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
They chose not to trash it, probably because that run was their last click, and they didn't want to end their turn tag because of Ares.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I do wonder if your Epiphany is there a reason to rest the virus for a net damage?
The runner is at, I believe, 3 cards in hand, so I'm not sure if you're able to threaten much with that.
Well, not necessarily killing them, but like, I don't know, trashing a core breaker or something. Although CTZ did play a lot of inside jobs.
If you have like 1 billion credits, I think so, which is definitely a thing that can happen with Epiphany. But I think at 6 credits, it's not worth it for the marginal benefit of like maybe hitting something. But I think it's a question that becomes more interesting the more money you have as Epiphany here.
That's true. We see Boomerang on R&D, and I'm gonna guess followed by an R&D run.
Yeah, it wouldn't be very. One thing that is interesting is that CTZ didn't end up going for the Sansan, so the Corp can still score out. Oh, and there's a Maker's Eye to look at the top 3, okay. So let's see what this ice is. It's another Funhouse. Yeah, that makes sense. That's a great ice on R&D. So CTZ will be tagged here, even if they break with the Boomerang because of the encounter ability of Funhouse.
I'm surprised they're doing it, given they know they're gonna have the run ended on them. Well, I guess they lose the tag.
Yes, they do use B1001 to end the run here, being able to avoid this Maker's Eye looking at the top 3 cards.
Pretty
and like
strong.
People said, losing the Boomerang as well.
Yes, the B1001 just want to res and effectively makes R&D unrunnable at this point. So CTZ will be forced to take on another tag from the Ares if they want to actually get some more R&D runs in at some point. They do spend the time to remove this tag right now, though.
Wait, which tag did they just remove?
Oh, never mind. That tag they just hadn't removed that tag before.
Okay, cool. Yeah. I hope they didn't remove that tag. That would be bad.
No. We do see a run on HQ here. Outermost Eye is not rest because the Corp right now is only on 1 credit. Just 1 credit spent to break this ping. And now we do remember that the Corp here does gain power counters. The trigger earlier was missed, so yes, the game save obviously not rewound to that point. And we do see an HQ access, and we find the 3rd Ares here. Nice. So runner now at match point, whatever they access, they do win the game. However, this access does turn on Oppo Research, because Oppo Research can be activated both on score, on steal, as well as on trash of an asset.
It also gives Epiphany a counter, which is pretty important given that they have the res Sansan on the board and can Epiphany right into the Sansan server if they don't have an agenda.
Yeah, very true, very true. There are a lot of problems right now. Despite being on 6 points, Ryan really is in a tough spot, aren't they? 2 Epiphany counters to just very much score agendas from the top 3 of R&D. The Sansan that they need to deal with while only at 5 credits. As well as the B1001 completely locking them out of R&D.
All right.
And we see they don't even need to use the Epiphany ability. They can just score straight from hand on that Sansan server.
The beautiful thing is that the B1001 is not once per turn. It's any time. So if the runner goes tag me, it can potentially stop quite a few runs.
Yeah. In theory, you can effectively time walk the runner while they try to run 4 times. You just remove 4 tags to completely lock them out. We do see the Hermes trigger bouncing the ice in front of the Sansan. So now that is once again open. And they technically have the money to trash it, but ending on 0 credits is a very, very tough spot to put yourself in.
I would assume from the runner's perspective, I don't know if this ends up being correct, but I would assume that Brick probably has another Oppo in hand at this point. And so if you trash the Sansan, you're going to get extremely tagged.
You aren't going to get extremely tagged. You're probably only going to end up at 2 tags because they will start their turn with only 3 credits.
That's
so
true.
They won't be able to fully tag them.
Well,
I
actually,
mean, you don't have the money to remove 2 tags, so
yeah, potentially 5 credits if balanced coverage procs, but yeah,
oh,
that's
true,
true.
yeah. We do see a Bravado run on HQ here, looking to both gain money as well as information from the corp hand. I believe this run is mainly here for the money. It technically can win the game, but it's fairly unlikely. Now that they do have gained that extra money, they're likely looking to trash the Sandstand because the Epiphany ability just makes it too easy for the corp to very quickly score out the 2 points that they need to win here.
Well, okay, we say that, but actually, I don't think that's true. We see 3 Beals, tomorrow's headline, and 3 Aries. I think the only points left in this deck are probably 3 Bolognas. I mean, maybe not, but they're certainly not.
Oh, you're right, actually. I didn't
I
count
calculate
points at all yet.
So I actually think trashing that Sandstand doesn't make much sense. I don't think there are any agendas that are going to be benefiting from that. Although it might not be 3 Bolognas, we don't know. That's just what I would assume by default as the runner. And if they're not 3 Bolognas, they're definitely not 3 2s.
Yeah, because there's not much else
Yeah.
there that you do. And if you don't go tag, then if even they're like freedom of information, they can't really be scored. So that's a good point. That Sansa wasn't doing much anymore.
This is actually a risky line of play because it opens you up to getting Oppo'd and then getting shipment from Vladis Beerist, which is how you score a Bologna to win with this deck. Right? I mean, if they're on shipment from Vlad, which we don't know, but that would be the line of play I would be scared of personally.
Yes, we do see another install. We do get the 419 reveal showing that it's a Maryland campaign. We see another ice coming down. This is likely the funhouse, which has been back to HQ about like 30 times at this point. And I believe their last action was to click for another credit.
But that's an interesting
Runner
point.
once again.
Sorry.
Yeah.
No, that if Sansa does nothing, then as the corp, if the runner doesn't get tagged or trashes things, just keeps calm and waits for you to put stuff in a remote, and then contest that remote. I don't know. I guess I don't know how you score out.
Yeah, you do kind of need to score out with a Vlad shipment from Vladimirisk. And one thing that Reaper was mentioning earlier was very much missing from the last corp term, which is an upper research to actually tag the runner. So they seem to not have had that in hand, unfortunately. If they did have that, I believe they would be actually in a very, very good position here. Because the runner would have had to spend so much time either getting rid of the tags. Oh, and we do get an information from the TO that time was just called. So I believe the runner gets to finish their turn here, and then we get one more corp turn, which I'm not sure if they can actually score out here.
Yeah, I would say this is probably the runner's game in that case. I don't know how this goes long term. I would suspect the runner would win. Like they're in a favorable position regardless, just because as you said, the runner doesn't have to trash anything, this is the issue I ran into when building this deck. It's like, what do you? Oh, there we go, ends game.
We do see a Bologna access, wonderful alt art there, putting the runner over the threshold. Yeah, that's actually very true. I was actually kind of disappointed for the runner when they accessed the Ares, just putting them to 6 point and not the full 7. However, it would have ended up winning them the game actually in time. We did end up not actually having to go to time because they were able to find a Bologna in HQ. But yeah, in general, I'm also not sure how the corp actually does end up winning the game here in that spot.
I mean,
it's a really interesting game. I'm sorry.
No, sorry. Well, it's just gonna say like, you have to just hope the runner makes a mistake, right? Like they try something in a awkward moment, or like you kind of try to bait them into trashing another Sansan because they cannot be sure. Oh, they're not sure what your agenda suit is, and then you get them with the Oppo research. That's basically what you're hoping, I think.
This is actually where Lady Liberty comes in, right? If you res the Lady Liberty and get like it's sitting there gaining counters, gets up to 3 counters, then you can score out. And so it creates a threat that they kind of have to interact with. But we don't know if Brick is on Lady Liberty, and that is a one of. So yeah, this is the issue we talked about earlier. This is a deck that does a lot of powerful stuff, but I feel like people haven't yet nailed down how does this deck consistently win games. But yeah, it was a very fun game to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's this one where there's a new ID, but like people are still trying to figure out how to rebuild basically CTM with like mimicking all the old play patterns but with new cards. So yeah, I think this is one of the reasons why Outfit might be more popular, because that one is basically doing the same thing as it did before the new set came out in the rotation. Did an MB index have to like figure out how to live without hearting use all pro research the best, and like we saw here, try to score out, so like find a win con without tags.
Yeah, I think it's a big issue for NEH and Epiphany. Maybe a little bit less so for R+, but I don't know. They all kind of struggle with this. The one answer potentially is killing people, but that's pretty hard to do without Boom. You're relying on End of the Line or maybe Mindscaping, and those cards are like solid cards, but you're having to hold a ton of cards in hand, and you also are going to need to be playing a bunch of assets in order to consistently get Oppo procs, and those assets have to be assets that you're forcing the runner to interact with. So you're just like on multiple levels. There's this problem for NBN right now of like how do you force the kind of interaction you want? Because when that interaction happens, NBN is immensely powerful, right? Oppo is arguably stronger than hard-hitting news is in like the mid to late game. But when you've got that threat and the runner has money, just being able to say, all right, I'm going to spend 7 credits on a quick on this card, and you're going to take 4 tags, that's very, very strong. But it is dependent on that interaction, and I'm not sure people have cracked it yet. And at the same time, I'm excited to see if someone has, because yeah, it's a really fun deck otherwise.
Yeah, very much so. Aside from killing the runner, the one other way I can really see yourself going like with a semi-proactive way of actually winning the game would be going back to a card from System Gateway and maybe actually trying to just tag the runner with Public Trail. This will require the runner to have made a successful run, but that's a lot more likely because they will still be poking your HQ or maybe your R&D. And then you could potentially have a turn where you Public Trail them, install something, and then score that out instantly with a shipment from Vladimir.
Except Vladimir is 2 tags.
Is it also 2 tags? Oh, then I'm also confused. Yeah, very much so. The other issue is that there was a way to actually proactively tag runners in the last meta, which was Drago Ivanov, but unfortunately that unforced such a very unfun play pattern in R+, that it did end up getting banned. So if you do want to proactively tag runners right now, you don't really have that many options. I guess the best thing you can really do if the runner completely refuses to interact with you would be SIU, which is a 3-cost asset, and at the start of your turn it can trash itself to trace 3. And if that trace is successful, you tag the runner. That does kind of flow into this asset spam playstyle as well, as it's another asset you can install. But it's very hard to actually realize a win with this card.
Yeah, it is. It is Reigner Reverie. I forgot about that.
It has the same problem that Public Trail has, and that it only gives you 1 tag, and 1 tag is right now, like 1 tag lets you disrupt the runner, lets you trash their stuff, it lets you steal some of their money, it lets you self-growth them, it lets you end of the line them once, but realistically it doesn't get you a kill, and that puts it in a challenging spot. Maybe what you do is you SIU them, and then you Mindscaping them once for 1 damage. You Mindscaping them another time, and then you end of the line them. Like, but that's
combine Public Trail with SIU, but then there's so many hoops to jump through, right? For give them 2 tags.
Yeah, you have to win the
Yeah.
race, and they have to have less than 8 credits, and you have to have enough money to do all of that. Like, yeah.
Yeah, and then your best follow-up is basically end the line, right? And that kind of kills because you can't really even shipment at that turn anymore because you already spent the click.
Well, you can shipment. Shipment's only 1 click, so you can install your deal and shipment it and get a normal 2-point deal.
I guess, yeah, you can do that, or like score a crypto crash to make them very sad.
Yeah, stuff like that.
I think the
The
problem
other
with
way,
that. Oh, sorry.
yeah, the problem with that would be.
Oh, that you can only do that after having already scored a crypto crash, right? Like,
Yeah.
your opponent needs to be really broke in the first place.
Yeah, and these just like a lot of effort to achieve something that might win you game, but also might not do much, right? So I guess that's like you said, that players are still trying to figure out what the best way to build this deck is and what's like an actual win con you can support and how it fits into the meta that's kind of shaping up. And the runners do seem to pack asset hate. We didn't see any basically on CTZ's side, but I online I did see a lot of Miss Bones and Imps, even Scrubbers from time to time, depending on how much your opponent hates assets. So it's
That's really 8 assets to go back to square.
yeah. I remember one time, not the current, but ages ago, I met a player who played Demolisher in Loop and had Scrubbers,
Oh.
and I was like, you must really hate assets.
That's incredible. I feel like my sort of final thought on this, although obviously y'all are welcome to continue sharing what you think, but my sort of concluding thought is that NBN right now is extremely good at interaction and not very good at winning outside of that, and that's a competitive problem for them. But will probably lead to them doing really well on JNet, but not necessarily being able to do as well in tournaments.
I think that's a very good summary of the situation, especially the JNet comment, because on JNet, like when you give them the 13 tag, your opponent might just concede, but yeah, in real life, they're just like, okay, I'm gonna keep removing tags and then somehow win this game. Yeah, closing games, MBN seems to be difficult right now.
I lived with this cat who's very wonderfully energetic, but the moment you put like a harness on him to go take him on a walk, he would just like lie down and be like, all right, my time has come. It's time to die. And I feel like people on JNet sometimes play that way against like hard hitting news and Oppo, where they're just like, it's like you could win this game, but it's like so psychologically devastating. They're just like, all right.
Yeah, it's also not just against Oppo or anything like that. Some people just lie down like that once someone puts down personal evolution on the table.
Totally.
They're like,
and like it can be a
yeah, just JNet things, I guess.
We do see
I will
we
say,
do see.
Sorry.
Yeah, we do see players setting up. It looks like we will have enkoder versus Man in the Moon. I'm not sure yet what enkoder will be playing as the corp, but we do see our first Hoshiko here. Oh, and it's gonna be Hoshiko with his outfit. Very interesting.
I just wanted to make a quick shout out, not at this table, but Brandon King is currently at 6 points and is playing Ob, so there's a chance we're going to get to see Ob on stream, and I'm really excited to see what Brandon King brought because he's a fantastic player.
How likely is it? Oh yeah, next game, Random seems to be currently playing runners, so next game they would be playing corp. So yeah, very likely that we actually get them on stream. Very, very nice.
Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to distract from this, but yes, Hoshiko versus not versus 419.
I can't be mad at distraction when it's about Ob.
Yeah.
Ob is such an interesting idea. Like it's just so many possibilities to do shenanigans.
For now, we do have to wait a bit more for Ob. We do get to see its, I guess I'd call it its more robust brother in Wayland in outfit. Outfit has just always been a very, very solid ID. Very, very direct, straightforward game plan. Just get all the bad pop you need to make insane amounts of money, rest some very, very big eyes, and rush the runner out. It has been getting more and more fast advanced with the introduction of regulatory capture, which is a 2-6 agenda, which doesn't really sound like fast advance, but it does get easier and easier to fast advance because it loses advancement requirements with the amount of bad pop that you have.
Yeah, and I feel like outfit, I'm not gonna say builds itself, but there's a lot of cards that you know that you can immediately include. Hostile takeover, too big to fail, any and all ices that are big and give you bad pub, like Trebuchet. So there's a lot of cards that you're like, okay, I'm playing outfit, I'm gonna put these in because these are just very, very solid cards in outfit. And then just you have this skeleton, and like, okay, now what do I do with this skeleton? And regular take-up track, you said, is a very forward way to just score out. But I think at APAC there was also multiple people running a Rick Shooter deck that just says, you have a lot of bad pub, but I'm gonna get rid of your breakers, and then you can't do much of it with that bad pub. So I'm interested to see which version this is.
Yes, we
Yeah,
do
me
see.
too.
Oh my lord, we do see all the money from the curve. They just ice HQ, play it too big to fail, which translates to a solid 10 credits in outfit, followed by a government subsidy, which is another 5 credits. So easily sitting at 20 credits right now. We do see a tag being introduced here, but I believe that's just for tracking something else. I don't think
think
the runner
bad
has
pub.
somehow tracked themselves. Oh, right. The other side of tag has always been bad pub. Of course. That's the original
It's funny.
questions, right? Yeah.
The outfit is such a strong contrast to Epiphany in the sense of like a deck that absolutely knows how to like end games, right? This is a deck that, especially since we got regulatory capture, is
Oh, yeah.
extremely good at closing out.
Ooh, are we just face checking HQ?
I believe so. And we see a Winchester.
Winchester. It's an ice that made a resurgence recently.
It is one of the a very positional or like more positional eyes when it has a few of these. It has a few subroutines that deal with tracing and trashing programs and hardware. With a runner this naked, however, there's not much of that sort. But however, if it is protecting HQ, it gets another subroutine which is trace 3, and if that trace is successful, the run does get ended. It does seem, however, like the runner did pay through that here to get an access. I'm not sure. What was the access? I didn't catch that.
It was a piece of ice, I'm not sure which one, but it's an interesting thing that the corp could very well have kept it on out if they wanted to. But obviously it seemed like they didn't, so maybe there's nothing in HQ, or they're just gearing up for a big deal.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah,
have
the
to
potential
see.
for turn 2 big deal is pretty beautiful.
We do see another ice coming down on R&D. The runner actually was playing fairly aggressively, taking their time in both checking just face checking HQ and face checking the top of R&D, as well as installing a daily cast to keep their money up.
Yeah, I guess as a runner, like, against outfit, if you're just on regular breakers, and I mean it's Poshiko, so they will have access to Hippo most likely. But against outfit, you might want to take access early if you can before the big annoying eyes get res, and then it gets more difficult.
Yes, one thing that also makes a lot of sense in running this early is that you just don't have anything on the board. A lot of that big ice has usually very nasty subroutines you don't want to run into when you have stuff installed. However, if you don't have anything, then they can't really hurt you, can they?
Absolutely. I think the other really important dynamic here is that we no longer have hard-hitting news in the pool, which is fairly common historically out of the outfit. And Oppo is just so much less threatening early on. And frankly, I would be surprised to see it played out of the outfit at all. Not like completely shocked, but like, I don't know, it would be, I would be a little surprised if I got Oppo. And it's just so much less devastating that like, yeah, you can just afford to assume your opponent's not on it. And if you don't hit anything, then they can't hit you back anyway. So
Yeah, it also seems a bit counterintuitive with Outfit's plan, right? That you're gonna give the runner a lot of bad pubs, so their run's gonna be efficient, so they will likely have a lot of credits to spend. And unless you can buy yourself a turn to like score out somehow, uh, that Oppo is most likely just a tempo hit, if anything, right? So it doesn't do much in terms of. I mean, I guess you can eco in warfare still. Um,
yeah, when you can retribution them. I mean, I'm not sure what was the root shooter op on from last week. Was that on Oppo retribution or was that on something else?
I'm gonna check real quick. I know it. I think it had a lot of Toucan is the new.
Tukana.
Let me check real quick what it did. Magnet Gang, Ansel, Archer, Trojan Horse was the big thing because you're fluff with money, and Corporate Troubleshooter.
We
Of
do
course.
see that both sides are taking their time here. Mostly just moneying up. The Corp is setting up with a lot of ice, throwing a few more cards into archives here. And Runner is also mostly spending time just setting up their econ, installing a Gachapon to potentially find a Botulus if needed at some point, or a Breaker, as well as putting down a Paladin Poemo and the daily cast. They did run last turn, but they did just run archives to get their Hoshiko trigger. See a Baja Bensu played, which allows them to make a run, and if that run is successful, they get to choose from 4 options. One of the options chosen here is to draw 2 cards, and the other option is to install
Audio might be out.
Did we lose audio again? Okay, well, I guess we can just keep commentating and see what happens. We do see an install advance. Very interesting. What can we suspect this is here? Obviously, it implies that the ice is not a sentry. So unlikely to be, I believe Trebuchet is a sentry, right? Which is one of their best. Yeah, a Trebuchet, 7 credits, effectively 4 credits in outfit because you get 3 credits back since Trebuchet gives you a bad publicity when rest. It does look like, what kind of 5-3 would outfit play even? Just SDS don't deployment, correct?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
maybe
no. Predirect maybe?
Maybe send a message, but I doubt it.
We do see an alt art coming down here, which I don't quite know what it is. It seems to have 3 strings, so it's, and the person does seem to get cut up, so I suspect it's a cleaver, but I'm not fully sure.
Oh, that's a cleaver. Yeah, that's for sure a cleaver.
Okay. I'm not familiar with
the investigative guess on
it. Yeah, no, that was a good one. I want to point out that one of the big, I think the only big thing that Outfit lost, other than Mouseless, I guess, which is just a bigger Wayland loss, but is Bulwark. And Bulwark is one of the better pieces of ice Wayland had against Botulus. for like rushing stuff out early, since it is 2 and the runs on there. So I think that this matchup in particular probably got worse with rotation for the Corp.
Oh, and we do see that the run goes through without the ice being rezzed, and it was actually the Corp being fairly greedy here, looking to potentially squirt a Project Atlas with 2 counters on it. Project Atlas being a 3-2 that, if scored as just a 3-2, has no effect. However, for every counter that it is over advanced, it gets an agenda counter, which allows you to, at instant speed, fetch any card from the deck. Runner does stop that here by just running and stealing it without the Corp actually rezzing their ice, which leads to some guesses for us here. What do you think this ice might be, since they didn't choose to res it?
Was the run last click or last click?
I believe it was second to last click.
My guess is border control.
That
This
would
is-
make sense, yeah, as the breaker completely invalidates that effectively. And yeah, the ability is obviously irrelevant at that point. It's obviously not a code gate, otherwise it would have completely locked up the runner. And
Yeah, I
it's
wonder if
likely
it's-
also the sentry.
I wonder if it's just, I don't know, something big and they were hoping for. I mean, they don't have credits, right? It's just for 13 credits, right? So they don't have the money for a big deal if that 10 is not a pile of 10s.
Mm-hmm.
So I was just wondering if they didn't want to rest something for economical reasons. I was just hoping not to lose the Atlas. But yeah, it could
I'm
be
not sure.
value.
If that is a border control, I believe trying to score that Project was like very, very ambitious, as a single Botulus would have also invalidated it.
Yeah, that's true. It could have been an econ choice.
So an econ choice would make a bit more sense here.
Quite a bluff, though. I mean, right? You know how much
Mhm.
money you have going into that, so.
Oh, and we do see the runners already fully set up. Very unfortunate for a very rush-focused deck like the Outfit. We will have to see how this now plays out. Runner does look to be in a very commanding position.
Yeah, and interesting.
Hey, can you...
Sorry.
No, go on.
So the thing with the outfit decks usually is that the runner can build out. A lot of times you have an issue closing because you gave them a lot of bad pubs and they're in all your servers and have multi-access usually, and you're in trouble. And in this case, what we're seeing is that the runner has kind of built out their rig, but the outfit hasn't gathered that many bad pubs, right? There was only one bad pub. I'm not sure what's. Oh, gotcha one. Oh my god, are we bluffing?
We
We're
are
doing a call.
gachaponing for the... not hitting the clot. Unfortunate.
That's so funny.
It's
It is
beautiful, though.
important to mention that since that gachapon was on the table a lot earlier, the Corp could have potentially baited it out earlier on with the Project Atlas by installing it, advancing it once, and then asking the runner for action, bluffing that it could be a hostile takeover.
I mean, honestly, if I see a gachapon, I'm not gonna expect to see a clot, so that might not cost the corpse mind. That's the thing. I mean, obviously the runner stopped the corporation like, hey, I might have actions at the gachapon, so they didn't cross their minds either. Would have been glorious if they just grab a clot on the gachapon if they do run clot. I could also just see them bluffing, right? You could just say, hey, let me do the gachapon even if you don't have clot in the deck. So now that the corp has fear of clot being a thing that they have to work around.
I played a lot with Abraham, and I'm guessing he does have clot in the deck. We've had a lot of conversations about using Gachapon to like either bluff or threaten clot. So I don't think that was a bluff. My guess is that Abraham does have a clot in the deck, but I could also be completely wrong about that.
I mean, to be fair, that would be like 100% correct meta call right now, right? Like being able to just get clot, maybe even running similar chips or something. You know, I think that would be not a bad call in harsh eco pair, honestly.
Yeah, that would be my follow-up question is Abraham here on any Simul chips. But we're seeing what, Unity and Carmen. We saw 2 cleavers. I wouldn't be surprised if we were on 2x of the other 2 breakers as well. But that leaves actually quite a bit of influence left over. So I wouldn't be shocked if it was Simulchip. Simulchip is just such a ridiculously good card in Anarch, even if you're not playing Clot. I mean, recurring Fermenter alone is so powerful. And besides that, you can move your Botulus around, recover Lost Breaker. I mean, it's such a good card.
And as we just talked about,
Oh, there's a
there's so much chip on the board, yeah. And it makes sense, right? Because you most likely run Botulus, and so much is great with Botulus. If they like trash the ice, you can reinstall it on something else. Again, if Freak Shooting becomes a thing, then it's also pretty useful for that. So, and like you said, Anarch has a lot of free influence they use because they have decent breakers in faction. A lot of their disruptions in faction as well, so they can figure out their influence pretty flexibly.
We do see a run on HQ here, and we do see a new piece of Ice Rest. That is the new Valentau, which is 5 credits to res, 6 strength, and if it is rezzed as an additional cost, you must either remove a tag, obviously runner is not tag, or gain a bad publicity, which obviously they did here, once again netting them 3 credits again from outfit. It has 6 strength and 3 subroutines. The subroutines are somewhat threatening, I'd say. They don't directly destroy the runner's board. However, the corp does gain 2 credits on the first subroutine. On the second subroutine, the runner loses 2 credits. And then the third subroutine is an end the run if the corp has more credits than the runner. Which I guess right now would be the case. However, the runner is fully set up with the Unity, and the outfit has already gained 3 bad pups, so they only need to pay 2 real credits to break this right now.
I just want to note Valentau has an absolutely superb piece of art on it. Big fan of Scott's work, and this is another banger. It's a really pretty card.
Yeah, art by Scott Dominguez is just amazing in this set. Well, in any of the sets that he worked on, but for example, Behold is also beautiful.
We do see an HQ access here. First access is already a wreck capture, and we did spend a twinning counter, so we get another access here, which is hit by glare like something else.
Oh, and looks like we got a third access.
Oh, we spent actually 2 counters. Which one is that? That's definitely an alt art.
That's an Afshar.
Oh, that's an Afshar, and the other card I could also see was a Too Big to Fail, which they chose not to trash.
I do see another.
It looks like there's a... Yeah, I mean, if I'm the corp right here, this feels really bad. I think the runner, as soon as the runner finds Clot, it's just going to become a nightmare to score out.
Yeah,
and you're already down, 1-4.
You see the corp rezzing a Spin Doctor in hopes of maybe finding a solution, some more ice, maybe some way to fast advance something.
Yeah, I think what you really want right here is some way to get another bad pub so that you can score the regulatory capture out of hand before the clock comes down, and you have to start worrying about that.
We do instead see another ice in HQ. This is very much telegraphing that there's, and yes, I can see another agenda in HQ. Very defensive play here. Icing up R&D as well. Yeah, runner very much looks in control right now. Will likely just spend some time sitting back, installing some cards, spending the Paladin credits to build up another twinning run, to once again look at either most of the hand or the top 3 of R&D.
Yeah, I think this is a situation where Repo is absolutely correct. Like, I think, like you said, runner's on 4 points, corp is on 1. Nothing really extra is going to happen. So I think the runner just spends time finding Clot, because centrals have a lot of ice. The remote does not, right? So if you stop a fast advance, you're pretty much likely to steal whatever they were trying to fast advance.
I'm a little surprised to see the run on the Spinny, but because I think to some extent, right, the threat here is the Corp's main way of getting bad pub at this point is going to be, it's either going to be through a hostile takeover or it's going to be through resing ice. And so giving the Corp a chance to res ice and get to the 2/2 regulatory capture mode is a little spooky, but yeah, this is an interesting position. I'm not sure what outs the outfit really has here. I guess, it's shuffling in the viruses, because you're going to need to break plot lock to win for sure.
Yeah, and I think one reason to run for the Spin Doctor here is if they have a Spin Doctor on board, they might use Audacity to score out something. I won't have the clot and get rid of the agendas like liability of HQ, right? And then of course the game is kind of on R&D at that point. But against decks that play Audacity, I think going for a Spin Doctor if you have the money and the clicks to spare is always a good choice.
No, that's totally fair. Yeah, that's a really good point. I was just thinking about the one angle, and yeah, the Audacity is a really good point.
There was a bit of discussion here between the players, which, yeah, I think is important, or at least somewhat important to mention to stream. They were pointing at both the DreamNet as well as Hoshiko Shiro, which have very similar but not quite the same triggers, as in DreamNet draws you a card and gains you credit when you have a successful run, while Hoshiko's ability, the flipping, is triggered when you access a card. And as the Spin Doctor was used before the run was successful, they didn't access a card, and thus Hoshiko will flip back to the Untold Protagonist side at the end of their turn. And we do see this wonderful alt art here, which is the clot that was mentioned earlier. And yes, as we see, the Hoshiko flips as well. I wonder, how did the clot find its way into archives here? Did they just discard it?
I think it was a purge.
Oh, the turn was just instantly passed back and then just purged from the corp. Okay.
I think, I don't know though.
It does look like a natural position to purge. It's just very, very fast. I didn't expect it for them to go this fast.
Yeah, you got your moneyed up, you're iced up. Gotta get rid of the plot.
Mm-hmm.
So this becomes a war of attrition, but one which I think highly favors the runner.
Yes, I believe this is a run on archives to both get a draw from the DreamNet trigger, as well as Abraham doing a very smart move of tapping the Hoshiko here to signify to themselves that it will flip at the end of their turn. In other news, we see more money coming down.
And Abraham is now maxed out on MU. I mean, that's potentially more money, but honestly, I would not at all be shocked if Abraham installed that to have a simul chip target.
Mm-hmm. That as well. It serves like many purposes here. It also gives you your second twin encounter to maybe look at all 3 cards from HQ R&D soon.
Absolutely, so good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna guess the console is Maw.
It could be Maw. It could also just be Keiko. With the amount of influence we've seen so far, it could still also be Hermes. I'm not quite sure yet.
I can say it's definitely not Hermes because my testing group, which Abraham is part of, we have come to the conclusion that you either play 3 or 0 Hermes because you really want all of them. And I don't think there's room for 3 Hermes in here.
That's a fair conclusion. But yeah, Simul Chip is probably coming in multiples. There's Unity on board and the Carmen. We also saw was Bahia bans in this game or was it a previous game?
Yes, it was this game.
Oh no, it was this game.
So yeah, that's another influence spent. So yeah, Hermes fairly unlikely, that's true. So we're still 50-50 between Maw and Keiko.
My guess is 2 Unity, 2 Carmen, and then 3 bans, and then the rest of the influences simul chips. That would be my guess.
Yeah, that would leave them with 4 influence for 2 simul chips total. That sounds like a fairly natural lineup to go with. I'm not sure how they spent the rest of their turn, mostly just installing. The Corp did just gain 3 credits and just pass straight back. Looks like they're very much stuck here. I'm not sure really what the Corp's looking to do here, to be honest.
I mean,
I think they want the runner to run into ice to res something and get the last bad pub, but it's just like it's a really bad situation.
the one thing you can do as a corp, which is not great spot to be in, if they are on big deal, which I'm not sure if we know or not, but like they might still be, right? Then you can do like just install, wait for the runner to have interactions, and if they don't, then you can big deal a single counter atlas or regulatory capture or something, right? So you don't have to like advance it. Full finish your turn and you're wasting a click or whatever. But you know, if the runner is not on point on like that's happening, then you can score something out. But being on 1 point, it's a very expensive way to win this game.
Yes, usually once the runner is fully set up, you expect these points to basically be swapped. Usually outfit is able to score out around 3 to 5 points in a game which is going outfit's way before the runner fully gets their breaker set up, and usually runner only gets like 1 to 2 points during that time.
Oh, fourth bad pub comes down. Regulatory capture is now online, but plot is very much threatened still, so still going to be an uphill battle.
What's
I
the
can't
ice?
quite tell what that ice is. Is that a
I think it's
trebuchet?
double trebuchet. Yeah, it's double trebuchet.
It's
Yeah.
what a disgusting server.
Really the most old school artillery showing up here. However, with all that bad pub and all the money on the runner side that they've been amassing, they will definitely be able to get in here and look at the top 4, I believe it is, with twinning.
2. Twinning is capped. You can only remove up to 2 at once.
Oh, right. Twinning was capped. I am confusing it with Conduit right now.
No res on the last ice, it seems.
We see 1 access. A big deal
there-
is
yeah.
trash,
Big
so
deal.
your call was right on that. Animal
Animal
virus is
virus.
trash.
Oh boy.
I
We're
guess
seeing the
they
ones of
cleared
plague
that
shrink
fermenter
rapidly.
real well.
I think they have a big deal. So they have a big deal in hand, right? So I think they were just hoping to get that virus, and then you can, I guess, install big deal, but then that's 20 credits.
I believe that's already also a regulatory capture in hand.
Yeah, there's one.
This being drawn at some point.
No, I believe this will end up in a bit of a slow bleed out here, unfortunately, for the Corp. But the runner can always misstep, and especially against such a monstrous deck like Outfit, they can very much still turn this around.
We just went to another Atlas, looks like.
I agree. That looks like an Atlas as well. I believe we're just drawing a bit and clicking for a bit of money. Probably hoping to set up this big deal at some point.
It is too much of on the board, though. So like that kind of signals, even if you push something out, then COD's still gonna keep coming back. And like you said, the runner is just making money, right? Like you do see on their credit pool that the run on R&D has like reduced the money in their pockets, but there's another liberator coming down, there's daily cast, and there's a fermenter that can take your money back up. Sorry, Repo, you were trying to say something.
Oh no. I was just gonna say I saw the second simul chip come down and I don't you need like double Mavirus now? Or no, wait, a single Mavirus is fine. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
but for a single
but you
score,
can't
right?
do big deal. But you can't do that with big deal because big deal is an action, right? So you actually do need double Mavirus if you're gonna do it with a big deal.
Yeah, it's questionable how you play this. I
that's
think
a good
you want
point.
to. I think you want to just install something. The question is, you're basically put in a 50-50 situation here, where you have to install either the Mavirus or an agenda, and then ask the runner for an action. And you're basically like you're trying to bait out them fetching the clot. And if they don't, and you put down the agenda, you get 2 points. But like if you put on the agenda and they actually do use the simul chip, you're just losing that agenda and you're putting them on 6 points.
Yeah, that's the rough things. Like I said, it's a very expensive way to score out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because even if as a runner you can let go of the first one if you want to, because even then the corp is on what 3 points, so it's
Oh,
not
and
that
you
big
do
of a
see
deal.
the
And
maw coming down here.
yeah, and that just kind of seals the deal, right? Because now you can. I mean, you're running archives. You know, there's CVS. Well, not CVS, there's my virus.
My virus.
I don't think Ma procs on archives, right? Or
No,
Oh,
it
does
sorry,
it?
no,
doesn't.
it does not. That's a good point. So yeah, you have to run
We
Sim.
are running HQ right now. I believe the corp is not rezzing, probably to keep their credit totals high enough in hopes that they don't hit the big deal here. Never mind. It's the
No, they
Ashshire.
rezzed it. It's like
So that's another code gate, which is 3 cost to res, 1 strength. But if it's on HQ, only one of the 2 subs can be broken, and the 2 subs are the runner loses 2 credit and end the run. Obviously, it effectively makes it 3 to break every time, since the -2 credits will always fire.
so we're gonna see 3. This could be game here if 2 the agenda's good.
Yeah,
Snags.
there are 2 2-pointers in hand, Rec Capture as well as the Project Atlas. And we do see them hitting the Rec Capture with the first access. The second access is the big
That's
deal,
the big deal.
which will be trashed, I believe. They're first looking at archives for consideration of influence, probably, to see if they possibly have a third one. But yes, that is trashed. And third access here is
The
Project
Atlas.
Atlas. Okay, and that is the win for the corp, for the runner. I'm sorry.
To be fair, like this game was fairly difficult to win anyhow, and then this just made it faster. I think that's what you always trash the big deal, right? Because even if they have a third one, they need to find it, and then you don't have to worry about like multiples, right? Like they score one thing and then all 3 big deals are in the bin, and unless they spin doctor them back, then you're in pretty good shape.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I mean it's interesting. The corp had such a strong start here, but it seems like they weren't able to find the big deal early enough. That like they had the money and they had the agendas, but they didn't have either the ice that would have been able to score out, which is where Bulwark would have been really good, right? Like Bulwark against Cleaver is disgusting, and Bulwark against just about anything at that stage of the game means you're scoring out that Atlas. And so I think we're actually seeing in this game the very tangible way in which Outfit has gotten weaker despite getting a very good card. Bulwark is so good, and losing it really, I think, hurts a lot.
Yeah, I believe the turning point for this game was actually fairly early, in that it mainly was this the stealing of the double advanced Project Atlas that was, I think, very ambitiously trying to score behind that border control. The runner just had the cleaver just when they needed it, and they got in, and the corp really couldn't get it going from there, I think.
Did we see that it was confirmed to be a border control, or is that just speculation?
Yes, I just saw it being turned over during the corp putting things back into their deck.
But yeah, you are correct.
Good to know.
This felt like a greedy line, but yeah, I also I think what we just saw that, like Repo mentioned, that the corp had money early on and couldn't really capitalize on it. But also they seem to have struggled to find hostiles or just like bat pubs, because they were on one bat pub for quite a few turns. And then eventually they bursted into like more bat pubs. But at that point the runner was built out. So you kind of missed the dynamics of like amassing bat pub early on, like scoring hostiles too big to fail, rezzing your ice, and then just scoring out rat captures before the runner is like completely built out. So they kind of missed that window. But absolutely correct on the Atlas behind the piece of ice, but you could have just probably tried to score out forehand or something.
Yeah, I mean, I see why that you go for that. It's like a gachapon and be like, oh, botulous, and this bot can get me through that ice, no matter what it is, basically. Obviously, that's not what ended up happening, but just like hypothetically, in that situation, I think the runner feels really good about running that. Whereas if it's a bulwark, it's much worse to run, both in terms of the face check penalty and in a sense that you're just not getting the atlas.
Yeah, and like I think Runner had Carmen at that point, right? So like you can't res really anything scary, right? So you can res something, but they can probably break it. And ThatsNoMun is banned, so there's nothing that bad can happen to you, right?
Yeah.
So it's fairly easy face check in that regard.
As I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Giant in chat is saying that's outfit for you. Yeah, absolutely. You know, you don't see enough bad pub early. It's really bad, and I think losing bulwark makes the outfit gambit in general a lot worse. You just have lost a tool that just makes the deck more reliable, because the deck is very powerful. It just sometimes can be inconsistent. And I think that frankly that's a huge loss for the deck. Even though I still think the deck is great. Like I think Outfit is one of the best decks right now, especially in this immature meta where we haven't gotten to refine more complex decks. The Outfit is just a very solid performer. Anyway, I think. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just about to say like I think there's two factors here. One of them is trying to use big deal is that we see that outfit is filthy rich, but you still have to be conscious about spending like 17, 18 credits on scoring a thing, right? So you can't just freely res your ice. And like you said, Bulwark was the biggest of the ice that you could res. Your ice are fairly big still, but not Bulwark big, right? So you res stuff, they do kind of slow down the runner, but not completely stop them in tracks. And you spend your money that you're trying to kind of keep to do a big deal score. So it puts you in this awkward spot where a lot of times it works out. Like you said, it's a consistent deck. But I do wonder how Onion said about like the rates that the conversion rates. That's maybe like Titan back in the day that you like Titan with their biotics and audacities and analysis. It could be incredibly consistent, but sometimes you just brick and then the runner steals, in this case, your regulatory captures, or you don't find your bat pubs in time, and then you just lose. So I think it kind of reminds me of that back in the day with like Titan, where you're scoring, like when it works out, it just feels oppressively strong. But sometimes you just don't find the parts or find them in the wrong order, and then you just lose.
Yeah,
that's
actually just to like demonstrate how that can work, I believe they were on 2 points as we saw, or like on 1 point, right? They only had one hostile scored. However, I do believe they had the tools to effectively go up to 5 points if the runner misplayed with their clot or just didn't have the clot. Because in hand they had a big deal, an atlas, and a rec capture well at 4 bad pub. So what they could have done, and they also had a virus. So how their turns could have looked is install the project atlas, ask the runner for action, and if the runner declines at that point, they can instantly big deal it to score in project atlas with a counter on it. From that point on, they can then, at the start of their next turn, instantly fetch a project atlas and 50-50 them on installing the regular capture or the virus. And if they once again call that wrong and they don't clot them on that install, they can instantly audacity that regulatory capture to score another point. So they can effectively just go up 4 points in 2 turns with the runner having very little points of interaction.
Yeah, and I think the cloth is a genius in this situation because I think
very much,
the prevalence of outfit and the strength of outfit is that I'm gonna guess they expect a lot of Greg Anarch that usually doesn't have cloth, right? And then the lines that you said become way easier. Just like have the money, you have Atlas in hand, you big deal the Atlas, you have your counter, you go up to 4 Bapop, you score the rec captures without any worrying about viruses. And like we saw that the Corp had to shuffle back viruses with Spin Doctor, right? Because they kept getting trashed and they needed them to score. So it just puts you in such an awkward spot. And especially paired with like the strength of Anarch, as I think Repo mentioned before, it's just a fairly natural evolution and like a very good meta call if you're expecting these outfits deck to be popular.
Hey, I unfortunately have to get I have to run, but I don't know if everyone is going to be back here casting after lunch, but I just wanted to say, if not, it was been a pleasure casting with you two, and if I do see you both after lunch, that'll be great. This was a lot of fun, and yeah, I look forward to yeah running into y'all in some capacity in the future.
Yeah,
Likewise,
so we'll
Repo, it
definitely
was
see each
lovely to
other.
cast with you. I won't. I'm not sure if Onion will be here. I won't be here after lunch break because it's getting fairly late in my time zone. But yeah, it was lovely to watch these games with you.
I will still be here after lunch break for a bit, mostly just do a handover to the other casters. But yeah, then also due to time zone issues, basically, I will also have to head to bed, unfortunately. Has been very fun with you
All
so
right.
far. Things are being set up right now, so we do have the standings up in the meantime, while obviously you can see the venue is very much. I do have to check the ASOP's tables again. Let me look at the standings real quick. There is one op which is piloted by Brandon, the king. Other than that, oh no, there is a second op which is piloted by Jeff Prune. Unfortunately, a bit lower on the standings right now. But yeah, it looks like there are only two orbs actually. There are quite a few Teas, which are Teas. I'm not sure if those people are all part of the same testing group, but I wouldn't be surprised if they are. And obviously a lot of outfits as well, Hushikos and a variety of different shapers on the other side as well.
What makes me excited is that there seem to be a handful of Asas getting close to the top of the list. Of course, the standings only show round two, so 6 points is not like fairly indicative of how they will do for the rest of the day. But there's three Asas back to back in 5 to 7 positions. I'm very curious to see how those Asas are built. I think as you are excited to see Ob, I'm excited to see Asa because I like playing HP.
Oh, I'm also very excited to see Asa. I have played a bunch of it myself, and I have played a bunch of mostly like a version that tries to fast advance a lot of stuff with wage workers, and the plays you can wage with wage workers and triple advancing something, getting another click, then using that to play a bunch of click neutral operations to gain another click, to potentially then score out of Vitruvius with 2 counters or score out a 5-3 or something like that. Those are really fun and very interesting.
Yeah, one thing I was mathing as well that with wage workers, a biotic and a red level basically enable you to, or not even necessarily red level, even like grease the palm or something. You can score out a 3-5 from hand, which is fairly strong move to make, right? So yeah, so I'm excited to see if it's that kind of Asa or just just good stuff and wage workers, because wage workers is a fairly strong tool. But also the cool thing about wage workers is that if it's just single biotic, you can score for advanced agendas because you get your click for the
Yeah,
advanced
you can
agendas, right?
skull out 4 truths. Usually that will be an offered office, which effectively makes it just a 1 credit agenda to score, assuming you can pay the upfront cost of
That is
8
true.
credits.
But you also have like architect deployment in the faction, which can be
Oh,
fairly exciting
true.
to score.
Hmm. I'm not sure if you actually have a space in your agenda suite for that, but yeah, that's also an option.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing with HB. Like you have a lot of tools, right? And you have a lot of cool tricks you can pull off. Like you said, most likely it's an all-for office, but you could also just get a Vitruvius with a counter, right? And then that counter can be very useful. To get back your biotics to kind of loop biotics together, or get back fully operational. Or if you're up against a Stargate, get back the agenda that they Stargated. So I could also see that being like an avenue of just like give yourself a Vitruvius counter, which is, again, can be a very strong move.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I'll definitely be excited to see what we get once we come back from the break. However, I believe we will be going for the break now. We'll be putting up the standings shortly, and I will also head out and probably get something to eat. And yeah, I'll see you back in a second then.
Okay.
credit econ card, and that's how we're going to be able to fast advance and get some Project Atlas tokens. Sheik on the left, starting with an early Dream Knight, you love to see it, and the Dirty Laundry just to tech the top of R&D. Accessing with not a lot of credits. There is one bad publicity, but there's a lot of things that you want to trash. The pivots you're going to find in central servers, and the too big to fails. Sometimes also, of course, the big deals you need to trash, and that's a second Dirty Laundry. We're going back. That card we saw, we want to trash that. And it looks like there you go. That's the pivot, a new card from the set. 3 credits to trash that, and allows the corporation to basically play an operation, an agenda, or and install a card for 2 clicks. It's an immensely powerful card the later the game goes on.
Enable such powerful plays with Big Deal and Atlas to just get an Atlas with a counter and close out the game next turn. Such a powerful option available to these outfit decks.
Yeah, these outfit decks are really difficult to interact with, right? Like, you can't deny their credits too easily. You do see there a hand of agendas. There's 4 points of agendas in the hand there. Those accesses can be pretty impactful. But you do want to get as many accesses as you can. But as soon as the ice shows up on those central servers, and you can see double, triple ice central servers, every time you run, it kind of feels a bit like quicksand, where they're resing their ice, getting that bad publicity, and that bad publicity is a win condition, considering regulatory capture. A 6-2 agenda can drop all the way down to a 2-2 agenda based off of how much bad publicity the corporation has. So sometimes it is a bit difficult to interact though. Now, R&D still wide open, and that is a Hermes, a new console. We're going to be running R&D. We're going to get some money after this run, but if we see an agenda here, we can return. We have to return that unresed ice in front of HQ. back to hand. That is the new criminal console from the set. Y'all been playing Hermes? What do you think?
It seems, really powerful option, and it's one of these momentum-based phenomenon that we sometimes see in Netrunner, where if you start ripping agendas, you're going to start ripping more agendas after bouncing all that ice back to HQ.
Yeah, I think the other big benefit is, much like Leela, it makes corp scoring patterns a lot more awkward.
Yeah, so we'll see exactly how we capitalize on it. You are probably playing 3 of those. You want to get it down early, so I do think that's a good spot for Rongy to find that. I don't know if we're going to see massive disruption, right? Like Hermes and Criminal, you can get that diversion of funds if they bounce the ice on HQ, but we're going to res that ice. That's a new illicit ice, Valentau. We're going to be resing that for, I believe, 0 credits. It's only 5 to res. You take it bad publicity if it gets 3 credits back, and one of the subroutines says lose 2 credits for the runner, gain 2 credits for the corporation. And as long as the corporation has more money after those subroutines have fired, it will end the run. So I'm not sure if Rongy exactly can get through there on the credits, but 2 bad publicity is a really good start. We're looking at 4-2 agendas for the regulatory capture. We have a bit more to go.
One of the interesting ways you can kind of interact with the outfit is by not running into ice, because that's one of the ways they rely on getting up that bad publicity. And so depending on how the outfit draws, if you don't run into a bunch of their illicit ice, it can actually be quite difficult in the score. On the flip side, you really do need to be running a lot. So it's it is, as you said, a difficult deck to interact with, because even running advances their game plan.
Yeah, and speaking of that, that's the interesting thing with Hermes is sometimes you kind of want to meter your aggression. I do think while we see there are agendas in HQ, you might expect that to some extent, but now that Valentau is up, that's a 6 strength code gate. That's hard to deal with. You can beat it by just besting the corporation in economics. That's possible, but now we no longer have that play to return the Valentau to hand to get into HQ. So sometimes you immediately regret those reses on HQ. We'll see if Rongy has a nice way to deal with this, whether it's just a botulus to get through that one and the run subroutine at the end. And otherwise, here we're going to see Santa just get that big money up, try and draw into the 2 copies of the big deal or the 2 more pivots we're expecting in the list. And once you get that Atlas counter, or the Atlas scored with 2 counters, and there we're going to start. That is a pivot, the second one. So pivot has a threat 3 text on it. Right now, it's just going to be 2 clicks to search your deck for either an operation or an agenda and just add it to HQ. I believe that is a big deal. 17 credits, the most expensive operation in the history of the game. It does have a 3 trash cost behind the Valentau. So if Rongy can manage to get in there and get a good hit, that is incredibly impactful, because that's 2 combo pieces down for the price of 1.
It's such a threatening option, but yeah, with that Valentau res on HQ, it's going to be difficult to see Rongy getting in reliably.
Seeing a Miss Bones hit on that moshing, I think that's very good tech right now, given the strength of assets.
Steel Skin as well. That's going to be 3 credits and 5 cards. Maybe the fuel Rongy needs here. Now, what kind of pressure are we going to expect to see in R&D? Whether it's a twinning, that does make a lot of sense with the Hermes. Otherwise, just the classic Stargate can give you some good control over the game. But we're assuming now, next turn, we're going to see big deal on probably a Project Atlas, which gives you 2 Atlas counters. That basically gives you the ability to close the game off in 2 to 3 turns.
And you're spending 17 credits on the big deal is going to bring us right down into too big to fail range, which is one of the ways that Santa has to get back to that 4 bad pub, even if there's no more ice resing. And once the 4 bad pub is up, the game's probably not going to go too much longer.
Amakua hitting the table there. That might be the only icebreaker you need. We did lose Bulwark in the rotation. We're not going to see too many cards. That's a Gachapon crack. We see a Noom, actually one of the best killers into this matchup. It is 8 strength. You can't move that up without additional support, but that gets through a Trebuchet for sometimes 1 to 2 credits if you have enough bad publicity. So Noom coming down there for only 2 credits off the Gachapon hit. We can clean up some of this. We don't need another Amakua. We don't need that second DreamNet as well. So just going to shuffle that economy back in the deck. Accessing here off the top. Again, if it's an agenda, we get a bounced unrezzed card, but there are no unrezzed cards on the table. So here we just need a really impactful access. We do have the DreamNet trigger first. I'm not sure if we got that. Spin Doctor down, though, for 2 bad publicity. Those pieces are also really important. Just the recursion. There's only 2 big deals in the deck, some audacities. Threatening the Spin Doctor is a nice hit.
And this could be such a tricky matchup for Hashiko. Famously, not usually home for a clot or simul chips, which is one of the few ways in the runner card pool to really mess with the fast advance strategy. But yeah, like you say, the Hermes is such a powerful option early when it comes to messing with fast advance decks, but not if they just don't have any unrezzed cards installed.
We actually saw in the last game, the game before lunch, Hoshiko versus Outfit, and we saw that Hoshiko deck clot lock the Outfit. So it can happen, but I'm guessing based on the fact that we've seen Miss Bones and Hermes, I'm guessing it's probably 3 of Hermes, maybe 2 of, and probably like 2 Miss Bones. I don't think there's much influence there for the Simmel chip, but maybe we'll see that out of this.
Yeah, I really
it's
like
such
that
a
Simmel
powerful
chip.
option.
The Simmel chip clout seems like a really good spot for the meta right now. I think that's quite potent. We saw a lot of sports metal last weekend. There's a lot of out of it today. I think it's one of the most represented corporations, so a really good spot there. And it's a bit tricky to clot out with Big Deal. The interactions is kind of wild. I think Ronky might have got the DreamNet there. The judge called in, and that's going to be install, advance 17 credits later. That is a big deal. That puts 4 advancements on a card. It is terminal, so it ends your turn, although it does allow you to score out an agenda. So that Atlas is going to have a lot of counters. Ronky can lose the game here in 2 more turns.
An Atlas with 2 counters is going to be such a potent threat in any match. But yeah, particularly if Rongi doesn't have that clot in the list, which for most of these Hermes Hoshiko lists hasn't been the normal, the standard. This is going to be a tricky one to come back from.
Yeah, I don't know what's in Santa's hand here, but if we have like an Audacity in hand or an agenda that's I don't know. I think I saw. Yeah, okay. I think we at least have a. Is that an Atlas or
It's an above the law, I think.
Excellent. Well, then we can tutor for the Audacity. I mean, this is a very, very good place to be, and the outfit can just be so explosive. Like, very few decks are able to make this much money this quickly, and also few decks are able to spend this money, this much money this quickly.
So
Yeah,
now there's going to
definitely,
be
and we're going to see this DreamNet hit the heap. I suspect if the above the law gets Audacity out next turn, I suppose that would depend on the other options available to Santa. He's definitely in the driver's seat in this one.
And there you go. Install Advanced Audacity. That should be the above the law. Can trash a resource. That's a 1 of the deck. The whole hand goes. You need at least 2 cards in your hand for that. Not going to be a problem. Those go face down into archives, and now we're on 5 points. In this next turn, again, we don't have a lot of credits, but with 2 Atlas counters, you pull 1 3/2 agenda and 1 Audacity. This is exactly why this deck is potentially so powerful. We did see it in some in the last round, if I'm not mistaken. It did struggle slightly. Again, if you don't draw your things in the right order, you don't get that early big deal, but we're going to get some axes on R&D. Rongy.
Although it's worth pointing out here that that play would not work because you need 3 cards in hand when you play the Audacity. So
right on.
probably going to be another turn. You could tutor for another hostile if you wanted to, but I think saving the counters until you can win on the turn is probably better.
Rongy, they're finding a hostile though off the top of the deck, so there's only 1 more in the list. You don't always see 3 of hostiles, and the outfit, it makes a lot more sense when there's also an immense economy card. So here, no bounce there. Checking archives just to see if there's any agendas in there, and the top deck we get a piece of ice. So here, Santa understands they are so close with 2 Atlas counters, but we're 1 card short. So even if they spend their whole turn of drawing up here, whether they want to ice up R&D, draw a couple cards, that could work. Otherwise, we're only on 3 bad publicity. So we're just slightly short, if I'm not mistaken. Are we on 3 bad publicity? I think we're on 2.
Like 3. Oh, you think so?
We had a
I think those might be
Valentar
click
res,
counters.
a hostile takeover.
Oh, you're right. Oh no,
There's
we
2 in the runner's credit area.
Okay.
Because we had a hostile takeover and 1 Valentar res, and I think that might be it.
So now just drawing up. Again, there's always a threat there in hand. Just getting something that gives bad publicity on res on HQ it's going to be difficult when the corporation Test 1, 2, 3. Hey, stream. I believe you can hear me. Is there any way in chat you could tell me if you can hear me? Vale and Repo, you can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
indeed.
Hold on. I'm gonna deafen myself here.
Okay. So we have the audio back in. Hi, Andre. Hey, Cranked. How's it going, man? Cool.
Our audio
So
is working.
okay, our audio is live to the stream now. Thanks for your patience. We're working on this in real time, obviously. Sam can no longer hear us in the West Coast, so yeah, stream's ours now. Buckle up. That was round 4.
Taking over.
We'll be back in a bit with round 5 again. That was a quick round here, so I'm not sure exactly when the timer is, but we'll be back up relatively soon. It's Andre time. All right, so yeah, thanks for your patience there. But we look to be back in. We seem to have this sorted out, but that was a very quick round. If you just missed the end of that, the idea was there with the 2 Atlas counters, you can pull Audacity and a Project Atlas, any 3-2 agenda really, and just close the game out there on the spot. So that was that. And we'll be back in, I imagine, 20 to 30 minutes. Again, these rounds are not that long. So if you think you have to wait an hour and 5, an hour and 10, it's going to be less than that. But please, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
All good.
Okay, we're set up. Do we know when the next round starts?
I have no idea. Unfortunately, wait, so where is everyone?
Hey everyone, welcome back. We're just about to start round 5. Thanks for bearing with us. I believe we have our audio back up. Shout outs to that. So things are working good. My name is Andre. I go by ABrick, and I'm joined by Vale and RepoRogue. Vale, how's it going?
Not too bad. How's it going, Repo?
I'm doing well. Excited for this game. Should be fun.
So we're just about halfway through the day. This is round 5 of 10 rounds today of single-sided Swiss. So these can be faster rounds. I believe we only have maybe 35 minutes. Maybe it's 40 minutes today. We'll find out in a bit. And on the left there, we have FireRL playing Asa Group. It's a 45-15 from the FFG era. It says the first time that you install a card in or in front of a remote server, you can install another card in or in front of that remote server, paying all costs. The second card can't be an agenda, but this ability got so much support in the last set with things like Ablative Barrier, with Vovo. There's a lot of flexibility here. I'm really excited to see Asa. We didn't see a lot of Asa at APAC, and today it's actually one of the most represented corporation identities. I don't know what you're all expecting to see.
Well, I feel like we just saw a clod in the runner's hand, which tells me that we're seeing possibly the same Hoshiko we might have seen earlier in the day.
Yeah, there's 2 unities in hand, it looks like, as well. Or at least one. I thought 2. Yeah, it's 1 unity. Yeah, I don't know what to expect out of this Asa. I mean, I would expect, obviously, like, wage workers and just, like, good, efficient assets and all that, but yeah, I don't know what we're gonna see in terms of like the win condition. Maybe we're gonna see like Formicary Skunkworks. That's always fun. The Asa lets you you can install the Formicaries in new remotes and then flop and then pull the Formicaries to your Managarm server. It's very nice combo.
So Hoshiko there on the right, just setting up. We get an early daily cast, an early fermenter. Now, we saw a lot of ASA group decks. A couple ASA group decks from APAC. And I think one of the interesting things is we're seeing actually fewer decks. I think we saw out of the top 8, almost none of the decks were running hedge fund. So you're going to see cards on the table like Maryland Campaign, Wage Workers, and, well, Wage Workers, its own beast for sure. The economy, if you can contest it, it's usually the economy is going to be attached to assets or things like fully operational in the case of ASA. Now, advance behind a single piece of ice in the early game, cards like Magnet are super popular right now, and that's actually a very hard thing for Hoshiko, not starting with a Banhar at the beginning of the turn to deal with, because you basically need to find your decoder. I think we did see Unity in hand, and we'll see. Running the remote server, I'm not expecting that to be an NGO front. There's the Magnet. So 3 costs, 3 strength, just end the run, and Trojans will not work on this. Anything that's installed will be blanked, barring a Hush. It does win the tech war. So here, if we want to go in there, ThatsNoMun can drop the Unity from hand. I think you have to boost twice and break once, so it's going to be 6 credits. That's a bit expensive, nearly doable. You might have to just crack the fermenter, and stopping an early off-world office, if that's arguably, maybe it's a Ikoa project, but there's the play coming down, the Shaper decoder for 2 influence. Let's see what we got. That's an off-world office. So 2 points. That is a really rough start for FireRL. Would love to score that thing out. The second remote server is just another Maryland campaign. I think the Hoshiko's feeling pretty good there, especially if you roll up, sometimes with like 50 cards to get your decoder down on the turn that you need a turn to. Feels good.
Big swing. Yeah, big swing right there. I mean, it's not just the points, but
swing.
Yeah. It's all the credits denied.
So now, that decoder can still get text out in the early game. We have things like Gatekeeper that on the turn, their res, they are 6 strength. But we'll see with FireRL if they want to push a remote server. It looks like just getting some credits. Again, the economy, we have the 2 Marylands ticking. We'll see if Hoshiko has the time to bring those down. We're going to be running HQ, though, open, and we want to access a card a turn just to keep Hoshiko flipped. We're seeing a card, I believe that's a fully operational. So one of the most powerful cards, one of the reasons you're playing Asa Group, it allows you to gain 2 cards or 2 credits. And then for every server you have that has something in front of it, and ice in front of that server, you can repeat that effect. So you're going to see in the late game, that card sometimes will be played for draw 2 cards, gain 6 credits. Another Axis, a bit of glare there. I believe it's a piece of ice. Do you know what that was? It looked like another magnet, maybe.
Some kind of HB ice.
And second fermenter, while the first one wasn't too long lived, that is going to be the economy in the back you need. Love the note taking there for ThatsNoMun. Anytime, again, now and never, it's been a while, you can take notes. So if you access those cards on central servers, you want to remember what they are, you can write that down. Now, these Marylands are going unchecked. I believe the credits on the lid, those are FireRL's real credits. And now transitioning, if you want to go for a scoring remote server, you're probably going to need a defensive upgrade. Maybe you can just tax out, but double install, that is only one click with Asa Group.
Yeah, well, you don't even necessarily need to tax out if you can just force them to find like a fractor in the early game. The chances of them being able to afford to break everything and install the fractor are maybe a little low here. But yeah.
Looked like
So
a Tattoo Bowler install, I think.
Oh, that'd be so good. That's one of the new cards from the set. Only 2 influence. Has some really good interactions with Asa Group. Allows you to get that install. Mind you, Swap has been recently ruled as being an install as long as one of the cards comes in from off the table. I think this is click 1, run R&D again. You're going to see ThatsNoMun just value the accesses. You love that. That's the Anarch meta there. 3 magnets I think we might have seen. And so if you want to go there for a single access, it's still pretty expensive, mind you. Unity does get cheaper once you have another Icebreaker down, or heaven forbid all 3. Going to take the bounce there. We see a Hippo in hand, but Steel Skin Scarring, instead of drawing, why don't you pay 1 to draw 3? We're going to see a bit deeper. We do see a Hush in hand, if I'm not mistaken. I think I might have seen a Fencer Fueno there in the middle. We'll see if Fencer Fueno, she goes sailing on the table. She got a bit better with Baya Bands, you could argue, and it does work with Managarm, but the Narwhal is hitting American Continentals, and the Hippo to follow it out. That is some potential ice destruction. Maybe that Magnet might not last another turn if FireRL just wants to score out here. Now, 2 advances. Very important to know in terms of HB. We've lost Global Food Initiative. So the 5-3 slot, if you want to play 5-3s, I think a lot of the decks are. That's a bit more interesting. The obvious inclusion here is usually Ikwa Project, a 5-3 defensive agenda that says if the runner wants to steal it, they have to spend 2 credits and a click, which can be a real tax, especially if you're not expecting it, especially the way it works with things like Managarm and border control that can slow you down in other ways. So we'll see here. I don't think Fire wants to score a big old 5-3. I think we want to score Vitruvius with a couple counters.
The other thing, it might be like Send a Message is not a terrible card. I've definitely seen Asas that are on Ikwa and Send a Message. I think you usually have the Ikwa first, but you know, Sam can be good for these decks too.
So that
doesn't have any counters on it, so
I don't know what that is.
I have no idea what that.
I'm
assuming
message.
It's got to be
no
an
Isis
Ikwa, right?
raised. It's got to be an Ikwa, probably.
Oh yeah, it's the full art. I can just make it out. Yeah, that's the Ikwa. Yeah.
Awesome. So that is a Project Ikwa. So just a 5-3 with no active text. That's probably pretty good for the Hoshiko. As much as 3 points is scary, that is not going to push the board state forward. And let me tell you, every other agenda in the deck is going to be a tempo positive agenda. So yeah, Project Ikwa is going to add 3 points there to FireRL side, and that's okay. Hoshiko here, just going to peel out there with the moshing. Get some more cards in hand. Fencer Fueno getting to work. But yeah, this is not the aggressive start. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, it's just, not the ideal first agenda you want to be scoring in a match like this.
Oh, Luminal rip. Foil Luminal, mind you, FireRL was the 2nd place finisher in the Startup Championship at Worlds just last year, and that's going to take technically to game point. While there's probably only one more Ikwa, ThatsNoMun, if they can find it, he's going to get to game point real soon. Well, he is on game point, excuse me.
It's always scary. The Mad Dash stocks have been down in since APAC.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You're not seeing too much, mind you. That should be a credit on Fueno. That's 3 credits if you want to trash stuff. Fueno just lets you use those credits while accessing, I believe, is the limitation. I'm not actually sure what the downside to Fueno is if you can't feed her, if you want to say that.
I think you have to pay 1 credit.
Oh, yeah, that's true. You just have to continue to pay. Okay, so it's not the worst. Now, sure, gamble in hand, or sorry, hedge fund in hand. This list is mindfully running hedge fund, so FireRL is in a hard spot here. The longer you wait, the more breakers are going to hit the table. And we're not seeing the wage workers. We're not seeing those aggressive remote pushes. We're not seeing the setups that you need for fully operational.
Yeah, it's hard to know exactly what went down here, but it might be that the assets in the ice just kind of came into the hand at the wrong time, leading to it being a little bit awkward to get that out.
Now, there is an interesting thing here that's very important. It's a hard thing to play around. Is now that ThatsNoMun is at 4 points, we have access to the threat text on Ablative Barrier. Well, that is only a gear check barrier that you know still has really good value in the early game. Now that we're hit the mid to late game, that thing allows you to install a card when it's res from archives or HQ. It has to be a non-agenda, but that does trigger ASA group. So ThatsNoMun actually has to be a bit careful here, because if you run too late in the turn, suddenly it's a Rashida on the table. Suddenly it's a Spin Doctor. Heaven forbid they install an ice and put an agenda behind it on the last click. There's a lot of flexibility here. Oh, they can't do the agenda thing exactly. Excuse me. And there you go, a bladed barrier being rezzed. So 2 cost, that is an end the run barrier at 1 strength, and now Fire can install a non-agenda card from HQ or archives, and this can have, again, huge swings. I do think, though, Mun has an entire turn to react to it, but just another ice on R&D kind of shows you where the points are in this game.
It's cool that we're basically getting like bits of Architect split up over different pieces of ice.
Yeah.
Like Drafter and Abbot of Barrier, we basically have like 2 kind of Architect cards.
Now, Drafter here could be also very important, but we haven't seen a lot of like very powerful assets. Like we've seen no Spin Doctors so far. We've seen no Rashidas so far. So while a Drafter res could be impactful, I believe that's a Carmen, which is the other program on the left of the Unity. Is that correct? So if we do find a Sentry here, I think we get through the Carmen or through the Drafter for 4 credits, which is kind of a rough spot for Carmen. But that's just going to be a magnet now. We can only have to boost once with 2 installed Icebreakers, so that's 3 credits for an access. It's going to keep Hoshiko online. Card up the top. It's a Spin Doctor. Fuencer getting to use, throwing out an important card. I think Fire would love to see that. Again, that burst draw can be super useful when it comes to getting that ASA group to fire consistently in a way that works for you. We're going back here. We have the credits to spend with that Fermenter. Single card off the top. That is another off-world office. We're at 6 points.
It's a rough place to be as ASA group right now.
Really difficult.
Getting back into this game is going to be a hell of a task with these servers.
So we have some upsides again. Threat 4. We have the Vovo. Maybe we have the Ablatives. But Fire can't take some risks. And the opposite sometimes when you're, in this kind of an uncomfortable spot. Mind you, only 3 credits to his name. You have to start taking risks. Because sitting across from a Fermenter, already 2 breakers, a Hippo, and funny enough, a loaded Fencer Fueno. We're in a pretty good spot. Now, we'll see if we're going to see any other strong multi-axis, whether it's twinning, whether it's Wake and Plant. I think Stargate is usually what you'd expect. And taking 10 credits, I believe, off of that botch list, we're going to see where that money gets put to use. Probably going to see something expensive. It's just a Cleaver. We have all our breaker suite, so it wasn't too long for the Anarch to set that up, and not a deck that has that much consistency with Mutual Favor or SMC. They're just trying to draw into their stuff. Access in the remote server, I believe that's a Wage Workers. That was the card that was top deck last turn. That's getting trashed. Fencer Fueno getting some good value this game.
So we haven't really seen, I don't think, anything other than Spin Doctor in terms of influence. Curious what y'all think this deck is on in terms of influence. Oh, wait, did we see a Tatabola?
I think we might expect there's a Tattoo Bowl in front of the magnet. I think you're expecting usually 6 influence on border controls. That's generally pretty standard. Sometimes the influence goes into things like Anoetic Void, maybe an Adrian Seiss is new if you want to go for the defensive upgrades. But you very often do see border control just as a way to be able to close the game out. Like you have that early expansion, and then in the late game when the runner does have breakers, that's kind of your angle. Border control, Manigar, maybe even if you want to leverage some MICs. In the remote server though, MCA austerity policy, that's another nice way to attack the runner. This asset is only 1 to res, and you can spend a click on a turn to put a power counter on it. Now, the runner this turn will only have 3 clicks. So you're spending a click, but you're also taking that click away from the runner. And when this MCA austerity gets to 2 or 3 counters, you actually can get a bunch of extra clicks on your turn, and you generally use that to score out agendas. Now, this might mean that Mun doesn't have to run this. Maybe they can just pressure HQ, make sure the top of R&D is not drawing into agendas, but got some interesting choices here. We haven't seen a pinhole yet, but this would be a nice enough way to get good use of that.
It's going to be tricky to force this runner to get the MCA to pop and score off an agenda, given the runner's current resources and setup. This could be quite a could be too little, too late. I think for the ASA player.
Yeah, it's also hard because. Oh, sorry.
I was just saying we're checking HQ there. See that fully operational. It's been there for a while. This actually is probably the best line for FireRL, is just hope you don't draw an agenda for a couple turns. And then on the turn that the MC austerity policy fires, you can draw a whole bunch before you fire it with your fully operational and hopefully draw into a 4-2 agenda. That might be the safest way. We're going to start with a fully operational. So the cost 1, we're going to start with draw 2. We can do this twice more, draw 2, gain 2. We're drawing 2 more cards. I'm probably going to get 2 credits. I think we see a Formicary there. So that might be the first influence we see besides the other Spin Doctor in the hand. And that obviously is going to make it... We're going to expect some Managarm Skunkworks, maybe even 3 copies, because that interaction is it's pretty spicy.
It's a powerful one, yeah. Did we see did ThatsNoMun trash a clot from HQ at any point to a moshing? Because this MCA austerity policy might not accomplish a lot if ThatsNoMun is able to just play clot from hand the turn before it pops.
Yeah, that's true. You might see some purges again. Sometimes with austerity, you have enough time if you can do like biotic purge. Like there are ways around it just because you have so many clicks. But there definitely has to be some clot respect there. And I did think we see a clot. I'm not sure where exactly it went back. We're seeing 6 off the top of that Gachapon. So we can install here a virtual or a program for 2 credits less. I think we have the Puemo as as an option. That actually, is that the only option? I'm not sure where the bottom card is.
It's probably worth pointing out that these 2 are test partners, so they've... Oh, that's not a legal Gachapon install, is it? Or no, that is virtual. Okay, sorry. I'm getting my...
Yes, it
yep,
is virtual.
awesome. All right, cool. I was getting confused. It's him who says no connections. Paladin says no connections.
Exactly, yeah.
Worth pointing out that these 2 are testing partners, so there's a good chance that they know what they're doing, like the other person is trying to do, more or less. So there's probably awareness on Colin's side that there's maybe a clot in play.
And yeah, Acer famously one of the few IDs that gets a free Mavericks install when you put your agenda on the table. So you don't need to worry about red level or any of those sorts of shenanigans if you want to get the purge off on the score turn.
Yeah, Mavirus is huge right now in the meta. I think it's showing up in more decks than it ever has. I think a big thing is Amaku is largely going unchecked. Obviously, you have Fermenters, Leeches are still also seeing some amount of play. But the big thing here, too, is with like Ablative Barrier, you can clicklessly get a Mavirus on the table in interesting plays. It's just a very flexible card. And you're often seeing 2 as like a starting spot for a lot of these Asa horizontal decks. Now,
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I think this is like definitely a minor element of it, but I think it doesn't hurt to just have a card that you can like flexibly use to bait out runs. And that's not in this particular deck is important, but I just think that Mavirus is so good right now. As you said, it hits Fermenter, it hits Clot. But I think even if you're not running a fast advance plan, it's worth considering just for the Amakua and Fermenter angle. Like it can be really devastating to knock out like a 4-counter Fermenter before they have a chance to pop it.
Yeah, especially with players like Sokka bringing decks like Freedom to tournaments, and doubly so if you're also a Tranquility home grid deck, which this ESA may be.
Yeah, it's huge with Tranquility. It's a really easy install. And speaking of hopefully easy installs, Daily Cast, but that's a twinning. So that's the first multi-axis we've seen so far. Again, Hoshiko largely is just setting up for the first couple turns, and now that we have those credits we can use off the companions. Fencer Fueno takes a little bit extra effort, but Paladin Puemo is so easy to get that credit of a turn. And the first time a turn you use a credit from an installed card, you can put that as a power counter on the twinning. And then when you're running R&D and HQ, you can use up to 2 counters to see that many more cards. So we might see a big lock on top of R&D the turn before the MCA can go off, but MCA austerity policy actually can go off right now. I think it only allows you to score out a 3-2 agenda if I did the math correctly. But otherwise, if you hold till next turn, you can score out a 5-3. Actually, no, you can score out a 4-2 this turn, right? If you load it and then hit it in the same turn.
Yeah.
So if we
being on 6 points by the time the twinning comes down is not a bad place to be at all for the runner.
Yeah, not at all. Not also a lot of Icers rezzed for the corporation. So 14 credits dealing with that hippo, that outermost might not get rezzed. But imagining what we need to see on R&D for that to be considered taxing, I think you need to see something that costs about 6 credits, like an Oncel, a Brawn, maybe an MIC still can be difficult. Unity doesn't deal with it too well, depending when you're running on the turn. And if you run too late, you're going to basically put yourself out of that last Ikoa. Maybe you can take those risks. There's only one more. But Fire, definitely giving a decision here. We've seen the hand. I think we see a Gatekeeper. I don't know if that Formicary has hit the table so far. There's a Wage Workers and a Spin Doctor already, so definitely some things you want to get on the table. And it looks like we're going to crack it. So we use one power counter, that's 1 click. Then we trash it for a 2nd click. That gives us, I believe, 5 clicks. So now we'll have 5 clicks left in the turn, if I'm not mistaken. So you can install and do quad advance. Imagine you had a Wage Workers there. You can actually fast advance a 5-3, which is pretty wild. The sort of thing that only Mirror Morph used to be able to do at that speed with MCA Austerity. So FireRL, I believe, has 5 clicks here. And that's a Vitruvius. We can get a really big Vitruvius with a lot of counters. That can do a lot of work when you're pulling back fully operationals at instant speed. Double install. And we'll see here
Wage
again.
Workers, now that Wage Workers sees other actions, you can install Wage Workers, install an agenda, res the Wage Workers, triple advance, trigger Wage Workers, advance again.
There you go. Install in the middle. Those 2 installs, mind you, on the first server, those are Ace group installs. They're not counted as 2 separate install actions for Wage Workers. Wage Workers says as soon as you do 3 things in a row, actually not even, is it in a row? I'm not sure, but you get a click. So now we have an additional click.
It does not have to be in a row. It's just the
Perfect.
3rd time. Yeah. Each time you do an action for the 3rd time, each turn. It's wild. I love Wage Workers, and I love that it can trigger multiple times per turn. That's such a fun aspect of it that Jeeves didn't have.
So triple advance there. We got a free click. Fully operational. Is that what's happening right now? And we're just going to score out. That's just a Vitruvius with no counters on it. Surprising. So it looks like we might want to push something in the remote server that same turn. But we're now both on game point. If FireRL has access to a Biotic Labor, this can actually be quite scary for ThatsNoMun. They might need to put up the aggression.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Asa's not looking quite so out of this. Even the MCA was allowed to pop.
Bunch of companions. We got 1 twinning counter already. Daily cast taking down Hoshiko. Gonna trade a credit for a card draw at the beginning. We only have 5 credits, if I'm not mistaken, for the runner. So that can go pretty quickly. Unity is relatively good, but coming in at 1 strength, paying 2 for a magnet, that's not Buzzsaw exactly, but even a Gatekeeper there, you're feeling okay if that. It goes a bit farther there. We're going to start with the draw. Mind you, very importantly, you still only have 3 clicks as the runner, because the Austerity cracked this turn, but was also loaded the same turn. So 2nd click, we're checking the remote server. I believe that is a Spin Doctor. We're going to res that. So Fire can still crack this, and I think he drew into a Vitruvius. So if he has a Biotic Labor, that can be it. Now he can choose to remove this from the game before the run's successful. So Hoshiko not only won't access a card, but you can't use Defense or Final credits to charge the twinning. So only have 1 more click this turn if we want to get some good accesses here. We're going to shuffle back an MCA Austerity and a Seamless Launch. I find it really fun with Ablative Barrier that sometimes you want to keep your MC Austerity in archives. Sometimes you're choosing not to shuffle cards back because you want to be able to get them at instant speed with not that we have Vitruvius counters, but we have some other flexibility with Ablative.
Yeah, I think it's cool to see stuff like that, and also stuff like where it's important where your cards are in unique ways, and I think we've gotten more of that lately, and that's really fun. I think those interactions are awesome.
So we charged the twinning. I'm not sure exactly how. Discarded a card there. So now with 10
credits, trashing the Wage Workers, I think.
Oh, he went for the Wage Workers, excuse me. That's huge. That's a very important last run here. Because even if you don't trust the Wage Workers, we talked about Biotic Labor can score out a 3-2 from hand. With Wage Workers, you can score out a 4-2 from hand. Biotic Labor, install, quad advance. So we'll see. Sometimes these ASIC group lists are on 1 Biotic, sometimes more. Double install. That is a Managarm Skunkworks, a defensive upgrade. And I do think after that hedge fund, there is a Forma carry somewhere. So that Managarm actually might trigger twice here. You could probably feel okay about putting an agenda in that remote server behind 3 ice, Managarm into Forma carry. With only now 6 credits after the daily cast and Hoshiko. Again, that's
a tricky
ThatsNoMun.
position to be in for the runner.
Yeah, for sure. This is going to be a hard one.
Yeah, regardless of how this ends, Fire has played extremely well in coming back into a game that looked very bad.
Yeah, stayed cool. And now, ThatsNoMun finally has 4 clicks. It's been a while, but 4 clicks to figure out how to deal with this table. It's 14 credits to 6. Now, again, that is a Carmen, I believe, really glared out in the middle. So that is a killer. If you want to break a drafter, it's 4 credits. You can't let the subroutines fire. Your money goes really quickly. We're going to start here by running R&D. There is a threat. You can see 3 cards on R&D. And as long as you have 2 credits and a click left, that Ikua can be stolen. Checking with the ices. Mind you, there is a hippo here. We're going to check what all our ice is. Love that. Making sure the runner is not spreading you too thin. So say we might
hidden somewhere here.
Yeah, it's so much easier to play Formicary on person than JNet, where that window comes up and betrays your traps as much as you have to remember it's there. Outermost, that is the Formicary. So that is just a sentry. You can take 2 net damage to go through it if you don't want to break it. It looks like that's going to be the choice here again. If it's late on in the game, it doesn't matter that much. As much as we don't have bin breakers, you can lose a Unity. You can lose a Maw. But you got through that for free, and that is going to protect from the Hippo. This looks like maybe a Drafter? I don't know what this is.
This is some sort of altar.
That was 4 credits. I'm assuming it's a Drafter.
Right.
Yeah, that makes sense.
2 more. Gonna be for the magnet. That's all your money now. We can access 3 cards. If we steal the Ickle, we don't have the credits to steal it. Fueno is 1 short. But 3 cards here again. Any agenda wins the game. Besides, on the top, that's fully operational. Into another Formicary. Last access, a Tattoo Bola. R&D holds here. That's a shake of the head from ThatsNoMun. Understanding now they went down to 0 credits. It's going to be very hard to contest anything else. So if Fire just has in the remote server, has it in the remote server there on top of the Managarm, might not be it though. If it's a 4-2 agenda, you still need a Wage Workers to stick, or you need a Seamless launch in hand. I'm not sure if we've seen a Seamless so far. But Mun understanding it's going to be difficult to get the accesses. If you faceplant into HQ, a Drafter res can do a lot of damage. I don't think we have access to a Spin Doctor.
I mean, I feel like HQ is probably still the way to go here because it's like the only way you might even potentially get the accesses, right? Like with 0 credits, you're not gonna break the magnet. So that might be your best bet. Even though, again, I think you're right. It's almost certainly not gonna work. You take a credit, hope you run into like a Tattoo Bola or something.
That's like the other risk too. Is like sometimes you play to your outs. Your narrow outs is probably getting access on HQ. But what happens if it's not the win in the remote server and then you hit an ablative, right?
It's true. You're absolutely right.
So credit, we're running the remote server. That is a Rashida Yahim getting trashed for free with offensive Fueno. That will charge the twinning. So in the remote server, that's a Vitruvius. FireRL finds the 7 points just in the remote server.
Excellent match.
Well played. Big smile on Fire's face. An absolutely, I would say, pretty brutal start there. ThatsNoMun finding the accesses, getting set up way faster, getting the way through the magnet sooner than you'd expect, but just staying onto the course, getting there to 7 points on top of the Managarm. Good game.
Real clinic on staying cool under pressure there from FireRL, hemorrhaging 6 points in the first 6 or 7 turns, but staying cool, recovering, winning the game.
It's amazing to think though, if turn 2 the off-orb office doesn't get taken, this game is over much more quickly, right? Like that's such a huge swing in terms of tempo for the Corp. Like part of the problem here being the Corp, wasn't able to get the combination of like money and like board state. And a big part of that is losing this agenda that could have been scored on turn 2 or turn 3.
Yeah, so that's always the question when you sit down across from the Hoshiko. You want to ask, how many cards you got? Because the bigger the number goes, the less consistent certain lines are. So like rushing behind a magnet, in terms of that whole deck, it's only weak to exactly getting down your decoder in hand. And if they're playing 50 cards, 55 cards, you probably take that angle. And it's not only the magnet. Sometimes if you have a Tattoo Bola, that's also a really hard call. They have the Fractor. Okay, if they botchless, they actually do get through it. So that one's, you got a couple more lines there. But magnet's kind of the ideal thing there. Because just about anything else you put down, botchless gets through it. Otherwise, yeah, that's the only one that says get your decoder and come back. But I do think we saw Mun starting with 2 unities, 4 influence worth of decoders in their hand. So, yeah.
Some people do play like a cheeky boomerang or 2 in Hoshiko. I think the Blitz Hoshiko deck had a boomerang in it, but that's definitely an unusual call. And at least the other Hoshiko we saw earlier spent that influence on simul chips. So going into a very different direction there.
Boomerang Hoshiko is a bit of a callback. It's been around since I think Worlds 2020. David Ghostmeat, I think, made the cut, and then ran that back in 2021. Made the cut again with a Boomerang Hoshiko. one of those options that's been around. It's a list that's probably still powerful, but yeah, we haven't seen it much in sort of the last year and a half at all, really.
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends on, are you worried about getting rushed out, or are you worried about fast advance, right? And I think there's so many decks right now that are trying to fast advance out agendas that I see the reasoning behind the clot simulchip call there. That makes a lot of sense to me.
Definitely, especially given the fermenters and botulists that you'll often see in these Anarch lists anyway. Just such good synergy with simulchip that it just can become such an easy include to have that clot option available, and yeah, it can just shut down such powerful plays.
Yeah, I mean, the fermenter play alone is like, it significantly extends your like ability to sustain against Glacier decks, and I think that can be valuable. Like sometimes Hoshiko runs out of steam against Glacier. Fermenter simulchip though takes a lot longer to run out of steam. I also like, if we're thinking about the decks, like, so today we saw Epiphany, which was on fast advance, and then we've seen 2 outfits on fast advance, and now we've seen Asa on fast advance. Wait, no, we saw a Tia that was not on fast. No, it was. That one had Audacity. Every single deck we've seen today has had fast advance, either as a core part of its game plan, or at the very least as a secondary win condition. So, yeah, the clock call makes perfect sense.
Yeah, I don't think we're surprised to see Hoshiko today. Hoshiko did really well in APAC, huge conversion rate. Most of the top cut was Hoshiko. And as much as, we had a new set come out only 2 weeks ago, it's so exciting to see the meta change and adapt around it. I think that deck, while I think it had other challenges to kind of, morph around, figuring out how you work without the bin breakers, figuring out what your breaker suite is, what you have to deal with on the corp side. I think those sort of decisions are the ones that are going to elevate certain Hoshiko decks. The access to clot going to be very important today. I think we're going to see even more of that threat throughout the whole weekend.
Definitely. I think to some extent, though, the challenge of finding breakers with Hoshiko, it was made a lot easier by the fact that Hoshiko just inherently kind of does everything she needs to in faction. And so, like, before rotation, you could basically spend your influence on anything you wanted to. And now you have to spend some of your influence on breakers and then anything else you want. And that's a little bit harder, but like really there's so little stressing your influence before rotation that I don't actually think it's that hard to do. That being said, I think there's a lot of potential room for, as you said, one deck to excel versus another, or to excel in some matchups versus another, depending on which rig you end up going with. I know there's been a lot of talk about like Turbine lately, and I feel like in this particular meta, Turbine's probably a bad call. But like Mimic is great into a lot of decks. A lot of decks are not playing big sentries. But of course, if you do run into those big sentries without something like Turbine, it can be a huge problem.
But that's the thing, like, I totally agree with that. We're seeing, Unities hit the table. We're seeing Carmen's hit the table. That's, 8 influence of the deck. That's almost half the influence. And obviously we have a pretty small sample size today, but like those breakers haven't seemed good. Right? Like eventually, in this matchup specifically, very small sample size here, like Mimic gets us just as far with the drafters. Maybe on cell is a bit of an issue, but you can work around that. And of course, Buzzsaw deals with the magnets better, but you can't deal with Gatekeeper. How big of a problem is that? It's interesting to see the fixed strength breakers not being the thing that Anarchs are entirely kind of jumping towards. And, maybe the Valen Chow is the reason that you can't be happy to play your Buzzsaw as much as maybe just having more money fixes that problem. But it's interesting. I want to see if the Hoshiko's maybe next week at Euro Africa Continentals, whether the breaker suite's going to change if you're expecting a more predictable meta.
Yeah, I mean, I think that honestly the big issue with the Buzzsaw is the Valentau, but also the Gatekeeper. I mean, Gatekeeper's just such a nightmare in that situation.
Yeah, but like, what are you expecting to break that with Unity on turn 1 anyways, right? Like, it's a nightmare no matter how you slice it.
Sure, but like it's a nightmare to break it on any turn when it's rezzed with Buzzsaw, whereas like, so that keeps it consistent throughout the game, whereas with Unity, if you're fully rigged up, you can break it for like 4, which is still a lot, but like that's much better than what you're doing with Buzzsaw, right? Buzzsaw's like what? It's like 10 credits to break without any support. Like that you just can't do that, right?
Yeah, no, I think there's an assumption, like, as the game goes on, maybe, and we're not seeing a lot of leech, right? Like, we're not seeing the support pieces, but hopefully by the time that, your Unity does get through it for, hopefully, 4 credits, that you might have other solutions. But no, yeah, there's always a trade-off between the early game and the late game. We'll see if the late game actually shows up.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the current situation with all these icebreakers and ice is so shifted from what our perceptions were in the previous format before rotation, where an ice like Bran was just really not, worth the cardboard that it was printed on, given that it was broken by paperclip for 5 credits. But now that there's like a lot of cleavers going around, that sixth strength barrier with 3 relevant subroutines, suddenly like people are clicking through cards when they weren't in the past. That's whether you also get the strength from those, like playing Corroder instead, where these decisions become things that the runners have to consider when deck building again.
I'm going to come to Brand's defense and say that 6 credits to res, 5 to tax is not bad. I think the bigger issue there is that it's not exceptionally taxing, and it's also not very punishing to face check. So it's kind of a hard sell. But yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, it's wild. It's like maybe we're sleeping on Brand for a while, but like people, are playing Endless Eula and NBN. That cost you 6 credits to go through for 6 without a breaker. Is how much worse is Brand? It's the fact that you can click through it. But I have no doubt we're going to see some decks today playing Brand because I think it is in a much better spot than it was before.
Yeah, I think the other thing to recommend Eula is that like Bran is clickable and then you steal the agenda on the other side. Whereas with Eula, if you just run through it, often that agenda is Bologna, and being able to pay like 11 credits can be quite an ass.
And then you get Oppo researched or hard hitting news back in the day. There's a lot of reasons why that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, but now, I mean, the Eula looks really bad if Buzzsaw is something that anyone's playing, but I don't think I've seen any Buzzsaw today. I mean, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I've seen any Buzzsaw today.
Buzzsaw, no, but Cleaver you get through it, right? For 3 credits?
Oh, Cleaver. Yes, thank you. Sorry. Yes, Cleaver. Yeah.
But no, you're right. That is a really rough one, and I think there's probably still NBN decks playing maybe on a Eula as like the high strength thing, the one of in the deck to make the remote server really annoying. If there is going to be a remote server, right? Like we're seeing a lot of one funhouse will be good enough.
One of the more exciting things to surprise a Bankar player with, but at the moment we haven't been seeing too much of Bankar either.
Yeah, we'll see again. That's another really fun thing too. It's like if the Hoshiko deck sizes come down, if you're less bin breakers, there are no more bin breakers. How easy is it to play Banhar? I think it's still probably worth a slot, but I'm excited to see which Hoshikos are still smashing dice with net damage as the breaker.
Totally. I feel like Banhar. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, go on.
I was going to say, in that game, we didn't see ThatsNoMun's console, so we didn't get the full influence spread. Possibly, probably, potentially Hermes.
I think we saw them all.
We saw them all? My apologies.
Yeah, very often the ones that are spending a lot of influence on icebreakers can't afford to spend that much more influence on the console. Because Hermes is like, if you want to play all 3, it's 9 influence, right? And you generally are not playing 2 copies of Hermes in a Hoshiko deck that can't get it consistently. So I think that's one of the interesting things is to see how much influence they're spending on breakers. I think a lot of the Hermes decks too, like maybe this is not entirely accurate also. It's like it's Amakua is going to be like the breaker that they spend influence on, and then they do a bunch of like fixed strength stuff. So you'll see like Noom. I don't think you're just going to see Mimic, and I think that makes a lot of sense as well.
Yeah, totally. I personally have not been too like Hermes has had some moments today, but I haven't been like wildly impressed by it. It's a good card, but I'm not convinced that I'm a little bit unconvinced that people have quite figured out the best way to use it yet. And another sort of aspect of this whole breakers conversation is like I haven't seen any banner today. I'm curious, honestly, why not? It seems like a solid card. I guess Cleaver deals with most things. Fine.
Yeah, it's too close to Cleaver.
Fair enough.
And it doesn't have enough strength to deal with the mighty Bran.
Yeah, Cleaver through the Brand if you really want to. But it's such a fascinating card. I think Mercury is, maybe a part of the problem it's solving. We'll see. Again, not a lot of Mercury today, but it's absolutely such an exciting fractor. It's just I think for a lot of these anarchists that are trying to play the most efficient options, Cleaver still is quite good.
I think if we see envelopment coming
exactly,
more
that's
into
the best
meta
case
than we have currently, my God, getting your envelopment banned feels so bad.
That is absolutely true. Yeah, that's something too I've noticed, right? Like there's very little ob today, but there's some ob that's doing quite well. I think looking right here, I see like 2, I think.
I
but
think
both
the
of those,
King and Ysengrin are both repping the ob today.
Yeah, both excellent players. Would not be shocked to see ob back at the top table. by the end of the day. But yeah, if Ob is the threat, then Banner maybe makes more sense.
It's also one of those IDs that just has so many potent builds that if your opponent sits down and shows you Ob, you can't even really be sure what you're going to be playing against until they take that first corp turn.
And even then, sometimes, right? You have no idea.
Absolutely. It's actually I think that I'll say that Hoshiko has lost is the fact that you no longer have to worry about APOC Hoshiko. Not that deck was like ever super popular, but it was always a strong deck, and it was always something that like you kind of had to worry about a little bit. Or if you didn't worry about it, you'd occasionally lose in a tournament to it. Not speaking from personal experience, as someone who's had that happen to them multiple times.
Definitely something you had to respect at all times to not just get completely blindsided by it.
We're just getting reports that time has been called in the round. So generally there's about 5 to 10 minutes of bookkeeping, reporting, shuffling around. But round 6 should be with us relatively soon. Again, for those who are tuning in, how's it going? Welcome to the Null Signal Netrunner Twitch channel. Today, this is the American Continentals at Cascadia. This is in Bellevue, Washington at the Mox Boarding House, which is a very exciting place. Again, the Tomina Initiative is on sale here at this establishment. So there's a lot of people picking up cards and having, their cardboard to play with for the first time today, which is fantastic. Now, this is single-sided Swiss. A lot of folks might be more familiar with double-sided Swiss, which is an hour and generally 5 minutes for a round. And so players will both play different sides. And then halfway through the round, they'll swap. So you play Corp and then you play Runner. And this is different, where you're assigned to only play one side, a matchup against one person. The rounds are shorter, 35 to 40 minutes. And then you're paired, again, you just have more rounds. So throughout the day, you'll be playing the same amount of Netrunner. It just it kind of mixes it up in an interesting way. So you might not see any intentional draws. You definitely can't see any 2-for-1s. So we're going to see a lot of the top players who at this point in the tournament might start considering intentional drawing and 2-for-1ing. We're going to see everyone play just about the same amount of Netrunner, which, let me tell you, I'm super excited for that. Have you all played single-sided tournaments so far?
Yeah, I played US. Oh, sorry, go on.
No, you go ahead.
Oh, a few weeks ago, I played US East Coast Nats as my first single-sided Swiss tournament. And round 1, I ate a timed draw. And that felt extremely bad because that was 1 point rather than 3. But in general, I thought it was okay. I felt that many of my games ended up going to time, and that was frustrating. A lot more games went to time than with double-sided Swiss.
Yeah. That's I think that feedback came through to some extent. I'm pretty sure today we might have 40-minute rounds, which 5 minutes longer actually can be the difference. Generally in double-sided Swiss, you're meant to be played 2 games within 65 minutes. So assuming a 35-minute round can get you through 1 game, you'd hope it works out. But yeah, I think that the rounds today are just slightly longer as a test. Which maybe 40 minutes is the perfect point.
I think it's a good number. I play in the Melbourne meta in Australia. And our main tournament organizer is Luke Van Rijn, who's been running fantastic events over the last 2 years. Almost everything has been single-sided Swiss since we came back from the pandemic. So like Australian Nationals last year, it was single-sided Swiss. All of our circuit openers have been single-sided. And I really like it. It's got its perks. It has some downsides. So like Australian Nationals last year, just after APAC last year, where Unbanned rocked up with the tap lat boat deck that was just an absolute monster. The runner win rate was like way up, like 60% over the corps that we had access to at the time. And so we played single-sided Swiss Nats, and I finished second to former world champion Jess Horrig.
Hey.
And I played Jess 3 times in that event, and I had to corp every single game. I never got a chance to run against Jess just by the coin flip on the single-sided Swiss. Which is not something you normally have in a double-sided Swiss tournament, but that's just a bit of bad luck rather than a.
So I think it's actually
format.
I think that sort of the criticism that in single-sided Swiss you're more likely if it's a bad coin flip you just play one side more than another. Actually, I think the variance on that is lower in single-sided Swiss than it is double-sided Swiss. And I think functionally in double-sided Swiss, a lot of folks once they're getting to later rounds will 2-for-1, and so it's totally random what side you're playing at. So if you get into a meta where like corp win rates are higher than runner win rates by some percentage that is appreciable, that gets way more balanced out in single-sided Swiss, where the the calculation will always pair you against somebody and force you to play the side that you've played less often. I think it can feel often, sometimes that it maybe feels worse, but I think the math proves it's actually very much the other side, because we have a lot of players who coin flip to 2-for-1 for the last like 3 rounds, and if they just play runner 3 times in a row, that actually is straight coin flip. And single-sided doesn't always coin flip. I don't think it actually ever coin flip unless you get to the top cut, which double-sided does that as well.
Yeah, totally. It's just it's a string of bad luck to not never get to play the runner against the eventual winner. But like you mentioned, I think Worlds 2020 famously Percomis 2-for-1 5 rounds in a row and flipped Geist in all of them and just played 5 rounds of Geist to get to the top cut.
Exactly. Yeah.
Which is something that single-sided Swiss just removes from the equation.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that.
My less extreme version of that is at Worlds last year. I 2-for-1 my last 2 rounds, actually maybe last 3 rounds, and each time I got to play Boat Freedom, which was definitely my stronger deck, and I won I think 2 of those games, and it put me in like the top 32, which I would not have been able to do had I actually had to play my Corp deck those rounds. And that's both very random and not particularly fair. So yeah, I 100% agree that like it's much better overall, even if you do occasionally get those moments of like really frustrating bad luck in single-sided Swiss.
Yeah, totally. And another upshot is you get to meet more lovely people when you play against more players in the same event. I guess it's also probably potentially a downside if you're not the kind of player who wants to meet 8 people in a tournament instead of 5.
I'm not here to make friends, huh? That's what you're saying?
It's also nice to play someone in round 1 and then reconvene in round 6 to play the other side of your matchup and go, okay, how were the last 5 rounds for you?
Yeah, that's really nice. We've been leaning on that for even casual events where it's just like, hey, we have a bunch of people together playing a circuit opener. Why don't we just meet more folks? People drive in from out of town, from out of country even, and that's a really nice way to ensure that you're meeting more people. I'm a big fan of that.
Totally. No, I that's a huge and very good point. I definitely met. I think I had like 2 repairings maybe in East Coast Nats, and yeah, met a ton more people.
And hopefully, just as time goes by and more single-sided Swiss events get played, more of these kinks get ironed out, because it's easy to forget that as far as double-sided Swiss events goes, the community has like 10 years of them under their belt almost at this point. But yeah, I'm a fan of the single-sided format and look forward to playing in more of the single-sided events moving forward.
So we're just about getting wrapped up on our round 5 results. Now, the round 5 results, the results on Aesop's table, is people are being credited as their names, which for a lot of folks that I might know online only as handles is going to maybe make it a bit difficult to marry those 2 ideas. But we have the results coming in. I think notably top table, or table 2, excuse me, where Sokka playing against Charlie. That actually is a timed draw. That is huge, considering you would get 1 point instead of 3 points. Obviously, if you don't win the round, 1 point is better, but that has a huge impact once we get 5 more rounds in, and we look at the top 8, and we're only gonna have 8 players from, what is it today, 66, I think. And it's also very important to note that there's no longer, we used to have tiebreaker rounds. So if the top cut was like a bit close, so there was a bunch of people, the person at 7th place and 8th place had the same score as like 9th to 12th place, there would actually be an extra round just kind of put into the end of the tournament, and they cut that all out. So now the top 8 players, based off of score and then going on to strength of schedule, will just make it. So that is going to be a pretty close, it can be a very aggressive cut. So obviously having a draw this early is going to put a lot of pressure on both of those players to make sure they're not, drawing, let alone losing any games going forward. Otherwise, I think we see Jeff, one of the AMP players. He did take his round 5, so we might be seeing him on top tables soon enough. Otherwise, I think some of these other players we saw on stream as well. And again, a lot of these folks are just by first name, so we'll see the results once they come in, and we'll start round 6 in just a moment.
Yeah, I will say the time draw, it hurts my soul. I'm so sorry, both of you. Hopefully we get less of that. In fact, I think if we look through the standings, I think there are significantly fewer time draws so far than at East Coast Nats. Yeah, I think there was, okay, actually there's been a decent number.
Yeah, time trials are also an interesting thing too. Like I'm not aware of the landscape exactly of East Coast Nationals. It's for some folks too. Maybe if it's your first tournament, you know, if you have first playing in person on camera, there's some external stressors that can you know, slow you down. But I think the 40-minute rounds here are going to be key, and I don't think we're going to see a lot of draws as much as obviously you want to avoid that.
Yeah, that's definitely a factor. And like I think the thing that the issue I had with it, and A, was didn't feel like we had quite enough time. And B, it definitely you definitely lose more time to like pack up and set up in single-sided Swiss. And I think that's always going to be true. The question is, what's the balance between number of rounds, length of rounds, and like getting to bed at a reasonable time? And I don't know if we've quite cracked it yet, but as you said, I think we're going to, right? Like, 10 years of experience with double-sided Swiss. We got time to work this out. I'm sure this format will be amazing in like a year or two when we've got a little bit more time.
Yeah,
All
totally.
right.
Looking forward to seeing what the state of the single-sided Swiss events is like next year when we've got that experience under our belts and starting to really iron out how many rounds, how long for each round, and so on.
Oh, looks like we got our postings.
So
we're gonna
rounds. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
we're gonna have Colin this time on Hoshiko versus StephenE on Thule Subsea. That is really exciting to see Thule on the top tables. Or Thule.
Yeah. Yeah, Thule, very interesting. An identity that I don't think was widely accepted as, you know, a sort of competitive thing that you wanted to be doing in the last meta. But I think the most interesting thing for Thule, there's two things. Firstly, a lot of the Thule decks that were finding success in the standard format, they just didn't have a lot of economy besides stock buyback. So a lot of the decks would play a lot of small agendas, negative agenda points as well. And then they would stock buyback in the mid to late game for 15 to 18 credits. It's a really difficult card. It said terminal, so it ended your turn after you played it, but you got 3 credits for every agenda or every card largely in the runner score area. But that card has rotated out. So while we don't see any like really massive economy cards that HB can easily import into their decks from the new set, I think maybe Greasing the Palm is the most flexible kind of vanilla card you can maybe work in there. We did also see a bunch of other interesting tech cards like, well, Stegodon and the other 5/3 agenda, the orbital. What's the 5/3 called that does core damage on everything?
Salvo testing?
Salvo testing, that's the one. So there's some of the most interesting HB cards, the agendas from the new set. I think a lot of people maybe have dismissed them. I'm excited to see if we're going to see salvo testing. Maybe we're going to see a Stegodon Mark IV scored out. We'll see a bunch of bloops getting res and derez and the harmonic eyes absolutely popping off. Or hey, maybe we're just going to see some more Hangeki, some negative agenda points, and we're just going to click for a couple more credits that we're maybe used for. So very exciting.
I do think the Hangeki is a much harder sell with, as you mentioned, stock buyback rotating out, which I think is like honestly one of the biggest rotations. Like it's probably in the top like 5, if not that, then definitely the top 10. Like it's a big deal. Oh wait, do we have?
We're actually seeing something different. Yeah, I don't think we're seeing exactly. So we're seeing, if I'm not mistaken, this will.
GameNet.
We're watching this fill in. Okay, so this is currently table 5. Yeah, so Stevie, she's on GameNet, and Gaurav Gupta is on Hoshiko. So GameNet, an ability, 45. Is it 15 or is it 17? It's been a minute since I've read the numbers.
17, yeah. It's one of the few 17 influence IDs.
So this card says that whenever the runner spends or loses credits during a run from a corporation card, if I'm not mistaken, the corporation gains a credit. So they're going to see a lot of cards that just make you lose credits paying for Bologna. That's technically you paying credits during a run because of corp cards, even just simple things like pop-up window. It's worth knowing Gold Farmer, a card from the Ashes cycle, has been banned in standard format now for I think maybe 2.5, 3 years. That was a very easy include in this deck, let alone in most decks. So excited to see what exactly what GameNet's going to do. I think there's some like really goofy combo decks going around now involving like a thimble rig and then eavesdropping. There's some like really strange things you can do that are kind of hard to deal with. So we're going to see if this is just like value glacier. We're going to see if Opal Research is at home in this identity that can generate a lot more money quicker. Or we're also going to see if sometimes you just see GameNet big deal decks that can score out early points and then just fast advance out Bolognas.
Yeah, I'm really excited too. When we were talking about Epiphany, I think on round 2 or 3, the kind of conclusion we came to is that the NBN decks that we were seeing in that style of like asset spam were really, really effective at interacting with the runner, but not very good at winning, especially if the runner refused to interact with them. And a game that potentially is a completely different story. As you said, if it's Glacier, that's a really different game that they're playing than the sort of like asset. I am much like you, very excited to see what we have brewing here.
Now both players shuffling their starting 5 back. Hoshiko again, a lot of run-based value for sure. If we see triple ice, daily quest and remote server, if you can't deal with that early too, there's a lot of interesting ways that this matchup can work out. Also understanding like, is GameNet, how comparable is it to the Asmari decks? We haven't seen exactly that seamless launch shell that is scoring out early off-world offices, let alone crypto crashes. We saw a bit of that, I think, with R+, maybe at the last Continentals, that sort of shell. But I'm very excited to see what Stevie, what she's holding in her hands here. Because we haven't seen this one in a while.
An ID. Yeah, always exciting to play against an ID like GameNet, because when your opponent sits down and shows you Asa or Ob, different builds they could be on, but you generally know what's up. Whereas your opponent sits down, shows you GameNet, you know shenanigans are afoot.
Absolutely.
So what cards are we expecting? Okay, we have F2P, Natural Inclusion. Bologna, I think we see one in the right of Stevie's hand. That is the full art Bologna, the alt art that just came out if you showed up here at any Continentals.
The new VSA is probably pretty good in GameNet.
Oh, that's a cool one too. Yeah, that's a nice inclusion.
Pop-up window, maybe? That one's maybe more marginal, though.
Yeah, things like pop-up and rhyme, right? Like they're marginal, they work, but we'll see how impactful if they're worth the slot. As much as pop-up window used to be such a beloved card, you just don't see it anymore, unfortunately. Now Stevie really deciding the installs here. It looks like she might have showed, I think that's a Jinja in hand.
Oh, wow.
I think this is like just rush Glacier. You res I res ice, I get money. And we're going to start there with attitude adjustment after double install. Interesting ordering there. We'll see if you get punished again. If you draw agendas, you can shuffle them back. I think we revealed there a Bologna and another, it looked like a 2-pointer. So attitude adjustment allows you to cycle your hand, but maybe you drew better ice. So we'll see if what's on the table there is the real ideal option. Now, centrals are open. Hoshiko's definitely going to want to dive in there just to get that access to flip over to the digital side. We'll see if there's an early Dream Net, an early Sure Gamble, a real nice start. And now you can afford to install your cards. I think in hand 2, we get to see Hannah Wheels Plintra, the new connection from the Tomina Initiative. I don't know how much value you're going to get.
Thoroughly impressed by Wheels, but yeah, maybe not this matchup.
Top of the deck, NGO front. That's 1 credit to get down, so we have access to card. Now we can just sit down with a Liberated. Good economic start. We're going to flip over, gain 2 credits at the end of the turn, so we'll have even more money. Technically, your weak Doppel research, I don't think you're going to see it here for just 2 tags.
I mean, I don't know. I would oppo for 2 tags.
You think you'd oppo?
Right? Like, it's pretty annoying, right? Like it's 2 clicks and 4 credits for the runner. That's a pretty decent trade if you're trying to like tempo out.
I think it's one of those cards where you just spend it early.
Yeah, it does more damage than the economic warfare as much as it costs you a bit more. I think that was another NGO front drawn off the top, and we're going to reveal that's a Jinja on HQ. Gaurav is going to read that. So this card says whenever you draw a piece of ice, you can reveal it. And then you can install it clicklessly on this server. I think it reduces the install cost by something magnificent. It's like 4. Now, this actually betrays a lot of information also for the corporation, because if you don't reveal the ice, if you don't reveal the card, it means that you probably didn't draw into an ice. So if they go a couple draws without revealing stuff, they might actually be flooding up. So Jinja on HQ is interesting. Also, remote server, nothing happened with it. So we're not expecting a Rashida, probably not a Spin Doctor. That kind of lowers the pool here to maybe a defensive upgrade, maybe a Sansan City Grid.
It could still be a Rashida if you're setting up the Jinja first. But yeah, Jinja on HQ is kind of unusual. I feel like most Jinja decks I've ever seen have, if they're playing multiples, one goes in the remote and the next one goes on R&D. And you sometimes leave HQ pretty much undefended and just slam agendas into the remote. So this deck looks like it's doing something different, and I'm excited to see what that is.
I think you're right. It might be a Jinja, and we want to wait for the Rashida to fire. I think we saw a Rhyme off the top, so we're going to see some interesting guys. That is a reader for sure, but Gaurav there does have in the hand a Hermes. So while the Jinja can save a lot of install costs, revealing the Rhyme, getting it on HQ for free, the Hermes can pull this apart. Having to spend 4 credits to rebuild your remote server, as much as there'll still be a bunch of ice on it, that actually can hurt. We'll see how quickly Gaurav wants to get down that Hermes. Jinja on R&D. Let's go.
R&D. All right. These are really picking up now.
Drawing into that is a degree mill of 5/3 agenda followed by a spin doctor. So that is the tell there, right? Like when you draw a card and you don't reveal it as an ice. If it was an ice, it would have gone on R&D. So what did Stevie draw into? Obviously not in a piece of ice. That kind of lowers the pool a bit. Now Jinja's also just wide open here. 5 is a lot to trash, but that might be something you want to prioritize here on R&D. And maybe this means that Stevie is just on potentially a big deal. Just wants to bunker down centrals until she can fast advance everything out.
It definitely communicates that there's some sort of scoring plan from HQ happening.
Aeneas Informant? That means that you can bounce, in theory, off of that Jinja, not trash it, gain a credit. This card says after you access a card and you don't steal or trash it, if it has a trash cost, you can reveal it to gain a credit. And that card costs 0. It's not unique. So this is kind of suggesting that Gaurav here might be on this sort of Maw engine with you're going to see Amakuas, you're going to see sometimes Devil Charms show up in these lists, and there you go, there's the Amakua. So there's a really good interaction here. If you don't steal or trash anyways with Amakua, you get virus counters that increases its strength. Top of the deck, that's going back. You have to access the Jinja. We're not going to trash it just to get the credit. So you've built yourself, once you got 2 of those, that's sort of like magnum opus, where you can spend a click to gain 2 credits and also charge your virus counters on your Amakua. Potentially quite potent.
This is a strange game thus far. I'm looking forward to seeing how it develops. So we're going to see, at some point, we're going to see more ice on that Ginger remote. That looks like a pop-up window.
Yep. Pop-up. I'm assuming that was revealed and installed clicklessly, so Stevie, she still has 3 clicks here. And if you can't ice up everything, it is difficult for the Amakua to get purchase. You're largely going to need to ice up everything, and then you have to fight the Hippo War, so at least you're in an okay spot with the Jinjas. But just holding down centrals is not a winning line. Stevie's definitely going to need to do something with the remote server, and build another remote server as well. I think that might have been a spin doctor, but she's drawing up a Tithe. Just cheap ice to get down. Just a lot of ice. Is this also mutually assured destruction? What is this? There's something really cool going on here.
Oh, that actually makes sense. Okay, so this might be, mad, like, Mega Glacier. But okay, wait, if that's true, the Jinjas are like 6 influence, and then mad is what? 4?
Probably 4?
And so...
Psychographics Beal?
Oh, okay. Yeah, that might be what's going on. That's because that's really spicy to be doing the double Jinja on the centrals.
Yeah, you'd have to be on fast advance or some way to like win all in one turn. Because if you're putting all your ice on centrals, how do you win in the remote?
The only other thing I could think of is this is like Mega Glacier, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like a lot of the Glacier WinCon cards are not in yellow, so that's kind of hard to make work.
Now Gaurav sitting up there, got the DreamNet down, so every run you access a card that's a card and a credit. Well, just to make a successful run, excuse me. So if that's Spin Doctor, if you want to crack it, you have to crack it now. Otherwise, you're accessing. I think this might also be a Hannah run, so it is even clickless. So this is the sort of value engine you get down. Clicklessly check a remote server, get a card, get a credit, get an Aeneas credit, get a Mawfire. It can line up. However, potentially in this matchup, you are not going to see empty remote servers, uniced remote servers. Now, this Spin Doctor's letting stand. There is cards in the archives, mind you. I believe they're slightly off the mat, but an attitude adjustment was played. So there are cards that Stevie, she can shuffle back, but a Spin Doctor. We'll see if Gaurav wants to trash it.
This Hoshiko looks like an absolute nightmare to play asset decks against, but I don't know if I would be too worried about like what's currently going on as Stevie here.
I think we're like one solidarity badge away from it being an like absolute nightmare. But I think that this is what's going to be interesting is seeing if we can leverage enough cheap runs to get like Maw to be really annoying. Because if she is just holding onto some sort of combo deck like Mad potentially into Beal, yeah, you're going to have to hold those cards in a hand for a while. And if one Spin Doctor goes down as soon as this before, and again, maybe it is difficult to get accesses with the Maw to fire. That can be a problem in 2 to 3 turns.
Looks like we have a judge call here.
Yeah. I think it's a timing about when the run is successful, popping Spin Doctor, whether it's considered successful or unsuccessful for Hannah. There's like a bunch of nuances here, and then what the timing window is. Because in theory, Stevie, she has priority here. If she wants to res the Spin Doctor to draw 2 cards, get some good Jinja value, and then trash it, the run is not successful. But that actually doesn't punish Hannah, because Hannah only gives you a tag if the run is unsuccessful, not successful, which are actually 2 different things.
I think that's resolved.
So
you have an ice drawn and not installed on any of the Gingers?
Yeah. I think that Spin Doctor was trashed. I think I think Gaurav trashed it. Excuse me. Because the Amaku otherwise would have got a counter. Maybe? But I don't think we saw a shuffle back, so I assume that's trashed here. Now Liberate counts ticking away. It's worth knowing Stevie, she is tracking her credits on a die on her ID ability. So it I can't exactly tell easily from where we're set up there, but I don't think she has that many credits. Now, all the ice that we've seen has been relatively cheap. We've seen Rhymes, those are 0 credits. Tithe, 1 credit. Pop-up windows, 0 credits. So a lot of this ice, like even if you think, oh, that she doesn't have a lot of money, and you space check in it, suddenly you find you're kind of in quicksand. There's another pop-up window on R&D. And now we're icing up Archives, which again is off the mat. So that's not going to be on stream, but we want to ice up everything just to keep the Amakua out. So that is a pretty good position to ice. You see in a hand there too, there's a Rashida. I think she's had that for a couple turns now, maybe. So she wants to push in the remote server or not.
I was going to say, do we know it's in the remote server? Because
it's been there forever.
Since turn 1. Yeah. No res, no nothing. But it was put there turn 1.
I think she is just... Sorry. I think she is drawn into a public trail. That's kind of what that looked like. So whether we're going to see some single tag punishment be relevant. But you need a successful run for that.
Single influence?
Yeah, Retribution is one of the options for sure. Market Forces doesn't make sense off a single tag. There's not that much good single tag punishment outside of Retribution. But another Liberated. Sorry? Oh yeah, Self-Growth is good.
It's not as good though.
Yeah, it's no endurance meta, but yeah, it's definitely something.
When people aren't installing an 8 credit console every game, a little less appealing.
Ping there off the top. Let's see if she reveals it again. She is holding a Bologna, so there is a 5-3 there in hand. After one attitude adjustment and the fact again that you choose to or not reveal, you have some options about that to understand again if you want to Jinja that ice up on centrals or not. But Stevie, very interested to see how her game plan's going to evolve here. I think that's a Crypto Crash maybe in her hand she's considering.
Assuming this is a mod deck, that actually is a really good target for self-growth, although I don't think you can count on that.
Double install, I think we know it's behind a ping. Amaku and 1 strength will get through that for a tag and 1 credit, not too bad. Now Stevie, she's drawing last click. I think you largely can sequence that in a different order. We'll see if there's anything on the table that incentivizes that. We're just going to go hush that. Nice call there if you want to deal with a ping or a virtual service assistant. And in the remotes, we're going to res. It's a Cyber Sand Harvester. So cool.
Oh, whoa.
So this new card is going to leverage all of the cheapest ice that she has to generate a massive amount of economy really quickly. So this card says you res it for 2, and every time that an ice is res, you put 2 credits on it. You can use those credits for install costs, but you can trash it at instant speed to take all those credits off. So while that ping got res for 2 credits, technically for free, as much as you paid 2 for the Cyber Sand, the tag you get from the ping has been hushed out. So we're going to get an access there. That's a Rashida. Interestingly, you can trash that. You can also not trash that. I think we might have missed the DreamNet trigger there. I'm not sure also if that's a Hannah run. That's a bit hard to tell in person. You assume that it might not be, considering that Amaku with 1 strength doesn't get through everything. There's a Fermenter, some good money. We got our access there. So we are going to flip for the 2 credits and the card draw, lose a credit at the start of next turn. But now we see things coming together. We see, I think, our first big ice. That is a massive Hydra in hand. That's 10 to res, but only, I think, 5 if the subroutines start to resolve. It comes in at, I think, 6 strength.
Happen to notice if that's a crypto crash or a freedom of information?
I think it looks like a crypto, but it could be either. I think you see the boardroom of the crypto.
This deck is very cool. I like that we've been able to watch this and I have no idea that we're going to see a cyber sand, but it makes total sense here. If you're installing a ton of cheap ice with Jinja, right, you're netting credits when you install Res Tide or Rhyme or Pop-Up Window. It's a very cool interaction.
It's
Now-
such a fascinating build, tall and wide, with the gingers on the centrals and 2 remote servers.
And you just can't run central servers. If you run central servers, it's a nightmare. So you have to target the Cyber Sand Harvester. Now, Stevie, she can take the money off of it at instant speed, but that, denies a huge economy engine. So we'll see here how Gaurav is going to interact with this. Now, install advance behind something you go through for single credit. It looks like an NGO front. I'm not sure if you're expecting check a Scion or advanceable trap, so you can afford to check that for 1 credit. In fact, we are. DreamNet will trigger here for a card and a credit. Hannah also works. I think we're just handing over. Oh, there you go. NGO front makes so much more sense there. So that was, I believe, only install advance. I'm not sure if it was double advance again. Apologies. It's a bit harder to track dice the way that we're set up remotely. Now that is, technically you get an Amakua counter there because you enter the access step. So there are a couple triggers here that are beneficial for the runner that we're missing. But he's calling there on the ice. Got to move around the hush. You always forget there's a click ability on that card. There we go. There's the Amakua counter. And we're charging there. We have a click after that. So this hush will target in the deck pop-up window. It'll target Rhyme. Technically, I don't think that actually does anything. It targets ping, it targets virtual service assistant, we see it. There's actually a lot of really good targets, and that's no surprise. I think almost all the ice that's been printed in the last year and a half is very hushable. But this deck also looks quite good. As much as I don't know if there's anything that's gonna be bad for you. Uh-oh. Massive amount of glare. It looked like a Yagura. It can't be a Yagura. That's not standard legal for a while now. I don't know what that is, but apparently we're reading this one.
Is it one of the new pieces of ice?
Yeah, we'll be told real soon.
It's the ice from the Pulp Fiction briefcase.
It's a toll booth.
Hermes. Toll booth. Hermes has come down before any agendas have entered the game, so that's always, the timing in which you want your Hermes installed.
Yep, you're gonna get some bounces there. That's pretty interesting. But that toll booth, mind you don't lose the 3 credits because that was, again, the Hush is doing work so far. But the Cyber Sand is taking a bit deeper. So again, you only functionally res that, let's say, for 6 credits. I don't think that Stevie has that much more economy. She hasn't played any big operations to generate economy. I think we just saw attitude adjustments if you want to consider that.
So what do we think the rest
It's a loot box. Excuse me, it's not a toll booth. It's a loot box.
Loot box?
Yeah, so that is a card that when it's rezzed, you get to reveal the top 3 cards of the runner's deck. You pick one of those, they draw it. And then based off of what they draw, you get that cost in credits. And then they have to pay 2 credits or end the run. And it doesn't have a type. It's a trap, and then it trashes itself. So natural inclusion in this sort of deck, because it does technically fire off of GameNet. It did come out in the same set. But that's a very cheap res. I think it's only 0 to 2 credits. I forget exactly, but you don't need a breaker to go through it as much as you're trading credits for a card draw.
A fascinating deck. It's now been a couple turns since we saw something installed on the Ginger servers, which is unusual given there's 2 Ginger servers.
Yeah, at some point you might have enough ice there. Right? Maybe Stevie's pushing out now, so just moving the Hush around.
So why did the Cyber Sand not end up getting trapped? I'm a little bit confused. Right? They ran the loot box.
Because you have to pay 2 credits to go through it, and I think he chose not to.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
So this is a loot box firing. So you have to look at the top 3. So I think he wants the loot box to fire because that's a buzzsaw. So Stevie can decide which of the cards Gaurav is going to draw. And if it's the buzzsaw, she gains 4 credits. But Gaurav gets a buzzsaw. So the other 2 cards get shuffled back. So that's maybe a fair trade. Is everyone happy? Is that good enough? And now we're going to go just crack the Cyber Sand Harvester. So also interestingly, the server disappears. So there's no more successful run. There's no punishment on Hannah if Hannah was used. But there's also not going to be a DreamNet or a Hoshika. We didn't even access. So a very funny interaction where Ice and the Rose server, the contents of the server, both disappear. You don't often see that.
There should have been a DreamNet trigger on the loot box because the first sub. But yes, yeah, that makes sense. That's a really fun interaction.
So now we'll see if we call, again, that remote server. The outermost, that has been hushed up. Again, just bouncing that hush around. It's been doing a lot of effort again.
The tricky thing with the Ginger servers is that because your ice is revealed, Gaurav knows exactly how much it's going to cost him to get into these centrals.
Yeah, this is where note taking is huge, right? Like sometimes you can just ask your opponent, hey, could you tell me what that was? You showed it to me. And most players, are pretty good about that. I don't know. I think good actually might not be the right word to call that, but they'll helpful. You can always note take. So a lot of folks will just be like, oh, you didn't remember. I'll let you know. But it's to their discretion. You can take notes. That's an Afshar, mind you, revealed in front of HQ. That is 2 more influence, if I'm not mistaken, and a natural inclusion here on HQ with GameNet, because that is going to be a 3-credit swing when that second subroutine has to resolve.
Okay, so this deck is really cool, but how is this deck winning? That's the question I have. Like, I love what this deck is doing, but
I
what's
don't know.
To find out, because it's not gonna be jamming genders behind ice and scoring them out. That's for sure.
There is something, yeah. I think there must be a game plan here. So whether it's mutually assured destruction into psychographics once all the stuff is rezzed, whether we're leveraging a massive amount of credits because you're not expecting suddenly, the cyber sand into all that ice being rezzed super cheaply. Figuring out what that is, I'm excited to see. I do think we see a single advance, maybe a double advance on what's in the remote server behind the hushed ice. Amaku, I believe, is only at 2, maybe even 3 strength, and we're checking at first click. I don't know if this is a Hannah run or not. So we're going to res here again. This is Hush. That's a Hydra. Finally, Hush not finding a target. So that's res for 10 credits. That's 3 subroutines. They all say runner takes a tag or something else. The first one is 3 net damage. That's not going to fire. You can take the tag on that one. Then it is gain 5 credits for the corporation. Then it's end the run. And a massive 6 strength. This is the sort of thing that you're going to have to build up a big Amakuo or Devil Charm Hippo is probably the best case as the runner.
That's a nasty face check. It's not as bad as it could have been, but it's still a tag and 3 net damage?
I think it's just tag in the run, because if you go in tag,
credits,
then you take the 3 net damage, right?
Yeah. So the corp will get 5 credits back, so it was only a 5 credit res.
Yeah.
And then in the run.
Oh,
I think
okay. I thought
the net damage is the Acme thing, because you're considered tagged, so you get all the subs, right?
Okay, yeah,
So
sorry.
if you're
I just thought the
acting
net
with
damage was the second
sub.
sub.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's
That
a
makes
really cheap res.
Yeah.
So now we have a tag to clear. That's worth keeping in mind. The first subroutine did give a tag. There's a lot of resources, probably some amount of tag punishment, we'd assume. But that remote server is going to require a bit of effort. Again, a second ice for some hippo protection might be pretty reasonable. We might just check archives here. We haven't seen a virus. The outermost ice there, we might not see it on the screen. I think that's just a pop-up window. So that is going to be 1 credit to go through with your breaker or not. You want to pay your credit for your breaker, so the game doesn't gain credits.
Or only gains the 1.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they gain the on-encounter 1. And so that will fire the Dream Net. That will access Hoshiko cards. And getting an access here on central servers, when you have a Hermes, when you're worried what's in the remote server is something you want to deal with, there is some incentive here to just send it centrals, as much as you're expecting some nightmare cheaply res dice.
And as we were talking about in the previous rounds post-match discussion, single-sided Swiss games can often go to time, and this is a game where we're now quite deep into this match, and both players are still on 0 agenda points.
I think Stevie's going to start scoring out. There you go. That's a crypto crash to start. So a 4-2 agenda. She's on her first 2 points there, and that's 7 credits lost for the runner. Still a pretty good economy there with the companions going along. You got that fermenter ticking in the back. We're going to see a Hermes trigger here after you lose the credits. We'll see what we return to sender. What are you bouncing here?
Gosh, it's tricky, right? So, because Gaurav knows what all this ice is, it's all been revealed, I think. I don't think we have seen some of it, but Gaurav does know what it is. So, when the gingers are there, you can bounce it back and start forcing, the ice to either be reinstalled at cost or be put elsewhere on the table. But given Gaurav has near perfect information, they should be able to work out some best line. Ideally.
Yeah, middle ice went back. I don't have the memory to remember where that is. There's too much going on here. But again, note taking is totally legal. We're going to start turn. We have all the start of turn triggers. We have the Paladin Puemo to give you credits to install cards. The Fermenter getting a virus counter for 2 credits. We didn't access a card though. We did access a card though. Hashiko should be flipped if we ran archives. I'm not sure if he accessed or he just bounced off the pop-up window. It's a bit hard to tell when it's off camera.
As Sanjay's pointing out, Big Ice is a win condition, and I agree, it can be a win condition. We just were mostly seeing cheap ice. So it seems like, honestly, the win condition here might just be built with a really disgusting server with huge ice, and that seems like it could work, especially against this rig.
We got a Spin Doctor. Yeah, Spin Doctor Res, that's a white space installed. I'm not sure if this is somewhere on Gaurav's turn. I'm not sure it's a run, so the Spin Doctor was just res to get more ice on R&D before it could be pressured. There's a Leech, super important for this rig. That's probably only going to install Amakua and Leech. Maybe we're going to see a Buzzsaw down if you see a virtual service assistant, which kind of requires a decoder. But otherwise, that's ideally all you're installing, unless you get purged out in a really ugly spot. We're running archives, going through the pop-up window. It costs you just a credit, you get that back, and a card, and you get a virus counter on your Leech and a virus counter on your Amakua. So that archives is a huge liability here, as much as the central ice is really, really low strength.
Yeah, until you get that Leech online and the turtle up to strength, the threat of anything behind that Hydra potentially being a big deal is going to continue.
The really funny thing about this is if you put a rhyme on archives, suddenly you need to get another breaker. And you purge, right? You just purge once with rhyme and pop-up window.
Yeah, you can just pay through it, but it'll be very annoying. It's like surprising how annoying that gets, especially because you're giving game net credits. But if you need virus counters, you'll still go for it. You have to, right?
Yeah, and then you're gonna get to deal with more res hydras.
Exactly.
The real question is if there's a virus to pitch in the archives.
Yeah, at some point that's what you want, right? To poison archives. We're shifting down. I think this may be just to get archives on camera. Shout outs. Stevie. Love it. So we'll see here again. I think she's had that Bologna in hand for since the beginning of the game, nearly. Oh, some stuff got attitude adjustment backed. So there was one face down in archives. It looked like a public trail. Maybe that's actually, a predicted planogram.
Planogram really powerful with Ginger.
Oh, very quite good, yeah. So we see here if Stevie, if she's feeling confident to install advanced Bologna. Again, there is something that is in that Hydra server. That's going to be, I think, an actual install. I'm not sure if that's off a mandatory drop. Maybe it is. Maybe she revealed it closer off camera. There's another Bologna in hand, so we're holding 6 points in hand. And Bologna, mind you, a very powerful 5-3 agenda. You need 5 credits to steal that. Gaurav did crack the Botulus, so he has a lot of money there, 14 credits. As much as he doesn't have anything dripping along besides the Hoshiko ability, Paladin Puemo, but another liberated counts would be good. Install for 1.
It definitely looks to me like we're going to see a purge in a minute here.
Yeah.
The liability is actually the ping server.
Yes.
Which, I mean, you need to run archives once, and then you run the ping.
Yeah, ping is an issue. Even the Spin Doctor's not there. You're going to at least get Amakua counters. You're not going to be getting Leech counters. And if you purge out, they still have to cheat 1 counter. It's totally worth noting without Deuce's Wild in the standard rotation, it actually can be sometimes hard to get that first counter.
Yeah.
But we're going to go in. Ooh, really good into this deck specifically. You're not bringing subroutines. Steel, Raindrops Cut Stone. I think that looks like a Tithe there. So also only 1 strength. We can get through that, but you can let the subroutines fire. Give the corporation a credit so you can draw some more cards. So that can be a kind of an ugly res sometimes. Looks like it's going to be a no res.
That makes sense here.
Yeah, we don't have access to the round timer, but Gaurav is going to have to start trying to find some points as we get deeper and closer to that time in the round. Should still have 5 or 10.
Yeah. So there's a window here that's closed, right? As soon as that second ice, even if it's not rezzed in front of the Hydra, if you were going to hippo that Hydra, you can't anymore. So that's unfortunate. Gachapon going to get you a bit deeper in your deck if you need to. And we'll see again. With a Spin Doctor on the table, as long as you're contesting archives, you might see an agenda shuffled back, but if you can, just kind of hold and maybe even wait to the last turn. And on the last turn, you just smash HQ, access a bunch of cards. I don't know if we're going to see legwork or any other strong HQ multi-access. That is a winning line potentially, because I feel like Stevie has a lot she needs to do before she feels safe scoring in a remote server, she definitely needs to purge first. And even then, you might be like one Devil Charm away from being entirely surprised how strong that Amakua is. And hey, speaking of the purge, it's going to be her turn. Discarding one card here. Looks like it might be a Bologna. Spin Doctor can save that. Face down, there you go. There's 3 points in Archives if I'm not mistaken. 4 credits on Paladin Puemo. Was something trashed last turn to pay for that?
Oh.
And Gaurav now installing something. There is a cleaver, so that will deal with the pings. So we now can at least contest the Spin Doctor server. It's going to cost you a credit, which you get back on the DreamNet. As long as you stay virtual, you get a card as well. So that's gone here again. We have to remember, and it's sometimes easy to forget, especially where you put that Gachapon in the bottom right corner. That's a card that you're most often popping at the end of the corporation's turn, so you can cheat down fermenters, virtual resources that tick up. But we'll see. A lot of times runners kind of hold on to that, maybe sometimes a bit too long. But maybe in a panic, you're cracking that for a Botulus. That can be quite nice. And now second click. We're just going back, and there you go. You're spending credits on the Amakua. You can keep doing this. You can't get purged out. And eventually your economy will, fall apart slightly.
Especially when we've seen that a lot of this ice, as much as there's 4 ice on R&D and 3 on HQ, a lot of it is pop-up windows, tithes, and white spaces.
Now with 1 virus counter, now we can go Archives. There's the tithe that Stevie, she did want to res on the raindrop. So that's 2 subroutines. One's a net damage, one is the corporate gains a credit. You can give the corporate credit here, I imagine. If you don't want to, you don't have to. And charging, yeah, there you go. The leech. Amakua getting a charge as well. So that purge, not too long-lived as much as that was largely what Gaurav's turn has to do. Drawing up there. I think that's another crypto in hand. Again, I don't know if you're going to be revealing aggressively with Jinja here, but if she's not revealing, you can have some assumption maybe you're not drawing more ice. It looks like she's considering resing what's in that server there. Whether that's a Spin Doctor to get more cards, I think that would be the most likely res here. Or maybe the third Jinja. Yeah.
Third Jinja would be wild. I'm here for it.
There you go, Spin Doctor. So that is, I think, I want to say the final Spin Doctor. So draw 2.
The first one got trashed and just shuffled back in. Maybe that is the final one, though.
If that's the case, yeah. There might be one more, you're right. I think it was shuffled back in. That's a good call. So that's going to be a third ice there in front of the Hydra. So there seems to be a big mix here of some big ice and some small ice. Small ice for Centrals, big ice for the remote. That's largely how it works anyways. And we're going to install over the Spin Doctor, not even using it. So the density on R&D, you could maybe make it less agenda dense, but there's a lot of times too that you just want to get access to agendas. So we'll see Stevie installs here. We haven't seen seamless launches, but if it's a 4-2 agenda, you want to spend at least a click here to advance, as much as that does put a big target on you, when Hermes can maybe get some nice rips off Central servers, return that back to hand. Card installed behind the ping too. Easy to check whether we're going to see 2 server play. Netrunner, a big thing that's been pushed in the top of the initiative. I wasn't expecting to see it in the game net though.
That reads to me as a Cyber Sand harvester, because you don't really care if they go and trash it.
It is a Cyber Sand. Card and credit off the DreamNet. If you don't trash it, you get an Amakua counter and you get an Aeneas. So maybe you can say, yeah, Corp can have, and I'm not going to say it's all the money in the world, but enough money. And it looks like that was the case.
Given you can make that run for free with wheels, the value gained out of just this free run with a DreamNet trigger and 2 Aeneas credits can be just breaking.
I'm not sure what's happening.
We'll have to be a little bit careful that they're now at MU, but one of their programs is on Hydra. Sometimes playing in person, it can be easy to accidentally go over MU for a turn, but that'll be game loss at Comp REL if the Corp takes a turn.
Was that a moshing cycle? Because he ripped through a bunch of cards there. Liberated hitting the table as well? Yeah, it looked like a moshing. But I don't think he obviously didn't trash the Cyber Sand Harvester. Not sure if we have the Aeneas credits there. There's a lot of triggers on this run-based thing. So counting the clicks is really important. And that first run was a run based off of Hannah, so that's clickless. You get the click back. Also worth knowing, if you want an extra click on a turn and you have at least 1 click, you can just get that click with Hannah. A very flexible card. Let alone you can clear a tag. But not challenging our remote server. Let's see. if we can score out what's in there. We've only seen Bologna's and 4-2, so you're assuming there's almost always a tomorrow's headline as a 1-of in most of these lists.
This Hoshiko deck is even more of a like triggered abilities nightmare than Hoshiko normally is.
Yeah. We want to be running a lot.
Oh,
double advance?
The 8th round of Swiss.
It's double advance, and now something is installed off camera, so another remote server. Uniced as well, which, like, I don't think it's iced, but that's potentially a huge liability with open Aeneas Informant, open Amakua. You definitely want something that you can trash at instant speed. You just see a glimpse of the green card sleeve there at the bottom of the screen.
I'm fascinated by this game net deck and everything it has to offer.
Quickly checking it, just an NGO front. It looks like it was advanced at least once, so you're not going to get any of your good triggers. You're not going to get punished, though, with Hannah. Not an unsuccessful run, so that's probably just 5 credits. And now the remote server has a double advance in it, so either you can charge that, you have a couple Amakua, one Amakua counter, one Leech counter. You can get more Amakua counters this way. But you can also potentially just go Centrals and see if you can get a Hermes bounce. At this point in the game, we've only got 2 points out of the game. The agenda density on Centrals is relatively high.
Yeah, I guess he knows what the ice is on Centrals, and I've forgotten, but there's just so much ice on Centrals. Like,
we saw,
there's one.
Yeah, on R&D is like White Space, Rhyme, I think, Pop-Up. There's one more somewhere in there. But it's all stuff that you can just, like, get through.
Yeah, if there's anything high strength at all, though, then it becomes a kind of a pain.
Yeah, the deterrent here is that all that ice fires the ability on DreamNet. You want to avoid that. There you go. Okay, so now we have the panic button of the Devil Charm. You can remove it from the game to lower an ice you're encountering strength by 6, which means Amakua will deal with it. That makes a lot of sense. Surveyor. Now, Cyber Sand being rezzed at the same time, it costs you 2 credits. You get it on the Cyber Sand, but Surveyor is a sentry. It costs 5 to res. It is X strength, and X is equal to twice the amount of ice on the server. So this is actually a 6 strength sentry that has 2 subroutines. One is trace 6 for 2 tags. The second is trace 6 and the run. So something you can solve with just credits, or you can Devil Charm this. The Rhyme also, I think, makes it strength 7.
Yeah. And the
Does,
Hydra strength 7 as well.
Does the Devil Charm lower the trace subroutines as well?
No, just the strength by 6. So it won't even be strength 0. You can still get through it with the Amakua, but if you're Devil Charming through this, you're still not getting through the Hydra. So now we're using a Devil Charm largely to only to avoid 2 tags.
Huh. Interesting.
Not an ideal circumstance by any means.
Unless we're missing what this is. You can also, mind you, use your Gachapon here if you're digging for a Botulus if the deck has it, and we haven't seen any Botulus so far. You can Botulus pretty easily, but I think we're going through. Whoa. I think we went through. I think we traced through it. And then we paid for the Rhyme. We Devil Charmed through the Hydra, and then we stole that agenda bouncing to hand. So it's now 2-2. So if time is like somewhere near around the corner, that is now either player needs to push forward here.
Surveyor pretty terrible against Hush, I think, as well, with the way it's written.
Very, very bad. Yeah, it's a 0 strength, trace 0, trace 0.
Oh,
so
wow.
I think trying to score out of that remote now is going to be tricky if Gaurav can just move that Hush and
yeah, that is a very interesting Hush target. Mind you, Surveyor used to be such a meta card. It has fallen off largely. I think Boomerang coming out years ago kind of did drop it, but this used to be a very, very key ice in a Netrunner standard meta. I think now about 3 to 4 years ago, as much as it's hard to tell the passage of time sometimes. Install Advance, though. In fact, maybe double. Hermes did bounce a card on R&D, a piece of ice. And there we go. That's a Gachapon trigger. You see, there was a Botchus at the top. There might have been an easier way to get through that Surveyor if you wanted.
But you're going to have to trash
Gaurav
something.
will have to be careful with MU. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the MU is tight. That's an easy thing to forget, especially with the Hush on the table. So there's the Botchus coming down. Mind you, 5 MU is already spent, so something's going to come down. The Cleaver seems the most expendable by a mile.
Ooh, I don't know. I feel like you want Cleaver for ping, right?
Yeah, you're hoping that you don't get, like, you just run Archives, but time was just called. That's so important here. Because now you just need to get into the remote however you want. So we are putting the Botchus there on the Surveyor. Again, that one subroutine is the only one that matters, but as long as you do this on the Corpse turn, it will have 2 virus counters on it. So you actually can deal with both subroutines. Now we are over MU here.
Is this now Stevie's no longer gets another turn?
Yeah, it's not clear. We know whose turn time was called on, but wherever time was called, that player finishes their turn, and then of course their opponent gets one more turn, and then if this is an agenda of their remote server, install advance, potentially that's a blow-na. You still need to get in with 5 credits.
I think we might get a
So-
judge call here in a second over.
Yeah, the MU
who's-
situation has been tricky.
We
Oh.
got confirmation that Stevie does get another turn after this.
Okay,
Okay,
but
Stevie
also
gets one more turn.
that fermenter got popped, right? That didn't get trashed
Yeah.
as part of
Yeah,
the pot
that
source.
was yeah.
So
So
that
he
means
cracked
Not
it.
judges at least.
Yeah, it's important to know for those watching, the top table is not held to different scrutiny. If we see like things that have to be, we don't call judges to top table, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So that's okay.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, though,
Yeah,
like
it's
it's
a
not going to be
tricky
very impactful
situation.
here. If anything, you just have to crack the cleaver, and then you can still charge up the ping. So that should be fine. On Makua, we're charging it up just on our archives to get also the leech counters. Get the leech
Gaurav
counters
can
more
get into
expended.
this remote server. This is going to be very difficult for Stevie to cobble, unless possibly there's a flatline in this deck somewhere.
Yeah, that's the only risk
That's
is if he
2
goes
tags.
tag me. But that's just a loot box.
Oh,
that
what is this?
will
Oh, loot
never
box.
end the run. Paying 2. So now it's just going to be money for the corporation. If you want to give a noob there's actually a really nice way to deal. Oh, well, not really nice, but technically a way that you can deal with the Hydra. So that's going to be 4 credits. Those cards go back. I'm not sure if they're shuffled or not. I think they are. And now that loot box is going to be trashed. So as much as you paid a lot of credits to get that ice out there, it gave you some money back, and it did threaten that it was something bigger. And we're going to botulus through that Hydra. Axis, that's a blown. We have 5 credits. That's going to be a bounce to hand here. I don't think Stevie's going to be able to score 3 points on the following turn. I think she drew into him a virus just 1 turn too late.
Yeah, brutal. Absolutely brutal.
Wait, is that her hand?
Oh.
Oh, it's because it's
escaped.
game. Yeah,
Just
right.
compulsion.
And that is it. Time is called there. Stevie had 1 more turn, but she's unable. Again, that is 5-2. Just got to update that points real quick, but interesting game.
It's really
Yeah, what a
fun and
fascinating
unique.
deck.
Yeah. The Cyber Sand Jinja combo is really cool.
Yeah, that's always the hard thing. It's like against Hoshiko, you definitely want to ice up central servers to make sure that you're not bleeding those axes that, not only Amakua loves, but Leech loves, and then of course Hoshiko flipping, treatment, all that sort of stuff. But to see like how often Stevie builds a remote server with Jinja and Ghost, or whether she ices up centrals always first, like that's a really interesting way that you have flexibility with Jinja. But unfortunately, that remote server, just Amakua and a bit of additional support. Maybe you're surprised by the Devil Charm. It can be still hard without defensive upgrades or any sort of other misdirection there. So Gaurav, as much as the central servers were really intimidating, as much as it said stay out, that doesn't always win Netrunner. So interested to see more of this deck.
Yeah, fascinating build. Absolutely captivated by. It seemed, as we saw those surveyors at the end of the game, it does seem like the plan is just old-fashioned Glacier. Build big servers. Cyber Sand Harvester does a lot of work with, putting all that cheap ice on the servers, rezzing it, getting those credits back. And Hydra and Surveyor can be, brutal ice. Surveyor, if the runner doesn't have a hush, and you've got 4 ice on that server, that's going to be an absolute nightmare for almost all of the killers in the format to get through.
Yeah, that interaction with Hush is really funny. And for what it's worth, like there has to be some evaluation on how bad anybody's ice suite is into Hush, because we're going to see a lot of Hush today. I think the Anarchs are starting to slot it, just as main deck slots, but especially if you're playing some of the simulchip versions, and Gachapon, also some flexibility. But I think a big thing here is it's a 1 influence card, and Arasana, which we haven't seen so far at top tables, but is well represented today, that deck loves playing Hush. Instant speed Hush, while it won't stop on res effects unless you premeditate it, there is, again, I think every single piece of ice that just came out in the last set is Hushable. Every single piece of ice.
Yeah. I do think,
someone-
well, Valentino actually benefits from Hush, though. But
Well,
yeah, you don't-
sometimes you don't want to give them bad publicity,
that's true.
but
That's true.
yeah, you're it's like half. It's fascinating though. It's like ice is no longer just numbers strength. It's always like there's something else to it, which I'm appreciating a lot.
Yeah, I love that design direction. Hush is, as far as that goes, maybe I don't know, maybe this will prove to be a little oppressive, but so far it feels like it's been in a good place. And I, as I said, I love the new direction for art design. It's really fun.
Tree line's
given you can
hushable,
just move that
Radiant.
hush
You can hush a tree line all you want. It becomes 4 strength. It's really good. It's actually how you deal with Arsana. Speaking of Arsana, I think 2 of the Arsanas that were in the top 5 tables both won their matches. So it's only a matter of time before we start seeing some more Shaper on top tables.
Yeah, it's good to see that.
Go ahead, Repo.
Go on. No, go on.
I was going to say, Arizona sometimes can be inconvenienced by magnets. That new resource that lets you return Trojans to hand goes a long way to get around that. But you can also just slap a hush on there, and the ruling is that hush overrides magnet. So all those, the Cuban or whatever else is on there, the slap vandal, all just comes back online, and you can continue as you were before.
Real talk, everyone went into this meta, they saw Arizona coming, and they were like, okay, we're going to play 3 magnets. Real talk, Tattoo Bola, the best anti-Trojan card ever printed, way better than Magnet if you can slot into your deck. And I think there's a lot of decks that want to consider it. As much as Magnet obviously is pretty annoying, a lot of the HB suite is annoying to Trojans anyways. Hagen's a nightmare. If you have to like slap Vandal through that thing, it never feels good.
The downside, I mean, Tatabola does of course die to Hush, but that's
oh, that's true. Yeah, but what doesn't, right?
But yeah, I agree though. It's so good. That card is extremely fun. I'm really happy to see it printed, and I love the interactions with Atea and with Asa. Unfortunately, I think I have to head to bed, but it has been a lot of fun casting with everyone, and I am excited to watch the stream tomorrow and see how the remaining rounds went. It's been so cool to watch these games.
Yo, Repo, thanks so much for sharing a microphone with us. I know you were also streaming earlier for the first round. It's an absolute pleasure to listen to you. So enjoy the rest of your night, and thanks so much for taking the time.
Yeah,
thanks so much.
Yeah.
All right, so this is the end of round 6. We have 3 more rounds again. It's 10 rounds of single-sided Swiss today, so a bit faster rounds if you're used to the double-sided hour and a bit. And after today, again, there's no tiebreaker rounds, just the top 8 players are going to be making it on to the second day. Again, join us tomorrow. The stream starts, I think, roughly about the same time. I'd have to double check that, excuse me, but around the same time we'll have a top cut, and I believe there's side events as well. I'm not sure if they're going to be on stream, but there's a lot to be celebrated when it comes to Netrunner today in Washington, in Bellevue, Washington. My name is Andre from the Metropolitan Grid here. We're on the Null Signal Games Twitch channel. Mind you, they are a sponsor here of Cascadia, an event that's run by a bunch of players from the West Coast here, from a mixture of Americans and Canadians. Who do we have to shout out here? I think it's obviously Whiteblade. As you might know, that's Eric. We have in our support, Radiant, who's been helping out with the stream and has been doing a lot of the event too. And I think it's also Cephalopod, I want to say. I can't say with more confidence. Sorry, we don't have a writer or anything to read, but that's just what I've pieced together. And this event has been a long time coming. A lot of bespoke alt arts commissioned for this event. Shouts for the Null Signal Games team also to support this event, to make this one of the biggest in-person events in America. We had East Coast Nationals that was in the old meta just 2-3 weeks ago, absolutely being spoiled of organized in-person play these last couple of weeks. And
you just love to see it.
Yeah, it's so exciting. And speaking of this, last weekend there was APAC Continentals. You can watch that here on the channel. The VODs are up on the YouTube channel. And next weekend too, if this is invigorating you, if you're seeing some cool decks, you want to get involved in organized play, it's the Euro Africa Continentals. It's just next weekend. Firstly, it is online, so anyone can play. It's on jinteki.net, just like last weekend was. And very importantly, it is open to everyone. While it might be daunting to see tournaments with titles like America Continentals, this is not an event that you had to qualify for. The entire Netrunner competitive circuit is open to anyone. So even if you don't fancy yourself a competitive player, you just want to jam some Arasana, play some new cards, yeah, that is what next weekend can be for. And also, you can enter as many Continentals as you want. That's a new ruling this year, which I think that there's a couple players here we've seen taking good advantage of it. The APAC Continental champion we saw on stream just a couple rounds ago.
Yeah, such a big decision for accessibility on these tournaments that if you wanted to stay up all night for APAC in person at Cascadia and do it all again 1 week later for European Continentals, you can do that.
3 in a row, yeah. It's hardcore, yeah. But there's people who are going to be doing it for sure.
If you're Santa and you won APAC, you're going to be playing in Intercontinentals the weekend after that as well.
Your momentum is just starting. Why stop now? So we're getting the
Absolutely
results
fantastic
in.
to see the excitement for a lot of these new cards, especially Arasana, which I'm sure, like you mentioned before, we'll see in some of these upcoming rounds.
Yes, and Arasana is really interesting. I think she was immediately adored from spoilers, both the character herself, but also the mechanics behind it. A very creative shaper, doing that sort of shaper. There's some endearing terms used to describe the flexibility that they can produce anything at instant speed, but there is a lot of different builds that I think we're going to see. They're going to be really exciting. I've heard rumors of the prognostic Q loop shaper builds, the ones that can install programs from the top of their deck at instant speed, fire the new console lily pad with consistency on both turns, and then actually play environmental testing and not feel bad about it. Like, that's a really cool list. We saw, I think, in last Continentals, just last weekend, we saw things like Gachapon being used. I think that was Seb K's list, to be able to get some cards out of your deck and also a lily pad to your heart's content. So a lot of flexibility here. Again, I don't even think you have to go into full Trojans. You can play a minimal amount of Trojans and still have a really compelling shaper economy efficiency engine. And I'm excited to see it. I don't think it's I don't think we're. Hold on, how many negatives in here? I think we are going to see Arasana before the end of today.
And like you mentioned with environmental testing, that's a card that came out but didn't really have a home at the time when it was printed. We haven't really seen much of it. But these Arasana decks can do absolute wonders with it. You've multiple times will see an Arasana beginning a run with 2 or 3 credits, and through cards like Cuban and environmental testing. By the time they reach that central at the end, they're up on 12, 11 credits. Absolutely wild to see what people have come up with for that ID.
Yeah, I've been on JNet. Surprised to see suddenly how those credits come in. It comes out of nowhere, but yeah, there's a lot of moving parts, and sometimes that's difficult, especially when you're 7 rounds in at a tournament, to get all those parts working elegantly on the table, but also in your mind. There's a real tax there. If I'm not mistaken, looks like a Sable, isn't it?
Does indeed look like a Sable. As we saw yesterday, the Nottingham CEO in the UK, I think 28 players, fantastic turnout. 8 Sables. People are really high on Sable after we saw a couple of rounds of it in APAC. The value that people are getting out of Sable is exciting people more than I expected.
So on the left here, I believe we can tell again, it's going to be a second before I think the titles are going to be corrected here. But on the right side of the screen, that's the bottom camera there. That's Will. That's Sokka234, the reigning current world champion, who I think just returned from a European tour. Just nice to see him back on the West Coast, where he is generally playing Netrunner. Playing this Atea. It's a new ability, and he's playing fast advance Atea. We saw a bit of it on stream last week at APAC, and we saw even some more. I think it was the first round today, as much as yeah, it's a bit easier to watch now, which is great. Have you played fast advance Atea? It has some ridiculous combo lines to it. It is really surprising what it can do.
I have not played it myself. I know that Sokka was playing from accommodation in a town in France on a television the other night in APAC. It's such an interesting deck with so many funky lines that I've not given it the time it deserves just yet. But I'm willing to bet Sokka has, and we're going to see some crisp, clean play. I massively underestimated just the raw power this ID has.
So this ID,
when I first read it.
Yes. So I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong. A lot of people, when they read this ID, they think about, the flexibility, the sort of Mati type ability where you can set up big servers, get some click compression, but you can also use it to fast advance as long as you order your cards in the right way. And it can do some wild stuff. Sokka did a write-up, and you can score 4 points on turn 1 with the right draw. I think
absolutely insane.
That's wild. Maybe it's not 4, maybe it's 3, but we'll talk through the combo. I just want to shout out on the left side again. We'll correct our titles very soon. It should be happening now. That's Steven playing Sable. This is honestly table 1, so Sable is doing really well to get this far. We're going to see that mark mechanic. That die is going to be rolled. A bit hard to see on stream. We'll see if they move it around, but that is a die that was part of the prize support from Worlds just last year. So you roll that die, and it has 3 different sides that say R&D, HQ, and Archives. The first time a turn you make a successful run on the mark for that turn, you get a click back. And we're going to see cards like Info Bounty. We're going to see probably a Carpe Diem, but there are all these other cards that interact with that server. I think we saw a bit of Sable at last weekend, playing some deep dive lists. You get that Hannah Wheels Plintra for even more deep dive power. You can actually deep dive twice in a turn and access 3 cards. That can just win you the game on the spot.
Yeah, it's definitely... Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this matchup shakes out. It's going to be Jinteki fast advance, but this is not likely to be one of those clot matchups like we saw previously on the stream. It's going to be necessarily a race, but it sounds like each deck is going to get to execute their game plan over the course of the match, and we'll see how that shakes out.
So we got to start there. No Atea trigger. Double install on the same server. Mark die. That is the beaker. That's R&D. So wide open this turn if you want to just go see a card there. We see the opening hand there. Bravado can be difficult. With 5 credits, you can still just die to Saisantan as much as you might be surprised to see that. But we'll probably see a free run on R&D. We'll see if we can get additional value from that. There's a diversion of funds as well, if I'm not mistaken, on the far left. That's the ice on HQ, which you're going to respect playing into Criminal. That is a very strong card, and it has a huge control of the early game. Now, in the remote server, I think Sokka locked down their Rashida. Really powerful card in this deck, because you need a lot of agendas in hand in a really weird way to be able to fast advance with Moonpool. Dirty Laundry, card from the top of the deck. Clickless, 3 credits and an Axis. We're not going to see that one on stream, but it looks like it's a Spin Doctor going down for 2 credits. Also, pretty important card. You can install that clicklessly to draw 2. Sometimes that's what you need to set up your combos if you have the right or wrong things in hand. So you're feeling happy trashing that. I think we also see in StephenE's Shibboleth, which is actually really nice in the early game. If you have to deal with Vampiranasas, I think we saw an Enigma hit the table somewhere. That is one of the anti-threat cards. The only anti-threat card we've seen so far. It's a decoder. Carpe Diem, Run back. 3 credits off the top. That's an agenda, I think. No, it's not an agenda. It's an Adrian Seiss, a defensive upgrade.
One of these powerful new cards that I have to read 4 times every time I see it.
Adrian Seiss has a lot of text on him, but a very, very interesting ability. It's kind of like a caprice to say. Love to see Psy Games back in Never. Rashida pops there, 3 cards, 3 credits. Let's talk about Atea. So, firstly, I don't think this is full fast advance Atea. I think that's what Sokka was playing last weekend, and this weekend we're seeing actually seamless launch. We're seeing off-world offices. We're seeing some cards that we're actually, scoring out in a remote server classically. So this, I think, here is you can install the card in server 2, the outermost server, and then you can install the ice on the innermost server for free, which is really nice. Not only click compression, but it saves you credits. So if that's a seamless launch in hand and an off-world office on table, that can be pretty powerful. That building there, that represents HQ. So if you want to face check into some ice, there's some pretty scary reses on 8 credits. That's kind of the uppermost. That's the most expensive ice in currently in Jinteki you have to worry for.
Pivoting to this off-world office seamless plan makes a ton of sense for my previous discussion about how Clot is so appealing right now that even Anarchs are playing symbol chips and getting the Clot threat into their decks. Mm-hmm. So if you then just present a never advanced plan with seamless launch, it's getting much prettier than you were before.
Now, Atea is like one of the cool abilities that actually can play, and I think we see him a virus in hand, but you can beat Claude. As long as you're using an Audacity, you can install for the same click the agenda and the Mavirus, which is super cool and might scare a lot of shapers. But there you go. Advanced, seamless launch. That's 7 credits. We're going to start 2 points there for Sokka. A very aggressive start there. I'm not sure what server we want the mark to land on. We're going to see a Miss Bones for 12 credits worth of trashable cards. I don't know how much value you're going to get from that, as much as there is an unnice remote server. Assuming that's a Mavirus, maybe it's a Spin Doctor waiting.
It's good to see Sable doing pretty well financially in these matchups. Sometimes it can be tricky if you draw a handful of Bravados against Jinteki, where you just can't really just fire a raw Bravado into a face-down ice, because if it's something like a Saisantan, then you just get a flatline.
Yeah, we're now also seeing more of Emperor Nasa, which they res that for 5 credits and it draws them cards. That's also not great if they're on an aggressive plan. You can't let that happen. But yeah, economy is a hard thing right now in Criminal. I've been testing a bunch of Criminal and struggling, and Sable can generate economy off of those free value runs, info bounties. Now, Boomerang into Diversion, assuming that Boomerang's on HQ. So this can be a 10, usually a 9 credit swing, but a Nancy.
Oh no.
Yeah. So that getting Boomeranged means you can deal with the most impactful subroutines. You're also going to take away all of the corpse credits. You are going to trade that, though, for 3 net damage. So not the worst. If you lose the Shibboleth, understanding that that's your only Shibboleth, that could maybe feel bad, but at least you're not going to flatline here. As long as you have 2 credits, you only take 3 net damage, depending on what you want to Boomerang. Yeah, so for those uninitiated, Anansi is a very strong sentry in the standard format. That says if you don't break all the subroutines... Wait, what happened?
But they're drawing off the subroutine. So that one fires.
Okay, so they paid for 2. Okay, so we're still in the middle of the diversion. Sorry, it looked like they were resolved. So we're gonna go do some net damage here. There's a 1 net damage subroutine, and then 3 net damage is when you pass it. So I'm not sure which ones we broke. We lose here. I think that is the the invite dirty laundry, a shibboleth, and a bravado. Shibboleth, a very powerful decoder. Sokka going to give it a read there. Comes in at 3 strength, breaks 1 for 1. I think strength is maybe 2 for 2. But once we hit threat 4, it goes down to only 1 strength. So very good in the early game when you want to be aggressive.
A really exciting decoder for kit decks, but kit decks have always been as choked on influence as it gets.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting to see it in this matchup, but I guess potentially not now after it's been knocked out of HQ.
So no clicks left there. You'd love to have at least 1 click to run R&D clicklessly. You are a bit weak to Fuji. I don't know if you're expecting to see Fuji here, but here Sokka doesn't have a real play besides click for 3 credits. And at 3 credits, I'm not sure what ice you're expecting. It's worth knowing Aiki has rotated out of the format, so maybe Tithe is the smallest net damage card you might see. Steven giving the marker roll. That looks like it's HQ again. That's a bit of a bummer of a mark roll. Now drawing up, that's a big problem with criminals. Card draw just isn't a thing they can do. Double Hermes draw though, getting that down too. This is like the interesting thing with Hermes, and it's hard to figure out how to play this exactly. If you want to get that Hermes down so you can bounce the ice on HQ after they score an agenda, well, you can't do it now because you want to get a diversion and allow them to res their Anansi. I'm not sure whether D-res just takes up so much card slots, so many card slots if you want to Kapabara this thing down or emergency shutdown just to give your Hermes a bit more reach. It's obviously still a powerful card, but the play patterns around Hermes here are actually very interesting because you have to be very forward thinking. Credit hedge fund though.
Sokka.
Very good recovery.
These ice back online.
And we're back up at 9 credits exactly there. That can res anything. Oh, if it's not on the mat, does it count? What's the house rule here? I think that's HQ again.
Which one? Yeah. HQ again, unfortunate.
Just drawing up. This is again the issue with criminal right now is there's very little card draw. You have to spend so many of your clicks just drawing up. A diesel though is a really good start. That's a sort of 2 influence you're happy to put in these decks. We're seeing a bankroll there. A really nice way to get value, but these have been really low value marks so far. Just smashing the Nancy is not an option. Bankroll coming down. A 1 MU, 1 cost program. Every successful run, you get a credit on it. You can trash it to get credits whenever you want at any paidability window. And we'll see here what Steven needs to do. Sokka, with an audacity, can score out. Just a hybrid release, though. That's a 2-1. There's no face downs, but you can just get more points on the table if you need to. I'm not sure if you're excited to open up R&D. If the Hermes does trigger. Having a lot of 1-pointers is a bit of a bummer, but if the deck is on Moonpool, it has to run a lot of small agendas for it to have any sort of value.
Interested to see what the upgrade in the other, or the card in the other remote server is. I don't think we've seen that yet.
I think it's a Mavirus. Okay, this is a really cool play. So for your first install, you can install Adrian Seiss into whatever remote server, it doesn't matter. And then for your second install, you can put something in the other server. And while Adrian Seiss, you don't often want to be uniced, you can res him and move him before the turn is over. So you actually get a free, without like having to do any sort of nonsense, you get a free Atea trigger, which is really, really generous.
Such powerful tricks available to this deck.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see too. Again, sometimes you get an Archives Ice down just to like make that Archives Ice, or sorry, that Archives Mark a bit of a bummer. Yeah, there you go. That's the third ice there. We'll see if Sokka reses the Adrian. He has to do it now. It costs nothing to res. Just click for credit. So there you go. Before end of turn, resing Adrian Seiss for 0 credits, moving it over to that server. So Adrian says, when the run is successful on this server, you have to play a side game. Reveal 0, 1, or 2 credits. Both players do. They spend those credits, and based off of what you reveal, you either can access everything besides Adrian or only the Adrian. I learned a really good mnemonic the other day to remember what it was, and I forgot the mnemonic, so I'm not sure. But generally that card alone it's enough of a deterrent to like just not run that server unless we see a pinhole threading.
Yeah, and the fact that it can move between servers is just so powerful.
Just drawing up again, maybe a bit of the criminal classic here, and just trying to figure out what we need. Again, Begalter recently banned. Your easiest way to get through an Anansi for 5 credits. There's the Hannah. We've seen very little influence besides the Hannah and the Diesels. We can still be on 2 deep dives. And Hannah, clicklessly, we're going to check that remote server. Let's see what that is. That does give you a free penny shaver. So if that is a virus, you probably don't trash it. Let's see what it is here. There you go. That's a virus. You could res that for 3 credits to do a net damage. People forget about that text. A very inappropriate time to do that, I reckon. But you probably want to get that server trashed soon enough. Now, Steven is trashing them a virus. That might insinuate that he's on Bontulus, which is pretty common for Anarch Economy these days, or maybe on Amakua, which you could expect as well. Info bounty down. First mark run a turn gives you 2 credits, and it doesn't eat the access, not exactly security testing, and there's just advance hybrid release. We'll see if there's face down cards in archives. I don't think there is. I think we just want to score that in a really weird pattern so we don't get Hermesed.
I think you're right.
So here we get Hermes. Whenever an agenda is scored or stolen, you have to return an unresed card to hand. Innermost ice positioning, I think that's really smart. If players are playing around inside job, they'll put their good ice in the back and then their whatever ice in the front. So messing that up as much as inside job probably wasn't a priority here. That's always good.
It's unfortunate that the Atea can just rebuild no extra credit cost, but at the same time, we'll have to commit something to that other remote if they want to get that ice back on remote 1.
And the other option there is you can obviously Hermes ice off central servers, which means that right now, like, Sokka doesn't have to rebuild central. So there's a chance that he doesn't put another card on the table this turn, clicks for credit. Maybe that's not very tempo forward. But bouncing the ice off centrals means that Sokka has to repair it. So while that ice on the remote server is more expensive and the Atea doesn't fire, it gives Sokka more flexibility to double ice a central. And there you go, Atea, double install. I think we know one of those might be a Spin Doctor. Mark Roll Beaker, R&D. Now, still, 8 credits is the magical threshold to worry about the Nancy. DNA Tracker, mind you, has rotated, but Vampire Nasa, I think we're going to see sooner than a teeny. A Diesel for 3 more cards here. I think we might be struggling just to find breakers. Shibboleth is still online for 1 more. I think it's threat 4. I might be incorrect.
I'm unsure.
Hannah, checking the remote server. This is Spin Doctor. Now, Sokka's going to res it. Might just crack it before. There you go. That's going to be cracked. So that's not going to be a successful run. So no punishment for Hannah, but no Penny Shaver. Or sorry, not Penny Shaver, Bankroll. We're going to shuffle 2 cards back in there. Might see Rashida. We see in hand, there is the Longevity Serum.
Longevity Serum.
We might Audacity that out if the Spin Doctor stays. If it stayed, excuse me. So Adrian's going to go back. That second card looks like a piece of ice.
I think that was trashed.
Okay.
The Spin Doctor trashed very early on. Shuffling back the Seamless, so possibly just access to another one already.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be Seamless and then the Spin Doctor, if that's what that was. So yeah. Valuable to go back. Adrian will stay out of the deck again. It is a unique card. One is already res in the remote server. It's very important to understand that you can't just move that around at the end of every turn. So maybe this turn, if you don't think there's something good on the remote server, that actually tells the runner a lot. Now, Kurapira coming down. Yeah. Fractor. Allows you to bypass. That's going to be a new card. We're going to get a read for that. Might as well make sure you know what the text is. And this breaks barriers. 1 for 1 strength, 1 for 1 subroutine coming in at 1, but not amazing. Do you need to spend influence importing a Fractor? Arguably, no. There's a lot of 1 strength Fractors printed, or 1 strength, barriers in the recent set. So maybe that goes far enough.
And at APAC, we saw just the invaluable addition of being able to turn off wraparounds.
Yeah, good enough, right?
Resurgence in the sort of rushy NBN.
Oh no, it's happened again. It's another Anansi.
Always an Anansi. Schrodinger's Anansi.
So Carmen does get through Anansi for 5 credits, but you have to first install an expensive breaker, probably 5 credits to get that down. So this Anansi is such gas, where now you can set up your hand to easily Audacity out and not lose something. You can make sure the R&D run is not very fruitful, barring the free click and the 2 credits. And I think we see a couple cards at the top there, a Tattoo Bola, it looks like. I might have seen a Gaslight. I would be only sort of surprised.
Gaslight could be interesting. It's only 1 influence.
But we see a Seamless there. Maybe an Anoetic Void. There's a piece of ice. I think it's a Tattoo Bola, so it's a bit tricky to see here. But a lot of options. It doesn't look like there's agendas there. And you can draw one of these cards if you want. Otherwise, you order them and put them back. And the runner's going to be taking a bunch of damage here. I don't know if there's anything they lose that's going to cost him. I think if Steven had a killer, he'd put it down by now. So this is probably just like diversions and whatever tricks you're holding onto, bravados.
Such a brutal series of centrals for a Sable to try and get value out of.
Yeah. Yeah, we need breakers. There's also a virus in archives too, so the Amakua play lines get a bit more difficult. So we just need to find the killer. All right, we want to make sure we do this right. So I do think the bottom card might be a Tattoo Bola. That's 5 in a row. The corporation can draw one of those cards. It's free tempo. Why not? And now it's 1 net damage for the runner. They can pay 2 credits to draw a card first. And first is really interesting because sometimes if you draw a killer, you can just lose it. And now there's a net damage. And then because you didn't break all the subroutines, once you pass the ice, you take 3 net damage as well. Here you might want to shuffle your hand a bit because the card that you drew, well, if Sokka's rolling a dice, then I think you're fine. Deep Dive. Oh, you hate to see it. 5 influence in the bin.
That's the card they drew?
I don't know, maybe.
Card number 1.
Boomerang.
Boomerang.
We got 2 more to fire. These happen all at once. Not that we're going to expect Steel Skin Scarring, a Pinhole Threading.
Oh.
And a Dirty Laundry there. Now you're accessing with 2 cards. Sokka knows the order of the deck. He doesn't have money for Snare, but in theory you don't die. You expect a Fuji in this deck. I think you'd be super surprised to see a Fuji in here. Also, very importantly, the ice on RD is now rezzed. So, like, we're not getting a lot of Hermes value anymore.
It's just a brutal game for this runner.
Yeah, it's hard if you don't have your breakers out. Hermes, obviously a very powerful effect. We're seeing it splash out of faction, but in Criminal, it takes that slot where you're getting your economy. Now, we're not making a lot of successful runs. I think, Penny Shaver and Paragon work well with Sable. You want to make some runs, but 0 credits, at least we can charge the remote server. Play a side game. This is really interesting, because even if you don't have credits, you can't trash Adrian. Because
So
you have to, wait, Adrian, you have to first win one of the side games, then you have to lose one of the side games to be able to trash Adrian. So Adrian's trash cost is actually a bit higher than it looks. Rashida going down first for 1 credit. Again, this is all free Penny Shaver. We're going to Bravado as well to get more money. So that's going to be a 4 credit econ card. Sorry, not the Penny Shaver. The bankroll is generating more value. I think we might have missed that trigger.
Not providing the first run in case it was Fuji, not to get just flatlined for no reason.
Yeah, it's like a card in hand, right? Okay. And there we go. We got our bankroll. The best thing here, though, is that we've spent 16 credits on ice, and that's hard to recover from. Now, it's worth knowing the Longevity Serum score and Audacity only cost you a credit. So install Advanced. This looks very easily like an NGO front. Such a nice card, especially when you don't spend a click to install it. Just good free value. HQ is the mark again. If you want to get your Carmen down, that is going to be some money. You can always run Archives to make the Carmen cheaper. Archives marks would have been so good for the last 5 turns. And we've got none of them.
There've been some really rough marks.
Like, do you have to ask Null Signal for a new dice?
At the old salinity test. That is an NGO?
Yeah, salinity test. That is an NGO front. So that is going to be only 5 credits. It was only single advanced. So if you wanted to run Archives, there's always a threat that ice can be rezzed here, but you just don't have a lot of synergy to run Archives here besides the bankroll. Class Act coming down for 4 credits. That's a fair bit of money. We still have, I think, 6 credits on the mat. So that's going to be draw 4. I think we've already drawn this turn, so we're not going to get that Class Act filtering. If I'm not mistaken, that card says that first time a turn you draw 1 more card. We're going to see install, advance, just on the table. This is an Audacity play. Looks like another NGO front.
And really seeing the power of the Sataya deck in this game so far, even with the economy issues we've been encountering.
Like, rezzing 16 credits of ice on Centrals is hard to do. It's hard enough to do for Jinteki, sure. But we're still recovering. Like, I don't think you need a lot of credits to be able to close the game out if you're on Audacity and Moonpool.
And still just completely in control of the game. Like, the runner's position is just so hard to find any advantage out of.
Yeah. So a big thing about this deck, it has also bacterial programming. It's a big old 5/3, but when it's scored or stolen, it allows the corporation to look at the top 7 of the deck. You can reorder, put them back, you can trash, and you can draw any amount of those. So there's a chance too, if you steal a bacterial programming here on R&D, the corporation can win next turn potentially with some weird moon pool lines. I don't know if they can do 4 points in a turn. There's a chance they can, but they can at least set up massive fast advances. So even at this point, with all the bacterials still in the deck, it can sneak up on you. Stealing that actually can push the corporation further ahead than you. Second draw there. Again, we're seeing some of those staple criminal cards. We have some HQ pressure there with in hand with the Dawkins Pass. That's going to be another Dirty Laundry. Going to hedge the game. Is going to be at least 3 turns longer, which at this point, kind of hard to tell. We have a diversion. You can always just send it through the Anansi if you want, but we're going to hand it check the NGO front remote server. Yeah, gotta get some respect there. It costs you nothing to check. So that's going to be 8 credits for the corporation. All ice can be rezzed on this board state. Yeah, what do you want to do here?
Yeah.
Oh, HQ
With
pressure.
archives marks, it becomes tricky now that you just there's that ice on archives and you don't know what it is. It just makes it so tricky. You know, if you roll archives mark and you want to get info bounty value, you want to get bankroll value, but it's so scary when you can't break that ice.
Seamless. Advance. That is the timely public release. One agenda counter allows you at instant speed to install a piece of ice, I think from archives, maybe also HQ, a card I've never seen hit the table but has really nice synergy with the Taya. Now this means we're at 5 points. We're on game point. We have an Audacity in hand. This is the last turn, and I honestly think there was a big chance that Steven could have ran the remote server.
I think you're right. It's the ice. A lot of this ice is really painful, but does not end the run. They have some that end the run, no doubt, but
you're expecting Enigma. I think Enigma is the innermost, right? It's Enigma Tattoo Bola is very likely. So actually, no, we don't have a decoder yet. So the Enigma set felt pretty good, but maybe a Boomerang gets in there.
Yeah,
bouncing.
Desperate times call for desperate measures, but we've seen that Audacity in hand and the Longevity Serum, so this game is over next turn. Not that the runner knows that, but
the best slap down here is either you can inside job through HQ, you still take 3 net damage, you access 2 cards. Snake Door Beta, if that's around, it's hard to put that into a deck that's spending MU slots on things like Bankroll, as much as those aren't permanent. But we need to get accesses on HQ here. Dreamnet, Nuka. A bit too little too late with these 2 cards. The Nuka is the closest to forward tempo. A real fun thing, and I love the cameras here, Sokka is he pays attention to the body signals that he puts out. He talked about this at his Worlds win. A lot of times he will seem to struggle of making decisions that have obvious solutions because of the way that it impacts the runner, right? And I love that. It's always really interesting to watch Sokka play because he spends a lot of effort on what sort of signals he's putting out. Not that other players don't. It's really nice to know he's focusing on it.
Yeah, just being cognizant of that. Sometimes the best play is not. Sometimes there's an obvious play, but the best way to do it is to sit there and tank on it for 20 seconds rather than just slamming that agenda in the remote.
Yeah. Now here with the timely public release, right? So that means even if you have a 3-2 in hand, a 4-2 in hand, you can get that down in Audacity next turn. So there's very few agendas he cannot fast advance this turn. Like you can put down clicklessly an agenda and it has to be a piece of ice. So you can do an agenda. You could do an ice and then like an agenda. You could do an ice and what's it called? The moon pool. There's a lot of flexibility here. Steven just needs accesses. He needs to stop the agendas from showing up in centrals.
Such a tricky position for the runner to be in. It's difficult to envision a route to victory from here, but players at the top tables are going to be the ones to find one.
So thinking this through here again, you might just need to send it HQ. Interestingly, even if you send it HQ, if it's too late in the turn, you can use the timely public release to install an ice and get the agenda out of hand. So it's even hard. It's kind of like an Atlas token, where if you run too late in the turn, you give them all the flexibility in the world to respond to you.
Yeah.
I think we've already seen at least 3 clicks. It looks like we're on last click here. So that was, I believe, draw, install Nuka, use Nuka. So there's, yeah, this probably is a done deal. We'll see here, though. You can't send it through the Nancy because you allow the corporation to reorder the deck. That means they're not going to give you an agenda. You can maybe send it through the Nancy on HQ, but just a diversion, just tanking through the Nancy. This is a line here, but I think we know that with only 3 credits, you can still Audacity out. So definitely going to do something, especially letting the Nancy here fire is brutal. Nico campaign. We see a 1-point agenda and an off-world office. Now the off-world office, if you install it clicklessly here, you can still do advance, seamless. That's still only a 2-credit play. This is totally safe. Sokka taking his time though.
Yeah, with that Audacity in HQ, we you looking a little bit over for the runner.
Now the fun play here is
the mark is HQ, so the one click does come back, but it's hard to envision being able to do anything substantial with it.
Yeah, you do get the click back. That is really important. The real fun play too here is you can diversion and then choose to access. I believe diversion is optional, and you might surprise the corporation who maybe draws an agenda to the hand with the Nancy and see 2 cards with the Docklands. I think there's a chance. But also very important, yeah, you're gonna get a click back here, you're gonna get 2 credits from Info Bounty. And if you don't have 5 credits, you can't safely put the agenda in the remote server, so Sokka's using it. I wonder if
release.
That's a tattoo
Not taking a chance.
I think Sokka might forget that there's a click to gain after this run's considered successful. Because I think it looks like this is last click, so you can just slap the agenda on the table with 3 credits and feel safe. But Steven's going to have...
There's an enigma. Steven's not going to be able to get through that.
But if Sokka reses it, like, I think you still buy yourself a turn. Okay, we have a judge call here.
Longevity Serum and Audacity? I don't think so, because if Longevity Serum's in the remote and you're on 0 credits, you can credit Advance Audacity. Score
he has a longevity. Right, sorry, I thought he had the off-rolled. Yeah. You can do credit advanced longevity. Yeah, you're in a good spot. Okay, we're running through the board state here. I believe... Oh, wait, he can't even diversion.
Oh, he had 1 click.
Yeah, he had 1 click. Diversion's a double. So if I'm not mistaken, he drew, installed the Nuka. I can't tell because the power counters on Nuka might be stacked. That comes in with 2 power counters. But if you draw from Nuka, he only has 1 click left. So that diversion of funds cannot fire here. And if that's the case, yeah, Sokka has drawn a card. He's reordered the top deck. Like, that is unfixable. That's unfortunately at the expense of... I think you just have to make it a normal run. But that obviously changes what Sokka draws. Like, this is a really hard thing to fix. Of course, that's not our problem. That's the judge's problem. So shout out to them.
Shout out to the judging stuff. Love our judges.
Yeah, that's a really big deal.
It's a game that's over, essentially.
It's very possibly over next turn. Of course, though, if you go for the axes there, you can steal the longevity. I still think you can put it on the table using the timely public release.
Yeah. And if the runner's got enough credits, like you said, with the seamless play, being able to install that off-world office in the runner's turn just enables such impressive plays with the seamless to fast advance, or just the moon pool, given that we know Sokka has stacked the deck with the Anansi, so he knows that he can draw into that hybrid release that we saw. Possibly Moonball gets turned off if runner takes enough agendas at HQ off of Docklands access.
Yeah, you need money for Moonpool too, right? It's at least 3 credits. It's still tricky. But it's, I don't know, it's hard to rewind this, of course. Shout out to the judges who are volunteers that get all this sorted out. If you're ever in a game and you have any questions about board state, any problems, don't try and fix it yourself. You just call a judge over. This is actually like a really nice change that's been like very hardly formalized in the rules. I think Sokka's showing that he has a next turn, so I think they're just going to give it anyways. Oh, they're doing it face up, so I think they're talking about it, saying that he has the remote server.
It's the third Anansi. Oh my god.
I think it's the third Anansi. What is the outermost? The thimble rig, maybe?
Good question. I can't tell.
Ruling is a legal board state, illegal to fix because of Anansi rearrange, game loss for Steven. So that feels probably pretty bad for Steven. Of course, the game was all but concluded at this point here, where there's a really hard line to stop Sokka. So even if you go for the axis here and see 2 cards, he gets the longevity out of hand. He'll be down to still 8 credits, so the remote server cannot easily be contested even with 1 click more. So while that is awkward there at the end for sure, that was largely a game we got to see in the final conclusion anyway. So you can, we got an end of a game.
Difficult to imagine. Difficult to imagine Steven getting out of that one.
Yeah. So yeah, diversion of funds. It's a double. That's something that I've always missed. Well, you can easily miss. I think Jinteki.net has my back on that front, but playing in person obviously is a totally different animal. So really hard matchup. Of course, Steven's been doing really well today. We didn't get to see Sable do a cool Sable thing. Double Anansi's on central servers is a bit of a nightmare when you don't have your killer, let alone you're trying to deep dive through that. That's going to be expensive no matter which way you slice it. Let alone, we're on fast events, so the agendas, while they did stay in the remote server, we actually didn't see any fast events, genuine fast events, until the game was over. You saw a bit of Hermes respect there from Sokka. You saw some interesting lines, and just scoring behind 2 eyes with Seamless can just kind of do the game, because the criminal has to spend, unfortunately, so much time drawing cards. But good game to both players.
Really tricky game. Didn't see much in the way of Hermes value. Didn't really see much in the way of Sable value. Just a really brutal match for the runner. Really no bankroll value either, which is really not how Sable likes to play the game.
Yeah, Hannah looked good, right? Like, you got a couple of free runs. Sometimes they were just like immediate spin doctor pops, but it's nice to get those clicks back. I think Hannah's like quite cute, as long as the meta has remote servers.
It's one of those cards that I saw in previous season and thought it looked alright. Like, it looks pretty good. But I've been so impressed by that card in all the games that I've seen it played in. It's just such a... When you're getting value out of runs, which criminals always want to be doing, and these days Anarchs always want to be doing because they're mostly playing Hashiko with DreamNet, the ability to just clicklessly run a remote, not get a tag if they shuffle a spin doctor that you just ran. Also then, yeah, like you mentioned previously, just it's also an all-nighter that removes a tag, right?
Yeah, not bad. I think that's going to be a really fun thing, is to actually see the plays or the turns in which, barring, a deep dive where it's very obvious that you want extra clicks, where the runner realizes like, oh, I think this is an Ico on the remote server with a Manigarm. I'm going to crack this, right? Like, it feels like such a high cost. Hopefully by that time you've already got value from your Hannah. That doesn't feel awful, but I love to see that where runners preemptively pull it before they have a tag, before they're in a really ugly spot, and make the right plays. I think that's going to be very exciting.
And yeah, Sable herself lets you single click deep dive through a border control. Just having the wheels in play, suddenly Sable is deep diving with like full value deep dive through border control.
That's really cool.
You just click on your Hannah and go, all right, I got 2 clicks now. Here's my deep dive. Such a powerful option.
Yeah, so we've only seen one Asa decks so far today. I think that deck was actually spending influence on like, Tattoo Bolas and Forma carries. Border control is like, we're definitely still seeing it. There's definitely outfit decks. There's obviously op decks somewhere here at the top tables. It's such a powerful card. We haven't seen a lot of it today, and I'm like, I want to see more Wayland. I want to see some of that fun flexibility.
Much less out of faction play now than it was in the past, definitely.
Yeah.
Hush is such a powerful card. As we mentioned previously, but it is one of the more brutal hits on Hush.
Oh, it's really good. It's like, again, that's a fun Arasana matchup where, again, once you res the border control, you can crack it before you can give them the priority. But that's sort of like paid ability window timing dance that for a lot of players, specifically when it comes to Arasana, they're for the first time fully embracing and fully understanding the sort of the structure of paid ability windows. Because for a lot of runners, they assume that the corp reses ice. Turns out you have a paid ability window before that. Figuring out how to use that and whether you'll get that paid ability window priority back if they don't res. That's kind of entirely the name of the game when it comes to Arasana. It's really, really cool.
Super interesting gameplay, definitely.
All right, so that is going to be the end of round 7. Our results are coming in a bit slowly, so there's still a lot of games. I think there's about 5 to 8 minutes left in the round, so don't go anywhere. I think we're going to just carry on here, actually. But we're getting the results in. Sorry, just 1 second. There's 3.5 minutes left. We just got a response there. So not a lot longer into the round. Results, again, we don't have that many in. These top tables, again, this is where when you get to double-sided Swiss, you might see a lot of 2-for-1, some IDs, but all these players are going to be playing it till the last round today. I think there's always a small chance if there's players at the highest standings that they can potentially ID and take a tie on purpose, but Sokka, we know, has a tie going into this round specifically, so he has a huge incentive to play as many and win as many games as he can. Now, just to go forward, we didn't shout this out at all because I haven't opened to the full standings in a while. But Steven here on the left is playing Thule and Sable, and going into this round, he had the highest score. 18 points after 6 rounds means he hasn't lost a game. This is the first game that he's lost today. Unfortunately, it was a game loss on stream. We can't ask for a worse combination, but I really hope that does not sour his spirits because he is crushing it today. With 2 IDs, I don't think anyone would have picked as their favorites. So we're going to probably see a bit more of him today. Otherwise, again, these are the standings going into round 6. This is round 7, or sorry, going into round 7, mind you. So we're going to see the updates. But otherwise, at 16 points was Sokka right behind him. And then we have a whole bunch of 15s. We have a fair few 15s. So to see how the standings are going to shake up after this round is going to be incredibly important. But yeah, I really want to see what Steven's playing on Thule because, yeah, that's pretty wild.
Yeah, and like we mentioned earlier, definitely one of those corps that there was a build that was going around a decent amount in the previous meta where you were using the Thule to turn on ontological as this fast advance finishing option and playing it sort of like a sports medal but out of Thule. Cards like stock buyback.
Yeah.
Half of that deck is now rotated. So how people are going to build and play and utilize Thule in this current format is going to be really interesting to see, especially like you mentioned, Steven's clearly been doing well with it all day.
Yes. There's always like a surprise too if people are not like prepped into the Thule. They haven't been practicing it. It's not part of their testing gauntlet. You got that edge. But yeah, I'm super stoked to see what's going on there. Radiant in chat is saying, very brief interlude before round 8, doing a raffle. I'm pretty sure that's a raffle in the venue, not a chat raffle. But if you want to do exclamation raffle, that never stops anyone from doing that, even if there's never a raffle. But okay, just give us a second.
Nostalgia.
Yeah, no, it always happens. It's just the culture around these places. But we're going to have only, 3 more rounds still, right? Round 8, round 9, and round 10. And we'll be back tomorrow with a top cut. There you go, raffles in chat. So Dominant Initiative has just been out for less than 2 weeks. It's such a new set. I believe technically the new standard rotation kicked in as of yesterday. Is worth knowing a set has to be out for 2 weeks before the rotation, the ban list, the new cards are legal, but there was some rules that were bent for this Continental season. So we saw APAC Continentals last weekend. The set had been out for like less than 100 hours and people were playing with it in a new format, which is really exciting to see. Vale, in terms of the Dominant Initiative, what have you been most excited for? What have you been testing? What's been like really capturing your attention?
Definitely the card that came out of the Automata Initiative that I was like, okay, I gotta play this was Wage Workers.
Yeah, right?
I'm sure for a lot of other players they're in the same situation where we've seen a lot of Acer today. There was a lot of Acer. I don't know, there was only one Acer at Nottingham. Yeah, Wage Workers was the card I dearly missed Jeeves. And the ability for Wage Workers to get more than one click in a turn is just too irresistible to me. Any turn in which you score a Luminal with Wage Workers in play, you just get like a free 11-click turn if you're playing something like Acer that is going to always have operations to play and cards to install.
Yeah,
what's been captivating you from the new set?
I think I think there's maybe a division here for players who've been playing for a while who saw the old Jeeves model Biroids. This is a near print of it. A similar card, but in a lot of ways stronger. A lot more interesting highs that you can chase. I think that one's been pretty exciting. I think I've been playing a fair bit of Arasana and trying to figure out the right brew is something I think we're going to see today. I think we saw a bit of it sneak into the top cut of APAC last weekend. We're going to see maybe a fair bit more today. I wanted to shout out in the standings currently, ASA Group is doing relatively well. We see 4 of them currently in the top 12 at least, which is fantastic. And very similar numbers when it comes to Arasana. 4 of them in the top 12, mirrored only by Hoshiko, and 419 is actually keeping up as well, which is a bit of a surprise from last weekend. Again, our standings are not fully in yet, so those numbers will change, but really nice to see those IDs that maybe didn't do so well in the last 8-pack. I think in terms of Continentals... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
ASA really, did not perform well at APAC, things considered. There was, Pouch Surfer made the top 8 with ASA, but that was all the representation we saw. So it's great to see it doing better here. That probably builds are more refined. People are figuring out what's working, what's not, which ice, is effective against the breaker suites that the runners are presenting and which ones aren't.
Yeah, that's like something that might be expected to some extent, right? Like the set's only been out for a while, so a lot of the decks that were doing relatively well at APAC last week were just like, okay, big stuff Hoshiko, we got to change the breaker suite. Let's not say that wasn't an important thing to change, and then we play a couple of the new cards to like get us up to speed. The Baya bands if you want them. What else are we playing? The price I think is in a pretty solid spot. Then we saw on the corporation side, Outfit won the event, and the Outfit deck is obviously on a different win condition. Big Deal was somewhat an Outfit card. You saw some Big Deal Outfit decks, especially on the West Coast, mind you. But that is catching on now that hard-hitting news is probably a bit of a better fit in the Outfit decks now that it's gone. You have no more boom. I think it's a bit harder to deliver the tag punishment succinctly. Not impossible, but probably just a bit harder. So I think the further we get away from the new set, we're going to see a bit more like maybe ambitious inclusions and multi-card combos that maybe work out better. Understanding that Formicaria and how good Tattoo Bowler really is in Asa, maybe that takes a while, but so excited to see things morph over time.
Yeah, totally. The addition of Pivot to the card pool has given these Outfit decks access to that really powerful option for getting that Big Deal Atlas with one counter that can so often be the difference between a win and a loss.
Even like Pivot showing up in sports metal decks, like Fast Events combo decks. I think a big part of that obviously is also the wage workers, but that card has been like way more flexible. And I think we're going to see it a fair bit. I'm not sure if we saw it that much last weekend, but as a way you can put into your NBN deck to be able to consistently pull your tag punishment, to pull an agenda when you need it, or, you know, Opera research. Tap that on tap for 2 influence. That's not a really high cost to be asked.
Yeah, definitely. And yes, some of these, with the addition of Oppo research to the card pool, replacing, in some sense, hard-hitting news, it's obviously such a different card entirely. So we have these Reality Plus decks or EH-style sort of wide or aggressively rushy NBN decks trying to score agendas and just firing off and final click Oppo for 2 tags. Because you've got to keep up with them, and it's such a tempo hit just to take that 2 tags for just 2 credits or none if they're Reality Plus and get them back straight away, and just create such an interesting attrition style match a lot of the time.
Yeah, we're seeing, we haven't seen NBN on stream for a while, but currently in the standings, they are doing relatively well. I think currently, at least going into round 7, the top decks were in pretty evenly divided across the corp factions. Jinteki's actually the one outlier. I think only Sokka has the Jinteki deck that's performing currently in the top, and it will continue to do so. We did just see the win on stream, so probably going to be one of the top, actually is going to be, by definition, he will be in first place going into round 8. So if you're betting on the world champion to take a Continentals, we might be on track for that, as much as there's still a lot more Netrunner today and even more tomorrow. Now, there is a raffle going on for, I'm not sure for what. I'm not sure if they've entered our names for it. Maybe they should have asked, maybe, but that's okay. But we'll be back on for round 8 relatively soon. Oh man, yeah, this is the point where, like, classically in double-sided Swiss, you have to do all that sort of math to figure out whether you can start IDing. I love the simpleness of this point where we just got to play more Netrunner. It's also worth noting fatigue is something that does kick in later rounds, so if you start to see some plays that maybe are a bit questionable, maybe a bit ambitious, yeah, sometimes that does catch up with you. Now, I do think there's dinner on site if you'd like it. That could be nice, as long as you can find some time to make it to the kitchen, but players are hopefully staying comfortable.
Yeah, the fatigue is really, with 10 rounds of single-sided Swiss, the fatigue is really going to start to set in. I personally find single-sided Swiss events more taxing than the double-sided ones. To what extent that's universal, I'm not sure, but 10 rounds of any card game is going to take its toll by the time you get to the end of the day.
Yeah, for sure. And you know what, like, having reps with your deck, and also, like, that can be a problem. I can see that to be a problem to some of my favorite identities, right? Like, maybe we're over complicating things, but like Arasana, Op, I think 2 of my favorite things to be doing in Netrunner right now are pretty intensive in terms of the branching paths in Netrunner are pretty immense now. Add instant speed to every single interaction, it gets even wilder. So those sort of decks sometimes are, not adored because it just gets harder to play the longer the event goes. So we'll see if the Arasanas can keep it up. We'll see if those Ops can do the tricks. Some of the most fun decks to watch too.
Full value out of wage workers every turn. By the time you get to the last round of a tournament,
yeah, right.
It can be so tricky to just go, oh yeah, I was meant to go for 3 credits, then install, not install credit.
Yeah, wait till we see Mirror Morph at top tables with wage workers. You got so many options to do nonsense, and you're gonna forget about all of them, unfortunately.
Oh goodness.
All right.
Hopefully we can see some of this faction diversity make its way into the top cut. Because we've got a lot of, like, we have Crims, we have Anarchs, and we have Shapers. Hopefully we don't end up with a 7 Hashiko top cut by the end of the 10th round.
Yeah, we'll see. We're looking at some of the early reports so far. So a couple of the Hashikos won the last match, a couple didn't. That's probably statistics in general. But we're seeing some of the Epiphanies actually on table 2 and table 3 take some wins. We're waiting for some reports here, but we see rongydoge and Stevie. She was just on stream a round ago, both winning on Hashiko. Actually, Stevie's on Essa, excuse me. Not a lot of S's at this tournament. Well done.
Yeah, he's one of those decks that was putting in so many powerful results sort of February-ish this year. The sort of Anarch that was dominant before we saw the sort of emergence of these big Hashiko decks. But yeah, with the losing of bin breakers, makes the playing that aggressive core damage playstyle so much gear. But yeah, we did still see Issa's getting really deep into the APAC Swiss. Some of the Muntal Boast players played it and did really well, but not the cut, unfortunately. But yeah, we'll see how we go this time around.
I think that's like one of the things that happens when a new set comes out and there's a bunch of new cards. It's like, yeah, I get some of the cards you could slot into an Essa deck, but I feel like there's so many things pulling people into different directions that, trying to retool your old deck from last meta. I guess I'm saying that and then I feel foolish because obviously most of the field is on Hoshiko and that's kind of that. But yeah, I think you said it totally right. Is bin breakers were such an obvious inclusion in Essa that wants to take core damage, that wants to be running aggressively with the support of Banhar. And that's a lot trickier right now. Like, are we playing Begamut? Are we playing Tremolo? What is our actual breaker suite? And how do we put it down early? It's two big questions.
I've forgotten all about Tremolo. Exactly right.
Yeah, it's a one influence. You can put Tremolo wherever you want. You just got to get some other cybernetics in there. Is it better than the big old Russian cat? I honestly don't know. I want to see Begamut, though. I've never seen it hit a table.
Yeah, I don't have the inner deck builder to be able to answer the Tremolo question. It's interesting to see in events like this where we had 5 days to brew decks for APAC, and then APAC is really, until Nottingham yesterday, and there was a Melbourne circuit opener yesterday, there hadn't really been much in the way of other events besides APAC to really inform people's understanding of the meta. Yeah, I think a decent chunk of the player base, myself included, never really put a lot of time into learning how to make good decks. Just instead trying to put some time into playing them well.
Yeah,
getting good deck lists of other good players. But for the events like these where your net deck options are really limited, the sort of really good deck builders tend to thrive. So it'll be great to see what innovations have made their way into this event, having moved on from the APAC understanding of the format.
That's like a notable thing. Is I don't think all players are equally divided in the skill set of being deck builders and being, Netrunner players, right? Like they're two technically different skill sets. Obviously, one might influence the other. But you're right. There's a lot of people that would just love to grab a deck on Netrunner DB and just play it to a high skill level. And maybe APAC was the opening point for that. Maybe we'll see more of that. We're going to see a lot of the decks that we saw last weekend. I have no doubt. But yeah, that does change. Some people might not like that. 4 days in, can I build something? I'll just see you in Euro Africas in 2 weeks.
Exactly right.
Yeah, I don't know. If you were going to rock up to this event yourself, do you have an idea what you'd be playing?
So I played a Melbourne circuit opener yesterday.
Right on.
Which was awesome fun. 19 people.
Nice.
I ended up winning that one, which is great.
Hey, well done.
Early in the season. And I brought a seamless Assa. So I played Fast Advance Assa at APAC. I was just so allured by the disgusting rate at which that deck can Fast Advance 5/3s.
Oh, cool.
With Wage Workers and Biotics and 1 Audacity. I was fast advancing Ikawa from hand for 8 credits. Some of these plays, the sort of plays available to you are just oh god. But I played a more seamless version yesterday, and it felt good. Having the Tadibola bricks at your disposal. It's such a powerful option, and the out-of-faction pinhole threading presence is really diminished from what we were seeing when everyone had to respect Drago. So a card like Anoetic Void suddenly became a lot more... It functioned again. So I wasn't on the full Mercury tricks, but it's also just a powerful option that slots right into the same strategy. And I knew I wanted to play a Clot deck on runner side. I didn't know, I didn't really mind which one. I just wanted to play Clot. So I messaged Enkoder and said, could I have your most recent lat list?
Oh, cool.
Just played. So he shipped me a 46 card list. So I cut one card and just played that. It felt pretty strong. Like Repo mentioned earlier in the stream, the turbine stuff didn't come up every game.
Yeah.
But it felt like a powerful, one of the more powerful Clot options. But yeah, your influence gets spread a bit thin in terms of then finishing the game. So it was on a deep dive at a Conduit. Well, we saw the power of Conduit at APAC in some of those Tau games. Conduit really is it's no Twinning or Stargate when it comes to some of these decks that are stacking, free ice on R&D out of
the Ginger R&D we saw, but I think you can Conduit there with that one okay, I guess.
Yeah, true.
I think it's like all the Maviruses, right? Like everyone's playing 2 Maviruses, that the Conduit game plan is it's reasonable and it's nice to have central pressure. That's not something Shaper has, but I'm like really interested. I think we're going to see a bunch of Arasanas that can, I'm going to use the word cheese, but like very aggressively deep dive, even in early turns at not a huge loss of tempo with things like Pichachon and like Slap Vandal potentially, right? Like that's something very different than the sort of control Shaper that we're used to that has like an efficient engine throughout all parts of the game. Like I think that's an angle of attack. Definitely. Like there's 3-pointers in every deck.
Like you mentioned, having access to that Trojan that's going to give you an extra click on that run gives Arasana the ability to not commit to the deep dive until they know it's going to happen.
Yeah, it's really potentially powerful. And so we haven't seen a lot of Shaper on stream today. I don't want to say we have saw none. I think there was some in the earlier rounds. But that is a very interesting thing to solve. There's a lot of very powerful cards in green that we haven't seen today. We've seen mostly Anarchan, just a bit of Criminal.
How about yourself? If you were about to sit down for 10 rounds of single-sided Swiss, what decks would you be bringing?
I think I'd like to play Asa. I think it's flexible enough and powerful enough that you feel okay on most board states, and I think the games are interesting. There's a chance I would convince myself to play an op deck that I haven't tested enough, and probably need a bit more testing with that. And I'd love to play Arisana. I've had like really, really bad testing up to today with Arisana on the basis that it's probably a bit too greedy of a list, and I do think the Arisana decks that are going to succeed are going to pull back, and they're going to play some Trojans, but they're still going to play fixed strength breakers and do all that sort of other like good Shaper stuff, and I haven't swung that far into testing yet, so ideally with enough time, that's probably where we would have ended up.
Yeah, and it's such an exciting archetype to brew in. Obviously some people are going full, like, not diaper, but, that full combo, I want to take a 7-click runner turn style, versus, like you mentioned, maybe just building a traditional Shaper deck but just has access to that Trojan toolkit in HQ to make your runs as cheap and easy as possible.
Yeah, exactly. We've also seen like really weird versions like Rubicon Saucy. I've been testing with that, and let me tell you, it's not consistent. Turns out Corps are doing things quickly enough, but it's potentially a nightmare situation if you can get it set up. All right, we just have confirmation.
Cuban has long been...
Sorry?
Because Cuban has long been a fan favorite card, so now having a...
it's good now.
For that card?
Yeah, it's good.
Such an exciting thing for a decent chunk of the player base, I think.
Yeah, really cool card. Again, run-based Shaper, not exactly existing. Well, I guess it did for a minute there when we had Endurance and Standard, but it's really nice to see a lot of good reasons to be running in Shaper. Arisana, Cuban, Pichachon. I'd be surprised to see some Flux Capacitor, but it falls into that category, I reckon.
Yeah, true. Very true.
All right, looks like the raffles are over. I hope people have won some nice stuff. Again, the prize support today is absolutely killer, and shout out to all the organizers here. This is originally Cascadia was not affiliated with Null Signal Games. This was just players coming together saying, hey, I want to do a cool grassroots Netrunner tournament. I want to put organized play. I want to, get a stream going, do all this fantastic stuff, organize it at a big event. And there was a sponsorship. This eventually became America's Continentals to be an in-person event. So we have at least one in-person Continentals, and absolutely well done. I am so excited to hear from the players after who are there to see how their experience was. But so much effort goes into organizing this. This is months and months of work. So shout out to everyone that put this thing together.
It's just a monumental effort. So many sides of the community coming together for this one.
Yeah, and that's like a really big thing too, right? Like understanding there's a lot of folks who want to play Netrunner who, maybe they don't have communities where they feel like it's possible. Like putting together events, generally people will come if you if there's something that there's a way that people can come together and have an excuse to spend at least a day, a weekend, let alone to play Netrunner. It's always really nice to see that coming together. All right, we have some players sitting down again. Radiant on production will update us very shortly, but at least I think we can look at the results. At least we can talk about the results. Let's say that. So going into round 8, if we look at the standing, again, we have this and 2 more rounds. So we have with 19 points, that is Sokka now, who is in the highest spot. Underneath Sokka, there is only now 4 players with 18 points. We have Steven, who we just saw on stream. We saw Gaurav, who we saw before. Then we have Jeff Pruin. That's Ysengrin SC, a content creator and part of the No Single Games organized play team. He is undefeated on Arasana, lost 1 game with Op on 18 points. And then Joe Tse, who is on Epiphany and Arasana on 18 as well. I think that might be West Coast Joe. Is that Solomir? Might be Solomir.
Then we have a bunch, to be honest.
We have a lot of players on 15. That goes all the way down to the 14th slot. Now, it's important to understand, I don't know what the cutoff is going to be expected. There's a bunch of players who can look at the math and kind of say, like, you need to go X and 4, X and 3 at this tournament to have a chance at top 8. But all the 15s are definitely very competitive if they want to make it to tomorrow. I think the player at 13 has a chance as well. Again, if a lot of these are upsets, that's a really cool thing that there's a bit more volatility when you play single versus double-sided Swiss, where if people agree to ID, generally the people at top stay on top. But if there's upsets, and where say like Sokka in first place, unfortunately loses a couple matches, maybe the players at 13 or 12 points suddenly have a chance of making the top cut as well. Now, as much as we're going to focus on top cut math and people with high points, it's just amazing that everyone comes out here to organize, to participate in organized play. So I reckon, regardless of points, everyone's having a good time here.
Absolutely, and it's going to be interesting to see, how those, like you mentioned, the decisions shake out, but also those draws we saw. So Sokka obviously sitting pretty, 19 points right now at the top of the standings, but possibly if 2 losses come Sokka's way in the next 2 rounds, that draw that we saw before could come back to impact that cut maths.
Yeah, we're actually not going to see this on camera, but it looks like Sokka is going to play against Stephen. They're going to do the mirror match, so that will be a Freedom versus Thule. So it looks like Jeff might be on stream next. So that is going to be, if I'm not mistaken, checking the leaderboards here, that is going to be on the right. Give me 1 second, excuse me.
It's going to be Arasana. We're going to get to see it.
Yeah, so this is Tyler versus Jeff on the left. So that is Ysengrin SC. You might know him from his YouTube channel. I'm a big fan. And on the right, we have on ASA Group, that's Tyler. So this is going to be
fantastic to see Ysengrin doing well in this event. As a member of the organized play team, often doesn't get to play in some of these big events, but notably finished, I think, 2nd in European Continentals last year.
Yes.
Just behind Asger.
Yeah, that is correct. Yeah, he was a runner-up.
He's going to finish behind Asger.
Yeah, it's a good spot to be.
But, yeah, fantastic to see him doing so well in this event.
Yeah, he traveled in across the country, mind you, playing from the East Coast. There's a lot of players who traveled in from this. It's really nice to see. So he's playing Arasana. Let's talk about Arasana. Arasana, the new shaper, 4515. She says for 0 credits at a paid ability window once per turn. While running, you can install a program from your hand. Now, you pay all install costs, but at the end of the run, if that program wasn't a Trojan, and Trojan is a subtype of cards, programs that are hosted on ice, it will be trashed. So while you can use that instant speed to pull out like a Mayfly or even a Fractor or whatever, and non-Trojan at immediate speed if you need it, because you're going to lose the game if you don't, that's still a line. And you also have access to Simulchip and other shaper ways to deal with it. But I think we're going to see here Prognostic Q Loop. I think we see a Flux Capacitor in hand. Maybe. So we're going to see something really spicy here, but there's going to be a lot of interactions. I think Jeff was on telework contract, or not, sorry, excuse me, telework, environmental testing. He's been talking about environmental testing being fast enough. And I think that's only possible if you have things like maybe what's it called? The flux capacitor charging that card. That is a charge target. There's some flexibility here. Now, Smitty, playing ASA group, it's worth noting that a lot of the ASA group ice just inherently is really unfavorable when it comes to Trojans. Things like Hagen just eats Trojans, Tatubola just eats Trojans, Magnet eats Trojans. So it actually can be really difficult. Even some of the ice with multiple subroutines, things like Brawn, things like MIC, Onsell, those are also somewhat hard to deal with Trojans as well, because they just have a lot of subroutines. If you're trying to slap Vandal through them aggressively, it can be pretty difficult.
Yeah, and Ysengrin is a well-known enthusiast for all Shaper decks that fit 15 game actions into 4 clicks. Also a big Acer fan, has played as much Acer as almost anyone else probably has. Is going to have that matchup, probably play experience that might not necessarily, that might make the difference.
Okay, so I've been told smittyl, the way to pronounce this, and we're going to start seeing some nice installs here. That is a wage worker. So you can get that res mid through the installs to get 3 installs and click back. So that's 4 installs with ASA group to get that double install on the server. I'm going to go by the Diesel seeing Cubon. Mind you, that is Ysengrin's, it's his profile picture. It's nice to get that card finally playable on tables. And we're going to start checking, just click 2 into the ice. Very important, Fairchild 3 doesn't exist anymore. While 3 credits can res most ice here, Jeff is not going to use the instant speed window here to install a Trojan. You do have priority here. Now, interestingly enough, if they don't res, there's no more priority window. So we'll see what happens. Actually, it looks like he's just going to install an Eka. You'd love to get that down clicklessly. Access with 5 credits, we can trash anything, including an MC Austerity, as much as that's going to be, I believe, 3 credits to trash?
Yeah, 3, I believe.
So that's down, leaving Ysengrin only with 2 credits. I don't know if we're going to see Miss Bones in this deck or anything to trash cards besides maybe Aprecia. It's kind of the Shaper special. But that is a Vernissage. The fact that you can just bounce your Eka back to hand for free clicklessly to give you 2 credits a turn to install cards is absurd. But a Rashida, though, on the other side, uncontested and not in a remote server with ice, that is going to be 3 cards and 3 credits. Exactly what Asa needs in hand to trigger a Wage Workers one more time this turn.
Yeah, both of these players getting to execute their game plans so far. The Acer deck getting the uncontested Wage Workers on this turn. Oh my goodness.
Is it a Luminal? It's a Luminal! Oh, what a start on stream. Uniced Luminal on the table with the Wage Workers. We're going to get a 7-click turn this turn. 8-click turn?
Absolutely
what is
crazy.
This?
Yeah, so it can get really, if you have 2 operations, no operations, but if you have more things to install, yeah, things can get crazy.
So Luminal Transubstantiation.
Yeah, it's just the absolute courage to slam that on the table and go, you won't check it.
And not check it is accurate. There's something in a remote server, let alone Shapers are not particularly good at dealing with assets. Double install, assuming a Tranquility Grid, maybe a Managarm, maybe a Mavirus. You have to expect that one as well. Vovo as well. I'm just going to name all the upgrades here, but a huge turn to do another triple install and at least get a credit. I think that's the one thing that's keeping currently as smittyl down here is just the credits. I think just one fully up will do it, and we see in hand, I think it's a seamless launch and an Ikawa, so a big old 5-3 just hanging out there. So now Ysengrin just has to keep his calm. You know, that's a bit of a tilting play in some ways to get that sort of opening on the table that you could have dealt with, but we'll see how Shaper brings it back from here. I think credits are going to be a problem with only 1 credit. Mind you, technically up to 3 credits for installing cards. We'll see how we can maybe get a daily cast down, something that actually generates money off of that Vernissage. Even just a Cubon here is reasonable if they can't like res ice.
True, the corp themselves is not that wealthy, given, as you mentioned before, we're seeing these hedge fundless corps doing quite well, but they do have to play quite low to the ground. Until you get those fully operationals online, you aren't going to see as many. Oh dear.
That is exactly the Hagen punishment there. So Jeff throwing down that Trojan for free. That's the Cubon, but the Hagen eats it and ends the run. So that is the Arasana value. We're going to take a credit here and check. At least we can steal Ikawa, but with 2 credits, doesn't open up the trash pool that much. I think it just gets you Nico. It also gets you Spin Doctor, but I don't know if Jeff can afford to trash this right here. So not even getting Vernissage value here. I'm not sure what click that was. I think there's one more here. You definitely want to get something down that will generate economy off of those credits you have on the vernissage. A daily cast would be good. But again, so much of the HB ice is pretty difficult to get value from. If you had another cube on, next turn you can start smashing R&D, and if they can't res, you built yourself that magnum opus, which is quite nice to see.
So if you're Jeff in this position, what's your road to recovery from here?
I think you, getting down a Trojan is really nice because you can bounce it back to hand to get 4 credits worth of installables, but you're definitely going to need some way to make money going forward. So it's hard. It's largely only environmental testing. Mind you, second Rashida just went off there, but environmental testing is pretty common. Otherwise, daily cast is also a pretty common way to get back into the game. But otherwise getting a lily pad down here for just card draw is not going to push you forward enough.
Tricky. You can see an offward office out of the cheater draws, so getting that to go off would give the Corp all the economy they really need to finish out this game.
And it's not only economy, it's the options, right? Like Wage Workers has fired every single turn this game. It's only turn 3, but it's going to fire again here for sure. So we'll see maybe a triple install there. Again, the Ikoa is not something you're excited to score out. Getting to 5 points means you're 1 biotic away from closing the game for sure. But that's going to just be a bunch of stuff on the server. We didn't see a res, so we're expecting not a Tranquility home grid in there, which could have been a card draw or 2 credits. The sooner you get that rolling, the better it is for you. I think we see Jeff's hand. We have a Gauss. Just a Fracture, it's good enough. Another Vernissage won't do anything. So that's a hard hand to deal with. We need some card draw here. And this deck is usually just Diesel and Lilypad. But another server. I wonder now if Jeff is going to have respect. He has to check those, considering that we saw how Tyler's been playing these remote servers. There you go,
Possibly.
triple install. Return to hand for 2 credits on 5. That means we can threaten to res everything besides Brown and on sell. Creative Commission, very good draw to recover there. You won 1 click left, so we have a way back here. Now, Claude is likely in the deck. We don't have any way to threaten it. Not that I think we're going to see fast events for the next couple turns, but there is a lily pad. At least that comes down for free. So now you can make a run. You can draw a card. You can get an access and get 2 credits on the Vernissage. This is where the engine is so powerful that as long as you have a reason to run, and maybe we need a Dream Net to make that really tick. This is a lot of click compression that Shaper is. This is kind of what you expect from like a criminal deck or an anarch deck with all the run-based triggers. Off the top, Ikwa has the credits. Going to steal it. 3 points. Good hit. So now 3-2, as much as there easily could be points on the table. I think we know there's a Seamless in hand. Off the
Jeff,
top.
unfortunately, doesn't have the credits or clicks to play off the Creative Commission that turn. Here comes this Seamless. So here comes the offward office.
Sitting back, grabs his hands. Is that an off-world office? For quad advance, you don't even need the Seamless in hand. A lot of times the Seamless you don't use if you don't need them. So that's 7 credits back, and it's going to take it to 3 to 4 points. Technically, Tyler's on game point there.
Yeah, with the Wage Workers on the table and not looking to be threatened anytime soon. Oh, maybe I've spoken too soon.
And we have an engine. We're checking their mode server again. Install, quickly draw a card. We didn't have time for a Creative Commission. Second Wage Workers. So now not a huge incentive to trash. We're accessing here, mind you, without credits. So it's just agendas that we want to steal. The run there, though, is a Warroy Tracker. We haven't seen that one in a while. And I think we saw in hand an Adrian Seiss, which is a defensive upgrade that I don't know if there's pinholes in this sort of deck, but that's a hard one to deal with, let alone with the Warroy Tracker that's also in hand. Top deck. Logic Vitruvius here. It is currently 4 points. So here, this is where, as the corporation, you're trying to figure out if you can find the last Ikoa. It's usually only 2 Ikoas, or whether you have to just score out this 2-pointer and then score out another 2-pointer. It's obviously a bit of a longer road, as much as scoring a Vitruvius with counters, like, it's still pretty good. It gives you a lot of flexibility. But there is the Seattle Tranquility Home Grid commissioned for this event. I think it's Emilio Rodriguez's art. You got to see the Sky Needle, or Space Needle, excuse me. So we're going to install there. Again, every turn. Wage Workers. Every turn.
It's going to be really interesting to see if Jeff tries to threaten this remote, because we saw that Gauss in HQ. The option is there. How does the strength on an freshly entered the battlefield Geist line up? Gauss line up with a Hagen?
So I think Gauss comes in at 4 strength. If you return the Ika, that means you still have to boost once, so it's probably a bit ugly. You only have to break one of the subroutines, though, so it's like you could get the Gauss down and then install when you encountered it to get the eco down, to get the strength down, so it's possibility. But this remote server, we know this is probably Managarm into Adrian size. It is a nightmare server. While you might want to force them to res some amount of stuff there's the Gauss. A Fractor comes down for free, mind you, with the credits off of the Vernissage. So you can get through that for only 1 credit. We're going to run, clicklessly install the Eco. We've already drawn a card. We're going to break the 1 subroutine that matters. So now we have to res a bunch of stuff. So we'll see the Managarm get resed. Ysengrin can at least click through it. The Adrian Seiss, though, you just have to win a side game. At least you have enough money to potentially win a side game. There's a Warroid as well. Very hard to deal with that, especially with Adrian Seiss Warroid. It's very, very difficult. And it looks like it's an agenda and an Adrian Seiss. So welcome to Sky Game. To Side Game. Pay 0, 1, or 2 credits. Both players secretly spend the credits that they reveal, or they reveal them, then they spend them. And then if you spend different, I don't know the numbers on this one. Excuse me, we have to look it up. But either one way, if you win the side game, you can access the cards in the remote server. The other one, you can only access Adrian. It's 0 to 2. So now I believe you're only allowed to trash Adrian, which costs 2 to trash, but then the Warroid will trigger as well. So I think Jeff was there just happy enough to make Tyler spend some credits. Now, Warrior Tracker, a very cheap to res 4 trash cost, 2 to res upgrade that says if you want to trash a card in the server, including the Warroid, you're going to do trace 4. If you lose that trace, you have to trash 2 of your installed cards. Your choice. It's very expensive here, but in theory, you could consider trashing the Adrian, ripping up your non-programmed board state, and going back. You'd still have to play another side game, though. But Gachapon coming down gives you that lily pad flexibility. I think what we're going to see here is we're going to see Vitruvi scored out with the counter. And then I think the only way that Ysengrin can win from here is Conduit Dig.
Yeah, really tricky. If Ysengrin could have stolen that agenda there and put himself on game point, this would have probably been a very different, such a threatening position when you suddenly find yourself on game point and there's only 1 ice on R&D.
Yeah.
That's where a shape is going to thrive and is just going to pick the game apart from underneath you.
Yes.
In this position,
if you overextend, you overextend here, you get a free Conduit next turn, you can get a Peach Sean down, you can make like 6 or 7 runs on R&D. You can win the game flat out. Now we'll see if Tyler respects that or not. Again, there's definitely viruses in the deck. If you find those on the R&D runs, it kind of messes up all of that. But advance. Now we can just score out of Vitruvius. You could quad advance it if you want the token. Now this is 3 to 6 points, but he might just want to jam something in the server. Was that another Vitruvius?
I think that was another Vitruvius. It's really scary for Jeff.
Very scary for sure. 7 credits means you can still res what's on R&D. So we're going to crack the Gachapon here on the corpse turn. Look at the top 6. Get an install. That is a Slap Vandal, a Hush, and I think those are the only 2 legal targets. I'm not sure any of the other cards are virtuals, but that is going to be a Slap Vandal on R&D, drawing you a card with Lily Pad before this card shuffled back. You have to remove 2 of them from the game. Shouldn't be a problem. Not much left of a game. Vernissage goes out pretty easily. I think you can get rid of the daily cast, let alone, well, all of those resources seem a bit slow. So we're going to go for the Earth Rises are going back in alongside the environmental testing. So I think here we're going to see a Conduit and smash R&D. Now, for 1 credit, let alone if you can pull out something like a Cubon, you actually can go through R&D for free, even gaining credits if it's only 1 subroutine. But there's some really bad hits here. If it's a Hagen, you have to pay through for Gauss. If it's a Magnet, you're in a really bad spot. If it's a Drafter, that's 1 subroutine firing. That's also a huge problem. There is some really ugly ice you can face check into here. The best thing you can do, though, is force the corporation to spend credits so they can't potentially win in the remote server, which Tyler's just absolutely windmilling into the remote server.
It could be really dangerous if this is a Tattoo Bowler. As you mentioned before, really just mayhem for Trojans.
Yeah, you still Gauss through it. You'll lose your Slap Vandal, but then another ice is going to come back after the Conduit, like on the second Conduit run, and you can put down whatever ice you think is best suited for you.
Certainly don't envy Jeff's position here, but the power of this Shaper toolbox, he does still have that line to victory if a Conduit can come down.
Yeah.
Only 2 agendas. Any 2 agendas will do it because Jeff stole an Echo already.
Exactly.
Yeah, needing to steal 2 makes this so much more dangerous, and it's tricky to know if you even attempt to run the remote because your gas is no longer boosted unless it didn't get returned, right?
Yeah, no, it didn't get returned, but there's 2 cards in there, right? Like that's very difficult. So you're assuming one of them is either a Mavirus, that's bad for the conduit line, or a Managarm, that's bad because it's a Managarm. So it's still really hard to check the remote server. Mind you, you could just put another Adrian Sice in there as long as it's not res, that's a legal target. So you can just put stuff in there to make the remote server look scary, but there's no light the fire in this meta. So that server is nearly impenetrable.
Yeah, and you're still gonna have to
Ika?
you're still gonna have to win that side game if you're gonna try and steal that agenda. So it looks really unappealing.
Slap Vandal return to hand? Is that about the Vernissage? Yeah, instead of the Ika. So now we're reading the text on Adrian Sice. Again, a lot of text on this one. Not only can you reposition it at the end of your turn, but the side game actually has a lose condition and a win condition, and they're both very interesting. It's on top of a Waroid, but if you just win the side game, and you can pay your way through a Managarm or click your way through a Managarm, you can get through the remote server. So I think 1 in 3 times, Jeff can bust this remote server for 1 credit. Oh, sorry, you have to boost now, so a bit more than 1 credit.
Such a difficult game state to navigate, but Ysengrin's one of the people to do it. Here comes environmental testing, so this might just be it.
This might be that Jeff is banking that's not the winning agenda, because that card takes a couple turns to pay out. We're running. We're installing.
For Waroid?
There you go. We install for free, drawing a card, getting a 1 power counter in the environmental testing. That's the Slap Vandal return to hand. You can break one of the subroutines, and then you can trash a non-killer Fractor decoder. So that'll only be the Slap Vandal. Now, if that's the case, we get 1 good access here. We still have 2 clicks. We still have 4 credits. So you can pay the side game. You need to keep credits here. Otherwise, the side game on Adrian Sice is a bit of a solved thing. So here, figuring out which subroutines you need to break. Again, the Slap Vandal, I think it's going to get trashed. We'll pay 1. Hagen resolves his top subroutine. Only 1 target, so we're going to play a game. Side games haven't been a big part of competitive Netrun for a while. It's nice to see them back. It used to be so important in the days of the Future Perfect. A 5-3 agenda with side game Don't Steal Me from central servers. So important. And this is equally game defining 0-2. So that means that Jeff can trash only the Adrian if he wants, but that's 2 2s from Tyler. Draw a card. That is the Vitruvius. That is going to be the end of Pichachon. Now you can run that if we have a click left, but we don't. That is going to be mandatory draw into triple advance and a handshake. Tyler taking that will be the first loss for Jeff's Arasana today. So 8 points, just absolutely. You know how you get agenda flooded and you're like, oh, stop, too many agendas. This is exactly when you want the agendas. You have this remote server. This is like turn 5, turn 6. We've got a wage workers on every single turn. This is the power of HB, just the absolute efficiency to roll things in the remote server. And let's not forget that the luminal on the table turn 1 with wage workers was so huge for this opening.
Yeah, I'm sure smittyl here on the Acer has taken more clicks this game than Jeff has, because the Wage Workers has been on since turn 1 and the Luminal added 3 extra clicks.
Yeah.
This is just the absolute momentum that these Wage Workers decks can get when they just get rolling. And you know, if you don't draw 5 agendas at once and they just come in a nice steady stream at a rate in which you can score them, it's just so hard to do anything about it. Interesting to see this Adrian Waroid type remote. We usually see these Tranquility style Acer decks build some sort of remote with tricks that tax the runner. This is sort of taken that different approach with Adrian harkening back to those old Caprice Nisei days with Ash.
Yeah. So like that's the wild thing too.
Get to the bottom of that remote and just not be able to seal the agenda because he lost the side game.
Like, we haven't seen much Adrian outside of faction. It's 4 influence, the same as the Anoetic Void. The text on it's different. While Anoetic Void, you confirm. That's sort of like end the run. There is board states in which you can score out with Adrian and Managarm and no ice. Now, obviously, 1 Hagen is actually like annoying enough for Arasana to have to deal with. It just lines up really well with Slap Vandal and some of the cheaper solutions. But like that is something we just haven't seen so far in the meta. Warrior Tracker, mind you, had no play, if I'm not mistaken, over the last weekend. Such a powerful card going into the rotation and still powerful after it. So those sort of nightmare remote servers are really hard to deal with unless you have pinhole threading, unless you have Light the Fire. I think you're expecting one of those more than the other, but in Arasana that might be a bit tricky. So well played to both players. We were like so close to
Yeah.
seeing Arisana pop off, right? Like you see the draw engine, you see the click compression, you see some very efficient breakers. It's definitely a really neat thing there.
We're seeing Jeff get that, the lily pad down, the vernissage ticking up. You can see how once these decks are sort of set up, that the momentum is incredible. But yeah, just didn't come together for Ysengrin here. That turn one, just installing Rashida and Luminal, just raw on the table. And,
Yeah.
And you're not going to check. You're not going to look. It's just such a high risk but high reward play.
Yeah, no, I've seen that before at top tables. It's like that's the play no one expects on turn one. Like you're not going to do it, and they have other things that to worry about. So in some ways, it's the safest play. We'll see if these two players ever find themselves matching up again at top tables or top cut. Whether we're going to see a different respect, whether you have to start checking the potential Maryland campaigns. It turns out to be on turn one, which like classically Shaper doesn't check the table. They got setting up to do. At least maybe Arisana can do a bit of both.
Yeah,
that being said,
interesting to see.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, yeah, super interesting to see how the different builds of this deck come together. Because, like you said, I think we saw the Q loop and the flux capacitor sort of lurking in Jeff's hand, but it was just way too fast for that kind of engine to get set up.
Yeah, maybe it wasn't a flux. We never actually saw it. It might have just been a Gauss that I saw at a strange angle. But yeah, there's a real big click compression engine in there, whether it's, the gachapons or the fluxes. I'd love to see it. Cool. So that is the end of round 8. We only have 2 more rounds today. Again, we're cutting to a top 8. I think we have still a healthy amount of time left in the round. So the stream is just going to stay up for a bit. I would love to be able to report to you when the next round starts. I think Radiant will probably hit you all up with that in the chat. But we're just going to mute our mics for a second, get some water, stretch our legs. We're on the last stretch today. Again, thanks so much for joining us for American Continentals. Here's at Cascadia in person. We haven't had an in-person Continentals in such a long time. But we're going to be throwing to break. My name is Andre from the Metropolitan Grid. Glad you can join us here. Vale, you want to do a shout out real quick?
Thanks very much, everyone, for watching, tuning in. This sort of your viewership is what keeps these streams being produced. Thanks again to the organizers for inviting us to.
Actually, hold on, sorry, Vale, to interrupt you, but we're putting gunslinging on stream, so we actually are going to have a game to talk over right now. Now. This is we're going to see the overlay update in real time, but gunslinging in short is this idea in Netrunner in which if there is somebody who has a kind of a target on their back because they've won a big event, because they're a competitive player, you can come in. Sometimes it's just like the null single game staff. You can come in and you can, if you beat them, there's some sort of prize support you can get. So we'll see who's playing today, but this is not part of the Continentals. This is Cephalopod on the left, who is one of the organizers of this event. And I think Smitty is just going to have to play for prestige. This is, again, not part of the event. This is just for fun.
A loop deck out of Cephalopod with an absolutely striking Cephalopod-themed hat.
Yeah. Lou. I think there's a lot of really nice cards in the recent set for Lou. Things like Audrey V2, care about trashing stuff. You have the, what's it called? The badge. The Solidarity Badge, a nice draw piece. You have even things like Strike Fund, which technically work if you want to play Carnivore as your console. There's like a lot of like a very interesting destruction-based Anarch tool. So we'll see if just 40 cards and a nice ability is good enough here for Lou.
Definitely one of those IDs that, yeah, you're in for probably some sort of Carnivore or Knobkerry Imp style gameplay. Which for Acer, which is the deck that puts out those remote servers, can be a real problem.
Yeah, we talk about this. Not a lot of hedge funds sometimes. So like if you can trash the early Marylands, the early wage workers, maybe it's just an imp counter. That gives Lou a card and a credit. That's like economic value for sure. So sometimes that can be a bit of a struggle where you actually have to concern yourself with icing up your early wage workers. And if you're doing that, how can you ice up your centrals and your scoring server? So love to see here what Cephalopod is doing. Again, this is challenge the staff for prizes, as it says in the title. That's our gunslinging today. So even 8 rounds deep into this tournament, Tyler here is willing to put on a show match for the camera. Love it.
Yeah, love to see it.
All right, opening hand there. We can see a bit that Cephalopod has. Not so much anymore. I don't think I recognize too much. I think that's a Stargate maybe on the far right. Asa group is going to go for the mulligan there. Opening aggression here. I think DreamNet is like probably a nice enough thing to open with. Maybe that takes a slot of the Solidarity badge, which is basically your click compressed card draw as long as you're doing your Lou thing. Again, I'd love to see
true.
Carnivore. It's a console that allows you to spend 2 cards from your hand to trash a card you're accessing, regardless if it has a trash cost. You can trash agendas if you really want to. Unfortunately, though, card draw kind of was at a premium. Console slot also an Anarch. Pretty tight spot to be between now the Hermeses and Criminals, but you have the Maws and even the just the value engine you get from Keiko. So we'll see. Maybe there's enough support in the new set to play that.
Absolutely. Not a console that's seen a lot of play historically, other than some fringe play, I think, in the era of the Red Planet Couriers BTL decks. But that was a short-lived format, and I don't think I've seen it since. So could be interesting if Cephalopods busted it out for the gunslinging matches.
So we see after the mulligan, click 1 draw. We actually do have a hedge fund. We're going to open with that. So that means we're only going to ice 1 central server. Maybe we'll get a double install here on a remote and ice none of them. You generally want to use your ASA group ability once a turn if you can. That says once the first time a turn you install a card in or in front of a server, you can install another card in or in front of that server. The second card just can't be an agenda. So double install in the same server. So like Managarms are really ugly early. Even an Adrian here, you can afford to play some side games. Maybe you can't pay too much on it. We're going to start, there you go, Strike Fund. So just paying that as a 3 credit easy mark, cost you 1, gain 4. There's also a Solidarity badge, so I think we're going to see a lot of new cards here, and we're going to run this server. So let's see what we res.
An Automata Initiative special.
Yeah, a lot of new cards in here. So now we only have 1 click left. So that's going to be a Tranquility Home Grid as the first access. That's 4 credits. Mind you, it does give you 2 free card draw and a credit back. So it's not actually that cheap to trash. Now, if you trash the other card, which is more likely to be an acid, you are still going to get your value, but that's a very important piece for these decks. 4 is a fair bit. Now,
with that 1 res cost versus the 4 trash cost, it's easy to see why Freedom is such a trickier matchup for a lot of these Acer decks than someone like Ashiko often can be.
Yeah, Miss Bones as well too, right? Like, how are you able to afford 4 credits as soon as this thing's on the table? So that one is going to go. So that's going to be 4 credits, but you get a credit back and a card. That's lose text. Mind you, 40 card minimum deck is also pretty attractive. Solidarity badge will get a charge, and just Rashida, you're glad to take that down as well. So you got your good refund there. You're doing the thing the deck wants to do. You have 1 more click here. Love to get some passive economy, but that's a Banhar saying mark a serve at the start of your turn. The first dice you encounter, the subroutines just become net damage. So as long as you have enough cards in hand, and hopefully Lou's getting enough cards in hand with Solidarity badge as well, you can just smash through whatever ice that you put down. You're not expecting more than 3 subroutines.
And the Banhar coming down when the smittyl does not have any ice. So you know that when the ice does come down, it's potentially not going to do a whole lot.
Double install, if I'm not mistaken, that's a Worry Tracker as an upgrade there. So can actually go out of the way to protect the MC Austerity. Lou's economy is not very strong here, so the Worry Trace will go through. If you have to trash your board state, it feels pretty rough. So I think I was draw Hedge Fund, then the double install there. So that probably is passing back to Cephalopod. Going to use that Solidarity badge counter. You get that if you trash a card you access. Or just trash a card, I think, on Solidarity badge. Yeah, Audrey cares about accessing. And you can use that counter at the start of your turn to either clear a tag or draw a card. Clicking for a credit there. Gonna pay the price with at least 2 credits. So that means you can install everything in the deck. It's a Banhar. A Steel Skin's gonna get trashed. That's pretty nice. Double Sure Gamble. That's rough. This actually has no legal installs. So you just paid a credit to draw 2 and get some cards out of your deck. So
brutal.
Feels bad, man. But 2 Sure Gambles out. That's probably the worst part there. You see in hand, actually, that card I think that I thought might have been a Stargate, that's a Buffer Drive. So speaking of expensive, 3 credits and 1 influence for a card that says when a card is trash, you can put it on the bottom of your deck. So if you're ever really worried that the ASA group deck game is going to go long enough, they're going to run out of cards. But no Lou Fire this turn. Just going to play Strike Fund to get up to 5 credits. And we do see, I think we see a Carnivore in the hand.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Double install in the remote server. We have a Gatekeeper in hand, a big 6-strength code gate, but I'm pretty sure Banhar will deal with that. Icing up R&D and just keeping a Spin Doctor in hand. So actually like a really easy target. MC Austerity Policy is what's going to be in the remote server. And we're going to hit a counter on that. So that is only a 3-click turn here for our runner. A lot of once per turn abilities that you want in this deck. You want to trash a card once a turn for Lou and for the Solidarity Badge. So Cephalopod has to be aggressive here. There is the console. We're going to run HQ here for sure. 4 credits. Spend 2 cards to draw a card, but that is 2 cards you draw back. And we're running the remote server. I think, or sorry, that's where Banhar is at a minimum. Running HQ. That's a Spin Doctor. 2 credits to trash. You actually can't afford it. You have to carnivore it. It's returning, unfortunately, to hand. Doesn't want to carnivore it. That is technically card cycling, right? It's just kind of like moshing. And now last click, we're charging a remote server. So that means if it is a Mana Garm, it's going to be forced to res an Architect, though. 2 Subroutines, though, are both going to be net damage. So that's just 2 cards from hand. Hopefully you hit a Steel Skin. Only 1 more Strike Fund in the whole deck. There's the Buffer Drive goes. You can't afford to install that. And an Earthrise Hotel, another economy issue. That's fine to see that go. So we'll see what gets rezzed here. We're expecting at least a Mana Garm.
If there's no Mana Garm, we know there is a War Raid, which is that Trace is gonna go through with how broke the runner is.
Yeah, this is really hard. Again, War Raid Tracker, just like an economic face check. Being like, yeah, you can trash whatever you want for free, but it's going to cost you your entire rig. Now you choose the order, the innermost. That makes sense. So that is the Tranquility Home Grade. That's the Seattle special. So not going to trash any of these, I don't think. There's a chance you could trash the MC Austerity Policy. It represents a win condition. But what are you trashing? Your console? You can't.
It's just so punishing.
Yeah, that last game that we saw on stream with the Acer group, not a single fully operational, which is, a defining card of the deck, but at the speed that Tyler was going at, it wasn't necessary. Now draw 2.
The only credits we saw were from 2 Rashidas and an Offward Office, I think.
Yeah, and maybe click for credit off of Wage Workers.
Exactly. Just absolutely brutal. Stark contrast to this game, where last game I think was almost over by this point.
Yeah, this is much slower. Obviously, I don't think you can jam out a Luminol on the table. But that in the remote server, I think that's the Spin Doctor. Rezzing a Spin Doctor with an open HQ, sometimes it's a bit of a liability, and I think in hand we saw an Adrian size. No, we didn't get Valley up the Tranquility this turn. We didn't get our Acer group, but we are trucking along, and hopefully that Spin Doctor, you draw into an agenda right when you need it. Banhar. Marking R&D there. We're just going to drop it. And again, remind you, this is only a 3-click turn. And if we're not firing Lou, we're not getting that click compression, the sort of Hoshiko type value to draw through your deck. So if you can't afford an Earthrise Hotel, if you can't trash things, you're not drawing. Adrian Sice. 2 credits to trash that. We have to carnivore for these super cheap trash cost cards. And I don't know if you want to let an Adrian Sice live on the table. So carnivore throwing out a Solidarity Badge and an Earthrise Hotel. At the end of this run, well, first we get a card and a credit, then we get 3 credits and a Solidarity Badge counter. So this is kind of what we're trying to do with the deck. And you see in hand too, that's an Audrey V2. A breaker that breaks ice for cards in hand as long as you've been trashing stuff. So that might be the only breaker we need to see installed this turn, as much as the card draw isn't actually there. Like Carnivore, you're just keeping afloat. You're not actually gaining cards.
Let's see this MCA popped.
5 clicks left here, if I'm not mistaken. So you can install Quad Advance. Tranquility makes it cheaper as well. I think we still have 6 credits on the corpse side. That'll soon be 8, if I'm not mistaken. And Vitruvius with counters means anything that's trashed, it's just coming back. Double install for gaining only 1 with the Acer group. And still 4 clicks left here if you want to triple install and do something else, or just quad install to get the Vitruvius counter. That will put his credits down. 3 credits is enough to threaten most dice. But I believe that is a Vitruvius with a counter, so that's going to be 4 advancements in a row. First 2 points on the table.
The momentum is definitely starting to pick up for this Asa player now. The light ice start tricky, but the remote's getting set up, the ice is getting raised, and the agendas are starting to trickle in.
I want to see how soon Cephalopod drops down that Audrey. Hey, that's soon, huh? So Audrey V2. As long as you trash a card you're accessing, it gets 2 virus counters on it. Sorry, 1 virus counter on it. And that virus counter breaks 2 subroutines, and you can always give it a card to give it +3 strength. So this might be the only breaker you need. That is, I believe, it looks like a fully operational. That will just be your hand. You throw out your hand, you get a new hand. That's a liberated and a steel skin. So that actually is going to draw you a fair few cards here. You get the Lu card, you get the steel skin cards, you get the solidarity badge cards. This is the sort of synergy that the deck wants to pull together. Tranquility, or sorry, Audrey.
Similar to what we
Go ahead.
Similar to what we saw in the Ysengrin game, it's one of these runner decks that has an engine like that it's trying to set up, and once that train gets rolling and you start trashing things, triggering Solidarity Badge, triggering Lu, triggering Audrey, just keep the momentum going, but you have to get that momentum started. And so far, you haven't been seeing much in the way of runner action.
Yeah, now with only 3 credits, right? That tranquility is going to be so key here. We're going to see it installed for sure this turn. So that's again a clickless 2 credits. Whether you want to spend the rest of your turn clicking for credits, I don't know. But we just saw the Spin Doctor be trashed, shuffling back in. I believe it was the Adrian Seiss and another card, Off-World Office, mind you, off the top there. I don't think there's a seamless launch in hand. It's just a fully operational. Whether you want to just empty your hand so there's no thing for the freedom to eat through, but fully operational as a start. Draw 2. Then we'll see if we draw 2 more or gain 2 credits. Because we only have 1 server. It looks like we're going to do half and half. Looking at the bin, again, we can use that Vitruvius counter. It looks like we're going to use that at instant speed. Whether it's to pull the austerity out, there you go. So that's going to go in the remote server. If that's the case, though, we are just going to float an agenda in hand. Maybe we can continue drawing so you can discard it and save it with the Spin Doctor. But there will just be an off-world office in hand. And that's like a thing that always happens, you know, with austerity policies, is that HQ pressure becomes a target.
Yeah, with an uniced HQ, it does get tricky. If you're ticking up this MCA, have the agenda ready to fast advance once the MCA is ready, but not just lose it to singles off HQ or any of those sorts of multi-access tricks that might be available to Cephalopod.
So I believe that was 2 installs. One is a double install in the new remote server. I think it's a Warroid into an MCA austerity. And then there's an off-world office inside that server. And I don't think we have a seamless launch in hand. So that actually cannot be scored out unless there's a top deck, but we'll see what happens here. If we res the Warroid, like that's the problem. It's like, sure, you can trash every card in the game for free. Can you deal with Warroid? This is probably a really unfortunate matchup.
Have we spent our Vitruvius counter
Oh,
yet?
yeah, diversion of funds?
Funds.
Hive influence?
It is spicy with Bunker because you do just get through ice.
Yeah.
But interesting.
So we're going to res some stuff to dock at 3 credits are resable. But this means that you can actually charge the remote server. And if you think there's an agenda in there, you can steal it. Again, this is a really interesting play because they didn't ice up the MC austerity policy. So what's in the remote server, right? You'd have to assume either it's a Rashida, another austerity, but that doesn't make sense because he Vitruvius for that austerity. So that's probably an agenda in the remote server. So here, as long as your Benhar is there, you should probably run it.
I think I like running it. Even if it's something like an Adrian, getting to access that where the runner has no credits.
Yeah, the Warroid
has no credits.
The Warroid sucks, but yeah. Oh, we're going R&D here. Again, you get to see a top card. You definitely want to be trashing once a turn. That's another Adrian. Whether you want to pay 2 credits to actually gain a credit and draw 2 cards. Looks like we're going to pay the money for it. So we still have that carnivore ability as much as we've got half of our once per turn trash stuff. It's worth knowing that Audrey is not once per turn, it's whenever. So you actually can go on that sort of like trashing binge and like hit a bunch of stuff of R&D to charge up the admittedly purgeable AI.
Pretty exciting.
So 1 click left here. Whether you're going to charge the remote server again, it only costs you 1 card because you can get through that.
Going R&D.
That's a Wage Workers. That can be 2 cards or 4 cards. You can't afford that. So I don't think the agenda is going anywhere in the remote server fast enough, but I think that's an interesting thing. If you think it's a Rashida, you want to run it anyways. Maybe you don't run it because it's on a Warroid if you think it's a Rashida. But I think there's 2 Rashidas out of the game already, or in archives, excuse me. Power counter on the austerity. Not doing anything with what's in the remote server. This gets more suspicious as the turn goes on. Install credit. I think we are pretty sure that's the Wage Workers in the remote server. but only 3 clicks here. Free drop the Solidarity Badge. I wonder if he's going to ever charge the remote server. There's 2 points waiting in there for him. And the cool thing is, even if it's an Ikwad, there you go. Oh, no, I think that's the mark for Banhar.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Run R&D again. Only 1 credit. Off the top.
Spin Doctor?
Ikwa stealing it. Cephalopod on 3 points.
The swing from this diversion of funds has been really impressive.
Yeah, it turns out you don't expect that one in Lu, huh?
The perfect gunslinging deck.
We're running. Okay, so we haven't trashed a card yet. Audrey, to get through the drafter, is 1 virus counter and a card. So throwing out that second Audrey there, you're not going to need it. So now if you want to access 5 points on game point, now that was the off-world office. If you want to trash here, you still can, but you can also just return to R&D or HQ. Spin Doctor going to draw up, get a Hagen and a Luminal, or sorry, Vitruvius. That's the game point there in hand.
Yeah, notably not so, and an Ikua. The uniced HQ is vulnerable, and the remote is vulnerable. So we might see the spin shuffling these away, but R&D is still susceptible.
Now Tyler might take
even ice doesn't protect the top of R&D.
I was going to say Tyler might take a line here where he wants to hold 1 agenda because of the Spin Doctor, but I think that's a Vitruvius in the remote server. That's the game-winning agenda in the remote server. Now, if he doesn't put an Adrian or something else on it, but icing up HQ because he's holding an Ikwa, well, he loses on like 3 different angles here. Now, it's only 3 clicks, but you get through every ice in the game for with that Audrey, let alone obviously Banhar. So some very focused aggression. It looks like Banhar's on HQ. Click 1 run RD. 3 credits. You expect 1 ice to be res this turn. I wonder how afraid you are of a second diversion. We've seen only diversion for influence, right? Off the top. That's it.
GG. That's it.
7 points.
Diversion of funds loop, getting the distance.
He threw so many agendas in a row there. I think there was like literally 7 points in a row. It was Ikoa off-world, maybe 1 card in the middle into another off-world. So a bit unfortunate, but Lu doing what unfortunately Arasana couldn't. But you saw that Asa start against Ysengrin was fire. For this, it was way more measured. So
yeah, no, it's tricky when the runner's about to take a when the runner is on game point and is about to take a single on R&D, and you have Spin Doctor in play. So hard not to just shuffle back to Trashables.
Yeah, it's hard. Obviously, you have Lu and you've used the Vitruvius counters. It's tricky for sure. I think the fact that you saw 5 points in the last draw, you're like pretty sure that the density on R&D is like pretty good.
Not too high, yeah.
We'll play to both players. Things looking rough there at the beginning for Cephalopod. Mind you, one of the organizers of the event. Shout out to Cephalopod. Really good hat, too. But it's not
probably relieved that it doesn't count.
yeah. Hey, if you're gonna lose the stream again, let's at least lose on gunslinging. I think that's probably more important for your Continentals journey.
Cephalopod just stepping up to show Jeff how it's done.
It returns to organizing. Really fun. I'm glad we had a gunslinging game there. That's really cool to see. And I think, hold on, let me just check whether we already are at the new round. Okay, not exactly paired yet. So worth noting, the 2 top players, StephenE and Sokka, that we saw on stream, not the last round, but I guess the round before it, they did ID. So intentionally drawing is something you actually can still consider during double-sided Swiss, or sorry, single-sided Swiss. So both players draw. They just get 1 point each, which means Sokka now has 2 draws. So he's going to be at a strange number. He's going to be 1 point below a lot of other people at the break points, and that will be Steven's first draw. Now, that's generally considered a safe thing to do, considering 19 points, 18 points, that's where they started, and they were at both the highest strength of schedule for those brackets. We'll see if that comes back to, maybe be something they regret down the line. I'd be pretty surprised if it is, but that's the only players at this entire tournament this round that could intentionally draw. Otherwise, we're seeing some results. rongydoge faced up against Gaurav, and rongydoge did win. Joe got an Arasana win off of Stevie's game net. We saw her on stream a couple rounds ago. We saw Jeff on stream, unfortunately, losing with Arasana to Tyler, who had a really, really good game there. And then we're seeing down further it goes. I think we also saw on stream Abraham and Cortez, who, was that a rematch that they ran into earlier? But no, it can't be. I think we just saw both of those players separately, but Cortez on 419 getting some wins.
419 taking a win over the outfit. such a tricky matchup a lot of the time for the 419
Yeah.
player. So it'd be interesting to see if their list has any specific tech added in for the matchup.
Yeah, I would really wanted to see that matchup because that's a very difficult matchup. We saw a bit of the 419. I don't think we saw anything too spicy. It was mostly like the good stuff you'd expect. But currently, Andrew's CTZ's 419 deck, that's only its second win. So I don't know if it's been a big regret today, whether it's been close matchups, but it's his ASIC group that's been really performing, and we're going to see him back at top tables really soon.
Standings having everyone's actual name, the disconnect between people that you've only ever known by their online handles.
It's a really strange disconnect. Like, I'm pretty sure this Joe is the Joe I'm thinking of. I just have never asked Joe for his last name, so I don't know. We'll find out soon enough. Again, this was the end of round 8. We only have 2 more rounds today, so we're going to be here for about another hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. And again, we're cutting straight to top 8. There's no more tiebreaker rounds, so just 8 players. You have to be the top of your scores and then the top of your strength of schedule. If you're not familiar with strength of schedule, mind you, Aesop's tables, the link is pinned on the Twitch chat. So if you want to jump and dive into the numbers and all the distribution of the IDs, you can find it there. Shout out to Aesop's Tables, actually. We just saw Ysengrin SC on stream just earlier this round. This is his invention. He put together this website, released it to the community. He's done a lot of the bug fixing, and he's the one who's been answering support calls on Saturday afternoons when someone has a tournament somewhere in the world and things maybe weren't running properly. But it's been running great so far, and he's been a huge proponent of single-sided Swiss. So shout out to all the work that Jeff has done behind and on stream to get this thing running the way it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Putting in so much work to get single-sided Swiss not only sort of more popular amongst the player base and recognized as a tournament format, but also, yeah, like you mentioned, doing a lot of the back-end work to get the website that handles side bias and all these sorts of extra algorithmic concerns that double-sided Swiss doesn't require, all sorted and running and stable enough for a huge event like this to rely on it for pairings.
Yeah, super exciting. Again, we're going to see other events. Mind you, this is the only Continentals that is in single-sided Swiss. We'll see double-sided Swiss events for the next Continentals. So you're going to see a bit of both formats, which is really exciting over this whole month. Otherwise, we're just waiting for 1 or 2 more tables to finish up, and we'll be on our way to round 8. I think we are really quickly. We're just going to mute our microphones for a second. Again, don't go anywhere. We're almost at the end here. We have only 2 more rounds. We're about to enter round 9, but we're just going to throw it to mute for a second just to get some water, stretch our legs, do all that sort of stuff we have to do, and we'll be back in just about 5 minutes, so don't go anywhere. Hey, welcome back. We're just starting round 9. Sorry, a bit slow there to the draw, but we have 2 players, FireRL, back on stream, now playing Hoshiko. And we see rongydoge there on the right playing Near Earth Hub, 17 influence. Draw a card when you build a new remote server. So let's see all these new tricks that work together. We saw a lot of very important assets, economic assets, flexibility of card draw assets. We'll see Oppo research show up. So for example, to start, checking the remote server, that's a Rashida Yahim. You want to trash that. Mind you, that is a Hoshiko, so you want to access a card a turn to flip over to the digital side and get that card draw and that credit loss at the beginning. So we'll see again, how quickly do you have to respect Oppo research? I think we saw Your Digital Life. That's a really nice inclusion for Near Earth Hub that can fill their hand with credits, or with cards, excuse me, relatively quickly.
Any turn of Rashida fires, you're going to be having well above 5 cards in hand for the Your Digital Life value.
Yo, did
Super
you see
solid
that?
start.
Firstly, wage workers in hand. I think that's a Reaper function. This actually might have to have a kill combo. I don't know whether it's going to be end of the line public trail, but I believe that's a Reaper function in hand. That's an NBN asset. For 3 credits, you res it. It just does 2 net damage. I think we've seen some games in some metas where like a strategy was to get multiple Reaper functions on the table to flatline a runner who's not running. I don't know if that was the deck rongydoge was playing, but I remember seeing that once or twice. We'll see if it's here though, because I think Hoshiko can probably trash a lot of this stuff off the table. We'll see if the Oppo actually matters, because Oppo is expensive.
And super atypical inclusion. So NEH does have 17 influence. So having 2 influence for each copy of Wage Workers and 2 influence for each copy of this Reaper function is feasible to fit within that 17, especially when you don't have to pay 3 influence for 3 Spin Doctors.
There you go, Oppo research. Just pay 2 credits in the operation to give the runner 2 tags. Play it only after a turn that they've trashed a card or stolen an agenda. Now that becomes a threat 3 card, which becomes 4 tags for 7 credits. That's really expensive. I do think this NBN doesn't have a lot of credits. I think it might just only be 2. And while that might work with Bladderwort, and maybe I saw Bladderwort. Maybe I thought the Bladderwort was a Reaper function, but I'm pretty sure that might be some net damage on the table. Now Hoshiko just going to stabilize on the economy. Get a daily cast down. That is the card closest to Fire with the 8 credits on it, but nothing res this turn. That's actually pretty suspicious. Nothing res this turn. There's not a lot of cards that you're not going to res at the start of turn. You're assuming maybe Amalia Zaloka, probably not. Maybe res on the daily cast. Maybe what's the name of that teacher that returns a card to hand? It's evading me at this moment.
Amani Sinai.
Amani Sinai, that's a good one. Yeah, Vera also works with this kill combination if there is a Reaper function on the table, but Chris is saying, spoiler alert, it's a Reaper function. Checking that outermost remote server, that was a triple install, and that's a Regolith mining license. That is the most economy on a single card. If you want to consider trashing it here, it's 3 credits. Otherwise, that's 15 credits you can liberate with about 5 clicks. So a bit of an expensive trash. Fire thinking this over with a smile. Want to see if we want to bring that down here. You do have pretty good economy.
It does trigger Wage Workers when you click it 3 times.
Oh, I haven't seen that. Yeah, that would be so cool. So we're going to see here, that's going to stay running a remote server SIU, a Rain and Reverie card that says at the beginning trace 3. That trace is to give a tag to the runner, even if they didn't make a successful run. One of the only interactive tag-based cards. It was the first of its kind, if I'm not mistaken. Besides, I guess, Threat Level Alpha, and then Drago existed for a while.
Yeah, a card we haven't seen a lot of. In the old days, very threatening with Zealous Judge, where you could just give the runner a tag, then give them some more tags, and then kill them. But hasn't been that popular recently. But like you say, the runner has very little agency over whether or not you get to SIU them.
There you go.
Tomorrow's headline steal.
2 points for FireRL, but a tag. He had to click left to clear the tag, if I'm not mistaken. So left on the table is a Reaper function, a lot of money attached to Regolith. Let's see if we see the Wage Workers going to the mines. Top of the deck too. Not sure what the card on the draw is, but that's going to be res for 2. And if we can take 9 credits off of it and install a card, mind you, installing a card is nice if you want that forward draw with Near Earth Hub. Otherwise, you can just liberate some more credits if you want. So let's see what he does here. Again, figuring out what the setup is. It's also really suspicious. Like, if you're a deck that cares about cards in hand, but you ask the runner about, like, if they don't expect cards in hand to matter, and then you ask about cards in hand, like, suddenly things are messed up, where they start to be scared and check, maybe it's Bladderwort. As soon as you burst up with a Regolith, it might not be Bladderwort. But that's like a weird one where you have to track it yourself. And I think Fire was actually on only 2 cards in hand at the end of that turn. We were very close to just like a single Reaper function calling it. I wonder if we're going to see snares or like the new what's her name, Correa, the sniper Angelique.
Yeah, it could be an Angelique strategy. It's definitely an interesting. It's a kind of list. I think it's going to be much more powerful in the Swiss rounds.
Behold,
rongydoge. There's the behold.
4 credits for 2 tags. Behold, you love it. Trashing that's actually interesting. I think there's a lot of times where you don't want to trash that because now that it was trashed, you turned on the possibility of Oppo research. That card's not going to do anything on the table. If they want to trash it, it actually denies them a near Earth hub draw. Sometimes that's valuable, sometimes that's not valuable, but now that's something you can spin doctor back. So snap trashing, actually, that might not always be correct. We'll see if that actually matters in this matchup.
rongydoge notably playing with the Reaper function playmat that they won from making the top cut of the Circuit Breaker Invitational back in January.
Oh my god, we were talking about Reaper function and I missed the playmat the whole time, which is like the biggest flex for the worry about this thing.
We're 1 of 8 playmats.
Yeah, it's really
interesting
good.
build. One of these builds that's going to be more powerful in the Swiss than in a cut, I would think, if it really is Reaper function. But I think you're right. I'm pretty sure I saw one in HQ earlier. Which a really interesting build because we've seen these Bladderwort NEH lists before, but I don't think Regolith regularly featured in them because it's the kind of money that you would struggle to keep it under control if you were trying to keep around the 4 credit mark.
So he just turned to Rashida, and I think he top decked an Oppo research. So we might see triple install Oppo. So that's exactly why you don't trash the Behold, right? Like that cost you a lot, unfortunately. So we'll see. That is 2 more tags. That was 4 tags in 2 turns. Like while Hoshiko does have economy, while that Botulus is going, that's a lot of the tags to remove. We no longer have Misdirection. We no longer have Deuces Wild. There's not that many ways in the meta to clear tags. A lot of tags over time. I think the best you have is Baya Bands and Networking. And Baya Bands I think is a very playable card. Networking is not the most obvious slot in a lot of decks.
Yeah, very true. And yeah, we're really seeing the power of these just not threat last click Oppos. Just run them out. Credits, give them 2 tags. Just such a huge tempo hit in these games where you're trying to just install 4 cards a turn, draw a card off your NEH trigger. Just these absolute momentum machines.
There's the Baya, paid for 2 credits, clear a tag, and I don't know what he did with the other mode. Was it, they gained the 4 credits to trash the wage workers, so that's going down. Still 1 tag left, mind you. The credits to FireRL's name are the ones on the tray there, so he still has 14 credits. There'll be 12 after he clears a tag, but that was largely to do with the Botulus that got pretty ripe before it was cracked. Daily business show. In the bottom remote server, that means the first time a turn you draw, which can happen on the runner's turn, you get to draw 1 more and bottom 1 of them. So this Rashida will look at 4, bottom 1, draw 3, gain 3 credits, mandatory draw, and still things not being res on the table. And at this point, what the windows can be are closing in a bit. Maybe you're worried it's a Check a Scion. Maybe you're worried it's an Oracle Think Tank, another Behold. There are some traps here, but you're pretty sure it's not an Amani Sanai, which would have been rezzed, I think, when you stole the 3-2, the Tomorrow's Headline. So not a Vera either, probably, which makes sense with the kind of the damage plan. So you're trying to puzzle this out. I think maybe what's it called? Sorry, a Sansan City Grid might be what you expect the most.
Yeah, definitely a powerful option, and I think tends to be what these NEH style decks lean towards. Well, it'd be interesting to see whether this is a Project Ares deck, if that's the kind of thing that Ronji's trying to get into his score area.
Yeah. First ice we're seeing. Again, these decks can be pretty light on ice. There's some pretty bad face checks here. I think you're expecting pings and virtual service agents, but I think Drafter is a bit of a nightmare where you're allowed to install, draw 2 with Daily Business Show, bottom 1. Like there's a lot of flexibility with that card. It's a card that you loved in these decks, but we're flying into it. Raindrops, cut stone. Let's see what we have to cut into. Sometimes you don't love to res. It's just a virtual service assistant. So lose a credit, take a tag. Now you are going to get a card draw back, but that is still another tag. We've gone through a lot of tags in the last couple turns. Let's see what's in this remote server. I think it might be a Rashida.
We have 1 Oppo left in the deck.
Yeah, just 1. Spin Doctor on the table, though. We might see those shuffled back, but Rashida does go down. 3 credits and a card. You still have that tag to deal with, still in 13 credits, but there's no more economy on the table. So you need to see a Botulus here, you need to see a Daily Cast, or you need to see a Liberated. I think we have a Daily Cast in hand closest to the left. But how is Rongy going to win? This is what Fire is doing. Fire is that value hose of Hashiko, just drawing through your deck. So much clickless card draw here. So you can get your cards down. You can control the board. But yeah, Rongy is going to need to capitalize on some strange access, or there's some back foot, some weird misstep that you can really jump on. Because currently, it looks like both players are just staying afloat, and that largely favors the runner.
Especially when the runner has just this absolute money powerhouse in these liberated accounts.
Yeah, exactly. Balance coverage. You can name a card type, and then you can reveal it if you'd like. If it's the type that you've named, you can gain 2 credits. Now, you're not forced to reveal. You're not forced to reveal if you're wrong or you're correct. You're shuffling back, I believe. I think it's 2 oppos. Yeah, I think he pulled one off camera. But that probably is 2 oppos. So we're going to see at least 2 cards here. Now, keeping track of when the corporation shuffles is incredibly important when it comes to Daily Business Show, because if you're bottoming agendas, that means they're no longer at the bottom. Now, this Daily Business Show has barely been triggering. Oh, that's a Gaslight. So that made sense to be on the table here. So we're going to see here an Oppo research just grinding that value war.
It's going to be
2
really
more tags to
interesting
clear.
to see whether FireRL already knew what Rongy was playing, or if FireRL just saw Rongy accidentally flip up that Reaper function. Will be.
Did he flip it up?
He flipped up the wrong one, yeah.
Wait, he flipped up the Reaper function?
Yeah, unless I just at a moment.
I looked away for a second. I was looking at R&D. Oh, that's a huge misstep. Oh, he did flip it. Oh, no. Oh, you hate to see that. So now you know what's on the table, let alone what the game plan is. Okay, you still have to figure out literally what the game plan is. You just know that's a piece of it.
Yeah, I think you're probably right, because we have these Gaslights in the deck. So I think it's probably most likely if the runner has a tag, you're like, all right, flip this Reaper function. Gaslight, go get my end of the line.
Yeah. Public trail or even SIU. Right, we saw SIU, so SIU end the line could make sense. Even pivot. You just have to watch out though. Like Steelskin Scarrings eat that plan alive, so you have to make sure that they're not in hand. So you're going to be tracking archives. Now we're icing up the Reaper function. Feels so bad.
Oppo.
There's the Oppo. Oh yeah, you have to ice that thing up now. Oh, that sucks. 2 tags. We're looking at the bin. So the cat is definitely out of the bag, and unfortunately for no good reason. That's the sort of stuff that doesn't happen on JNet, but can definitely happen in person. You have to watch out.
Unfortunate for Rongy. No stranger to the top tables. As we can see, the Reaper function playmat from 3rd at the Invitational. Rongy also first place in the Nisei BLM tournament from 2020, which is 110 or so players. So good under pressure, but yeah, just a really unfortunate mixing up of which server you had which card installed in, and is hopefully for them not going to pay the price for it, but we'll see how this the rest of this match shakes out.
Yeah. Also, shout outs FireRL. We said this before. We've seen him on stream, but he was the top of Swiss and then second finalist at the first ever Startup World Championship just last year in Toronto. So also obviously a very strong player. Of course it is. We're 9 rounds in. This is top table in Cascadia. So we'll see how he uses that information.
One of the most brutal events we've ever seen. Startup Worlds 2022. It was 90 something players.
Yeah. He cut to like top 4. Yeah. So wild. Now that's a Hippo coming down, Hoshiko not accessing, so we're down to only 5 credits. This might be what a window looks like. Now balance coverage is going to reveal some information. Another balance coverage, so you're going to get 2 credits. And now the fun thing is you add that to hand. You actually don't have to add that to hand. With Daily Business Show, you can shuffle those up. You don't have to tell the runner. So there's always some misinformation. That combination together is so fun. But even if you don't have a Daily Business Show, you can like show asset and then just install an agenda on the table. I love it, that angle you have. I think we see a Wage Workers in hand. I'm not sure if we see an end of line or something explosive, but draw off the new install there. I think that might be a big 5-3 agenda. Is that a re-educate a degree mill on the far right? Like, are we just playing as few agendas as possible?
I'm not sure. Definitely possible.
Second install, res on a Wage Worker. So that trigger is going to happen today, mind you. We only have, I think, 2 credits, but we have all those glass beads on top of the the regolith, but install advance behind a card that you can just go through. Now, money is a bit tighter here, but the big thing to understand is like just giving the runner any agenda here is a world of difference. Where the text on Oppo doubles its value once you hit threat 3. Now, doubles is probably even underselling it. There's a huge difference between 2 tags and 4 tags because the runner can still clear 2 tags and then deal with the table. Clearing 4 tags, they generally have to float a tag unless they have a Baya Bands or a Hana, and otherwise they can't clear the table, whether you're capitalizing on a B1001 or just the fact that they're going to end the turn tagged, which is kind of what we want to do here with the whole maybe the damage setup.
Definitely. And if you clear 4 tags just for 8 credits, that could be the window of opportunity that Rongy needs to stick that SIU.
Exactly, yeah. So we'll see here again. If you score out an agenda here, what's the worst case? If that actually is like a 5-3 agenda, that can't be dealt with. In fact, you have to deal with this on the table. You have to deal with the wage workers. Now, that will risk you another Oppo research, but just 8 credits there on the daily cast. We're just touching the card. We're not trashing. We're just touching it. Now, the second copy of Balance Coverage, that's the one card we should have known on the table. So it looks like he probably took that on the Daily Business Show. But now you're guaranteed to 2 credits because whatever you name and whiff on the first one, you can name and succeed on the second time. Asset, SIU. So we reveal that twice and gain 4 credits. And we still don't have to draw the SIU if we don't want to.
Rongy, as much as this game hasn't been much scoring out, if we're looking like the NEH deck is on some sort of flatline plan, only having hemorrhage 2 points at this stage in the game is pretty important. There's the Bologna though.
And that's huge. Again, the wage workers survived while runner could have trashed it. There's an understanding here of Oppo research. So that allows you to score the 5-3s and stall advanced. And Bologna behind a virtual service agent, the ice doesn't need to end the run to still be untenable. Now we are going to flip. We do have a link on this side that doesn't matter anymore with Oppo research. It actually might entirely not matter for this deck at all, which is wild for NBN, but that's a changing state here. Liberated for 6 credits, so that is going to be the big economy here. I think Rongy is going to understand that if you don't do something quickly, you're going to take a lot of money off of that. So you have to go quickly here.
And a card like SIU isn't going to get you very far if the runner is allowed to get up to 30 credits.
Hey, we talked about Link. That's the one where it is going to matter, right? That's a Trace 3.
Degree Mill.
Yeah, Degree Mill. And you don't mind revealing it because it's going to go at the bottom of the deck. So that's a 5-3 that says if the runner wants to steal this, they have to shuffle 2 cards into their deck. Now, that's annoying. Now, there's a lot of board states where it doesn't matter. Putting a 2-credit daily cast into your deck again so you can play it, that's reasonable. Liberated with 4, that's reasonable. But most importantly, if it's on game point, put whatever you want. It doesn't matter.
That's our full agenda spread then. We have the 1 tomorrow's headline, 3 Bologna, 3 Degree Mill seems likely.
That's very likely, yeah.
And having the access to the Daily Business Show and makes just the ability to bury these 5-3 agendas at the bottom of your deck so potent.
So we got a triple install there. Wage Workers Buyers, that's 3 more credits. And the money is going to matter here because if we see SIU, we need to do SIU, we need to beat the Trace, we need to end the Lion, and we also need to spend 3 credits to res that Reaper function. That's the iced up card face down, the closest to that beautiful, I'm assuming Yakuza acrylic laser ID. Now, understanding, if I go over there and I touch a card and I trash it, heaven forbid steal it, which, mind you, all the agendas now have additional costs, so you can choose not to. That's really important with both of these 5-3 agendas. You're going to have to take 4 tags. What do you do with 4 tags? You clear all of them. That's your whole turn, let alone 8 credits. That's a lot of time, let alone money. And with Wage Workers, you can install, advance an agenda, and Oppo research. So now there's this fork. The Bologna's in the remote server, admittedly not the winning Bologna, and that's going to be a hard thing here, unless there is a backroom machinations. It's actually hard to score out for Rongy, so I think FireRL can understand the game will go longer than Rongy probably wants it if you don't interact.
Yeah, it gets just exponentially trickier the further we get deeper into this game, because, yeah, the ability to just stick the runner with 4 tags, no matter how much money they have, just taxes their actions per turn so heavily, especially now in a world without misdirection. But yeah, we do see that difference, like you mentioned, hard-hitting news, where before it was just if the runner made a run, they didn't use them, whereas now you do have some agency over whether or not you enable the Oppo or not, though we have just seen the Wage Workers trashed.
So yeah, that's big, right? Like you used to be able to not have to worry about harding news by just getting money, and you can no longer do that. Now we'll see here. Fire probably originally wanted to empty that Liberated. We'll see if he rethinks it here. Again, ideally you actually trash multiple things, so you don't have to risk multiple Oppo researches because it's already triggering this turn. Why not? So all we have to do here, and I think FireRL is on a good spot to do that, is basically get money and hold Steelskin Scarrings in hand. And I think he already has 1, maybe 2 in hand, which is exactly what you need to do here. Because while you could miss them, and you would have to miss both of them if he's holding 2 with the Reaper function, there's still a chance that you don't have lethal after all of this work. Noom hitting the table, kind of expensive for a killer, but if it gets through a drafter, it gets through a drafter. If it gets through Hydra, that's so be it, but you might actually not need this. This is just a card you don't want to discard, I reckon.
Yeah, seems likely. And the ability to hold those steel skins in hand is makes the accidental reveal of the Reaper function so much more brutal because it's entirely possible that FireRL would have just fired those off for the pure advantage.
So in that shiny spot there in the middle, that's a federal fundraising. So 0 to res, 2 to trash, a new card from the Tomna initiative that says when your turn begins, you can look at the top 3 cards of your deck. You can arrange them and put them back in your order. Now, if the card is not iced up, you are allowed to draw one of them, which will fire Daily Business Show. But this means that with certainty, you can bottom agendas with Daily Business Show. It means with certainty, you can get 4 credits off your 2 balance coverages as long as you're allowed to, or you're okay to show. So, hey, 4 credits, I got a piece of ice. That's not too big of a learning. And then you are drawing that card, though. That is, you do lose that with Daily Business Show, as much as, I guess you can't really order them in another way that makes that much more sense. But this is the problem, right? If you keep steel skins, you keep money up, Rongy has to score 9 points of agendas. It's possible, especially with Bologna, but that's a long route. Unless, again, there's a backroom machinations or some other 1 point here. Because everything that's left in the deck, it's all just 3-pointers. Your daily life, I'm not sure for how much that was, but we probably had about 6 cards in hand, maybe 7. Going to empty that Regolith and just going to also money up on the other side. So that is really important for the SIU, but not too much else.
And yeah, FireRL is going to have to steal at least 1 more agenda because currently, if this round went to time, Rongy is ahead 3-2.
Yeah, and this is where it gets hard, right? Like here, you needed to start deck tracking. Pinhole. We're taking down that Reaper function. So Pinhole Archives, going to access that. We know it's a Reaper function. It trashes for only 2 credits, matching that playmat. Lovely art there. So that goes for 2 credits. We're going to risk an Oppo this turn. But now we do not have a very obvious way to win the game unless we have Oppo research and tag float into like shipment from Vladislavsk, but I don't think the tags are going to float. Now we can check other stuff. SIU is probably there. Malia Zaloka. Res that for 1 blank or resource, so that's kind of what you get a Liberated down for. Fire deciding whether he needs to trash the head hitting the wall.
Deep in the tank. Deep in the tank.
You got to move the fuel around. Yeah, so this thing will blank a Liberated accounts. You just go trash it. So is that worth 3 credits? We've gone through 2 daily casts. That's the 3rd on the table. Liberates, which is 2 more on the list. So that goes down for 3 credits. Again, you need to keep at least some amount of money to clear the 4 tags that are coming down. 1 more card you could check there.
One liberated already, possibly foreshadows another in the future.
Getting rid of the fundraising there. I was going to say that card is also so important because it allows you to control HQ fully, R&D fully. So it's so hard to win off central servers until the deck cycles itself and DBS agendas come back up, right? That thing you have to trash. And just taking a credit here. So we'll see what the card that stayed. Not a Behold. I wonder if there's a Behold in their mode server, but that's a Gaslight. So this is important because it shuffles the deck. So any of the agendas we bottomed, like the Degree Mare, looks like there was a Bologna at the bottom, bottomed as well. Those are going to be coming somewhat back up. So we're not seeing Marylands in this list. We want to shuffle to a minimal extent. So I believe that's an Oppo research. That's going to be 7 credits at the end of the turn. So we might see install Advance. That's still really hard if you don't have a Wage Workers to score at a 5-3. But we're going to see some threat put on the table, balanced out by the fact that you have 4 tags. How are you going to do everything this turn? Going to reveal the top, named asset. It's a Behold. Love this card. Such a tempo hit in central servers. So hard to deal with this thing. Checking the table, getting 2 tags, right? Like that's an Oppo research for 4 credits mid-turn. That's good enough. That's really
and just
hard to
one of
deal
those
with.
cards that you really want to trash to get it out of your way, stop having to deal with it, but you trash it and Oppo comes back online.
Yeah. So like I think we're going to go very far in this game without running central servers, because again, obviously the game's all about the table here, but hitting HQ and not being able to trash the behold is really difficult. Install, draws a card, that gets another regolith. It looks like. Again, I think deck tracking to understand when the deck is going to cycle back up for Daily Business Show is probably worth doing. It's a lot of effort, and unfortunately, there's a fair few shuffle effects. But it's like a very important skill, especially an old netrunner. Back in the day, that was actually really, really huge. So we're gonna get. Wait, that's triple install? Oppo? Was that triple install? I think it was.
Looks like one of these are wage workers that was meant to be res but wasn't. No,
Yeah,
okay.
I think he just forgot that he installed, because he installed the that acid. Mind you, this might look weird, but that card in front of the ice is just another server. Unfortunately, playmats are only so large. We don't have to zoom out like JNet. That's at least nice. But yeah, that is just an unnice server. It has nothing to do with anything else. It's just you put it there because where else are you going to put it? Yeah, so no wage workers. So they only have 3 clicks this turn. Very used to the 4-click install, like the ASIC groups we've seen today as well. So that's 4 tags for 7 credits. It's hard to read his credits. I think the big ones are 5s, the small ones are 1s. So still very healthy money. But now here, the Hoshiko has to go from 13 down to 5.
And yeah, this could easily be an SIU.
Mm-hmm.
What that would accomplish remains to be seen. We are going to float a tag here.
Unless we have a Baya, I think he's checking for the Reaper, and there is the Reaper there, not having to risk it. So we might flow a single tag. Again, if you have end the line, single tag removes the tag. So we're going to clear a couple here. I think we're floating 1 tag. No resources. Only 4 credits, though. And a lot of cards in hand, including Steel Skin. So here you would need Mindscaping into end of line. I don't even know that does that. Wait, SIU?
Double end of the line?
Could do it. Mind you, that does look at 3 cards, so the chance of finding double end of line. Double end of line, though, is 8 influence. I don't know if you can do that. What's the single tag punishment here? Do we have something? SIU, mind you, trace 3 to give a tag. Doesn't care if the runner ran. It is a very trashable card, though. It's very cheap to trash. So this is a very notable card. It's one of the very few uninteractive tag cards, let alone a clickless uninteractive tag card. So now we have the order, so we can look at 3 and draw 1 of them. That's very important if we're digging for a draw piece. We see 6 points of agendas there. So if he doesn't have a combo piece, I think it's a DBS and 6 points of agendas.
Well played there by FireRL with the SIU, the Reaper function being on the table. If you just cleared those 4 tags, you would be in a much more dangerous position than currently.
Yeah, and I think there's respect there. We see 2 Reapers out of the deck. Again, 17 influence. It's very important to understand NEH has more influence than you'd expect. Yeah, they're 2 weight influence a pop. So we're assuming there that's some influence. I think that's a predictive planogram he drew up, the full art. So it is a Mindscaping.
Mindscaping.
If this misses all the Steel Skins, I think we have lethal. So this does 2 damage because he has 2 tags. So Mindscaping a new card. First, not a Steel Skin. That's a Steel Skin. Not a Steel Skin. He has it.
End of the line.
End of the line. In the hand. 2 Steel Skin scarrings. He missed both of them. What? Hits both players absolutely laughing there.
Sometimes you just get them.
I do not know what the odds are there.
Is it 3?
No, he had 2 in a raindrops.
In a raindrops? Oh, okay. I thought it was triple.
Absolute rips there. FireRL doing everything he need to keep those cards in hand, just hoarding the Steel Skins, understanding the game plan, and still with low margins. Rongy went for it. I think if that whiffs, like, I think the game is literally just over. Like, you don't have a way to repair this combo. That's so much influence, but big fist bumps to both players.
Yeah,
it's getting him there on the numbers. Yeah. You know when, like,
spend all those resources, so much harder to then just try and do it all again.
You know how, like, runners, snipe that 1 card from HQ? It's nice sometimes to get that back as a corporation, where you snipe the right cards out of the grip.
Absolutely brutal.
Well played. So 2 in hand, still getting there. That's a 6 damage turn. Mind you, that is end of the line and removes a tag. So while you could in theory play 2 of them, it actually lowers your opportunity. If you play 2 end of the lines there, the runner survives 100% of the time, if I'm not mistaken. Wait, because you go from 5 down to 1 up to 3. No, you do kill. You do kill 2 steel skins? No. It depends if you missed both steel skins or you only hit 1. So
needed a Reaper and 2 end of the lines, or
Yeah.
Minescaping and 2 end of the lines.
Yeah, it gets hard. I think he also had the whole combo in hand.
Does that go through if you have 2 damage from Reaper function?
So it depends, right? Because it's like always, yeah, exactly. It depends when you hit them, right? Like you always want to do small damage first to miss them, and then big damage. Because while Steel Skin draws you 2 cards when it's trashed, if you ever take more damage than cards in hand, even if the last damage destroys the Steel Skins, the game's just over, so they won't fire. So you are just flatlined there with 3 cards in hand, even if both of them are Steel Skin, if you're taking 4 and 8 damage. So that's exactly what happened there. Yeah, if you miss 1 Steel Skin, they died at double end of line. Really cool game. So yeah, that is we talked about NBNs trying to close the game out, and still FireRL, I think they played that very, very well. I think we'll see whether that like trashed the behold or not, how much of a difference that had on the game. I think that's the one like a clear interesting spot where like the runner or the corporation might have got an advantage. But otherwise, like floating 1 single tag, trashing what's in the remote server, it's really hard if you don't have a bio bans, because you can't trash you also would have to clear a tag and trash the SIU, which is a very hard line.
And Rongy must be feeling relieved to walk away with a win from this game with the accidental reveal on that Reaper function.
Yeah. I wonder how much easier that would have been. Like, he would have hoarded Steel Skins if he did or didn't see that.
It's definitely it's like a similar, I suppose, kind of a similar situation to what we saw at APAC with the Restoring Humanity punitive Shoot a Life deck, where once you know what the deck is up to, the way you play against it is just completely different. So once Fire saw that Reaper function, so you start to realize, okay, how do I die? How can I lose? And start to keep those Steel Skins in hand. So having revealed one accidentally is brutal, but to walk away with a win from that has got to feel good.
So we're still early enough in the round. We're getting some results here. I do believe that Sokka and I think Joe is Solomir, but I could be totally wrong about that. They did ID. Those are both players from the same meta, both Canadian players. Again, I'm hoping this is the Joe. I think it is. Please, someone confirm me in chat. That is the idea of the round. Everyone else is playing. So StephenE versus Jeff at table 2. We just saw table 3, which is going to be a win for NEH Broadcast Center. Checking, I want to see how good that NEH deck has been doing today. That NEH deck hasn't lost a game today at all. So while that's a bit of a new archetype, it's doing pretty well today for sure.
Yeah, doing great. And it is going to be one of those Swiss killer type decks that's going to perform at its best when the opponent has never seen it.
Yeah, I don't know.
An open cut type arrangement, I'm sure you probably get fewer of those I killed you games, but still powerful.
That's totally true, right? Like, there's always a difference. It's very much worth noting that when you get to the top cuts, it's open deck lists, so corporations understand what you're doing. But still, the way that Rongy played that, like, that fork, you could not... There was no line where you survived that, the way that he set it up, even revealing Reapers in the deck. Because you have to clear enough tags, you have to deal with the SIU, and you have to deal with the Reaper. So there definitely is some inevitability of just the economic grind that Oppa Research and all these, like, must-trash assets does to the board state. So... yeah, I think it's somewhere in the middle. I don't think this one's as fragile as understanding what the board state is, considering we saw Rongy just absolutely... like, SIU was a known quantity, and Reaper was a known quantity, and still he was able to sneak it through. Admittedly, a bit lucky through the Steel Skins, but what can you do?
But yeah, as you say, Fire knew what was up, hold on to the Steel Skins, and still just got flatlined.
Sometimes it doesn't work.
Meat damage, and they don't hit either of your Steel Skins.
Yeah, that's a really exciting game. Cool. Well, hey, that is not the last round. That is the penultimate round. We have one more round coming up. I'm not sure how much more time is in the round. We'll find out soon, but we still have a bunch of things to be reported on. So I reckon it might be 10 to 15 minutes here. We're just going to throw to... we don't have music, so sorry about that, but I think we're going to be taking a break before we come back for the final round here. Real quickly, just to like kind of reslate This is the 2023 America Continentals in Cascadia. This is an event that is sponsored by the Null Signal Games folks, so huge shout out to Null Signal Games. Otherwise, originally this event was organized by a lot of players from the West Coast who wanted to put together a really nice thing, and it came together in such a fantastic way. So huge shout out to all the players organizing this, Null Signal Games for all the support, and all the people who are coming out not only to play, but always to organize, to judge, and also just to watch the stream here on Null Signal Games' Twitch channel. My name is Andre from the Metropolitan Grid. I'm joined by Vale. Vale, how's your day been? I guess it's Saturday there, or Sunday, excuse me.
It's been fantastic. We've seen some absolutely phenomenal games of Netrunner. We've seen some corpse scoring out in 7 or 8 minutes. We've seen some absolute grind fests. It's been a full the full spectrum of what Netrunner has to offer so far today. It's been fantastic.
Yeah, very exciting. Again, the Automata Initiative, a new set has just come out last Monday, so it's barely been tournament legal. In fact, the rules have been bent a bit just to make sure that we can get some exciting stuff in the Continental season. If you're interested in the Automata Initiative, you can find that set. It's actually for sale if you're in Bellevue, but I reckon you know that by now. But if you want to get that from Null Signal Games, it's up on their store page. So you can get that, either order it directly, print and play. You have all the options up there. It's been a very exciting set. And I think it's been really well received. It's really nice to see new cards, let alone these new cards have been pretty great. And on that note, don't go anywhere. We have one final round. And after round 10, we'll be able to tell you which 8 players will be returning tomorrow on stream. On top of that, there will be, I believe, a startup tournament as well. I'm not sure if it's going to be streamed, but there's going to be a lot of more organized play going on tomorrow to get involved within. And with that, we'll be back. Don't go anywhere. We have probably around 10 to 15 minutes left in the round. Stay tuned to Radiant, who will let you know in chat, but we'll be right back. Thanks for watching. Hey everyone, welcome back. We're just about to start the final Swiss round here at American Continentals at Cascadia in beautiful Bellevue, Washington. This is the Mox. Oh no, now I forgot the name of the place. Mox Roadhouse? That can't be it. I'm sorry. We're streaming remotely if it's not obvious. My name is Andrew from the Metropole Grid. I'm joined by Vale. How's it going, Vale?
Fantastic. There's been some absolutely fantastic games today, and we've got a pretty interesting set of standings heading into the final round.
Yeah, so
Mox Boarding House in
Boarding
Bellevue.
House. Thank you. That makes way more sense. So fantastic location, I have no doubt. So we're looking to get a top 8 for tomorrow, right? There's no more tiebreaker rounds. You have to be in the top 8. And currently, if we look at the standings, so we know already that Joe and Sokka matched up once again. Joe currently is actually the top of the standings at 22 points, and Sokka is on 21. So they're both IDing, and I think that's a pretty safe thing to do. That being said, now we have 5 other players spanning, if I'm not mistaken, across 21. Actually, sorry, 4 other players on 21 points. And these players, if their strength of schedule is actually not too high and they feel and they're in a bad spot, maybe they can intentionally draw. There's a chance they will survive. I think there's actually some safety to that. But if any of the players in 18 or the 19s, they can overtake them. Now, you can look at the numbers and see what the math comes down to. I think you're still pretty safe to ID, but it's also very important to understand. Making the top cut is one thing, but making the top cut with a high standing is another thing, because there's a big preference the higher you are, especially if you're in the top 4 of the top 8, because you get to pick what side you play for your first matchup. And during the double eliminations rounds, top cut rounds tomorrow, if there ever comes to a timed game, the top of the matchup just wins the matchup. So there's a huge incentive to not only make the top cut, but to be as high as possible. So we're going to see a bunch of the players actually play out the rounds. Otherwise, on 21 points, these are a lot of the players that we saw today on camera. So Enkoder is there, Jeff, that's Ysengrin's there, rongydoge we just saw, and then Sokka, and then CTZ. So we've actually seen all of these players on stream so far. So we're a bit familiar with what their journey has looked like today. That being said, there's still a bunch of 18 players and a couple 19-point players that have a chance of making it over. Strength of schedule will matter. Playing it out very cleanly will matter. But on 19 points, we have Charlie, who, if I'm not mistaken, is the APAC Continental Champion from last weekend, and StephenE we saw on stream so far. So we got some new players rolling up here. Who are we watching? So let me just look at the standings real quickly. On the left there, that's Alex Stevens playing Asa Group. And across, that is Charlie once again, right? Our Santa, the APAC Continental Champion, playing a Hoshiko deck, which is exactly what he played at the last Continentals. We'll see if the list changes at all. We actually can pull up that list. It's written up on the Null Signal Games website. So if you wanted to have some open deck lists, that might be the closest you can get to it at the Swiss rounds.
And yeah, Charlie with strong strength of schedule. If Charlie can win this game, looking pretty good for a top cut position, going up to 22 points, which will be the same points that the 21-point players can ID into. Whereas Alex, I think, on 18 points, looking unlikely at this point in time. So Charlie's playing for sheep stations here.
Yeah, this is actually interesting too. So when it comes down to this single-sided Swiss, it always wants to pair you with somebody who has played the side that you haven't played more of. Hold on, let me try that again. In short, you need to play, at the end of the day, a balanced mixture of runner and corp games. So when it comes to the last round, the players around you might have played more corp than you have or less than you. So the pairings actually can get a bit more radical, where you might actually be paired up or paired down slightly more than you're used to with double-sided Swiss. Because the pairing system in single-sided Swiss prioritizes getting a balance between what sides you played throughout the whole tournament, and it will prioritize that over having the exact match point pairing. So that's interesting. Sometimes these last rounds where you've played against all the other players around your score area can get a bit more ambitious, as much as that does also happen to some extent in double-sided Swiss. Now, starting here, Ace Group, 5 cards in hand. Alex, looks like they might have kept here. On the other side, we get to see a bit more of Santa's hand there. Is that a Mad Dash? No, it's a Pinhole Threading, then some just generalist good economy, some Agachapon, some liberated accounts, and this is Ace Group. Got a lot of really good cards from the last set, whether it's some of the ice like a Blighted Barrier or Tattoo Bola. Obviously, Wage Workers has been an immensely powerful card. Is that even a Bast Chiraboga in hand? This looks like it might be more fast advanced than we might have been used to.
Yeah, I'm not sure. There's some cards I don't recognize, but I'm interested to see what this Asa has cooking up, because as we saw earlier with the Adrian list, there's a plethora of ways you can build this ID that are all potentially very powerful.
I think this might be sports metal-like. I'm pretty sure I might have glimpsed a Mega Pre-Qualifier in their hand, the 3-1 pseudo 3-2 agenda. So we might see more fast events. Biotic Labor's Bash Chiraboga is a bit more combo with the Wage Workers. We'll see how explosive things can get. On Hoshiko's side, we're probably going to see an Axis here, face planting with 5 cards into ice. At this point in the game, a Gatekeeper can be a bit important. Otherwise, a Drafter with no cards in archives is not the most impactful as much as you can get a double install there. But we'll see how aggressive Hoshiko wants to be. Maybe an open R&D is enough, but you want to access a card to access your card draw as soon as you can. But that chop there, that's going to be their mode server. That's just an Echo. So 2-cost Harmonic. For every Harmonic Ice that is res, this gets a power counter, and power counters equal end the runs. Now, this is not very taxing for Cleaver. It does get out of the way of Botulism relatively soon, but you know what blanks that entirely? Hush. So you can't just run that in there. 3 credits for a Swinging HQ, a second Echo. Getting those down as soon as possible is the name of the game, and that's going to be subroutines for days. We'll see if there's waves and other harmonics pulses. We didn't see any in the new set. R&D is the 3rd chop. Off the top, spin dock. Trash that for 2 if you want. You're going to get the money back immediately once you end your turn.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if this is a fast advanced style Aesolis. That I believe earlier in the tournament we saw Santa a pretty efficient clock block against encoder. Is that correct? Out of this exact
sounds
Hoshiko
right.
deck?
Yeah.
So if this Hoshiko is packing the clot threat, that could be a crucial player if this is indeed a fast advanced style Acer deck.
So Rashid is a start there. Nico campaign, I think that's what it was, behind a wave. So more harmonics. That's suddenly going to be 3 and 2 Severtine Ice there again. Cleaver doesn't matter. If you're playing Banner, it doesn't matter. Bankar starts to matter a lot, but love to see a Hush there. The text is technically attached to a Hushable. Now that's a triple install classic. Whether we're going to see a res tier or Wage Workers, no, we're just going to do it the old way, the Asa Group way. This gets you closer to fully op. Lose the credit there. Digital Hoshiko draws a card. That gets you a Paladin Puemo. So good setup there. And we have a Pinhole threading also to check remotes. It's worth noting that Pinhole was in hand in opening turns. Whether you wanted to pinhole the remote server early on, it looks like it might have been a Rashida. We'll see how we're going to use that pinhole going forward because such a valuable card in this matchup. You saw how powerful it could easily have been in turn 1. Denying 3 credits and 3 card draw this soon in the game, it can absolutely define the game. Gachapon.
Yeah, some of these possibly Charlie's played against a bunch of these other Acer style decks in sort of internal testing games. Maybe he's expecting a something like an Adrian or an Anoetic Void that the pinhole is best saved for.
Totally true. Yo, you're spoiled with options here. Botches for credits, Cleaver to deal with the ice, Hush to deal with the ice, Stargate for pressure. So you can choose what you want here. This Cleaver gets you through both of the Echoes. While they might get bigger over time, the Hush gets you through 1, and you can always move it around if you really need to, as much as that is intensive on clicks. So we got to remove 2 of these cards from the game. I think the Moshing might go. I feel like you want a lot of the other cards. Hippo is nice with the Harmonic Ice for sure. Moshing will be the start here. Otherwise, Stargate sometimes feels too slow for these matches where you need to control the board more than you need to pressure R&D. Like, I feel like Acer Group can still sometimes break lock enough that they can score out. Still very powerful.
Yeah, definitely a decision worth tanking on.
Now,
2 of these going away.
I think in terms of Hushable Ice in the deck, it's probably only the Echoes. I'm not sure what else you can Hush, so while that is going back into the deck, maybe that deals with the border control or a Tattoo Bola. You can expect at least some amount of influence spent on those. In theory, you can... I don't know if you can actually Hush a Formic Carry because it moves when it's unresed. But yeah, maybe not the most flexible. We'll see how that comes into play here. There's also some value of just having programs you can trash if you need to rely on Simulchip into Clot potentially. We're running in a remote server. That's a Luminal. Seeing the Cleaver come off the Gachapon must have sunk. Sinking feeling for Alex. So that is such an important agenda to steal early. Loan at all.
Really, really, really good hit off that Gachapon. Very thematic card there. Spin the wheel.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. And there's so many good
The
targets
Cleaver,
here.
and it's a Stolen Luminal.
Getting down Paladin
Paladins.
Puemo. She's going to get you some credits. Speaking
Powerhouse.
about more credits, daily cast is going to be 5 credits a couple turns down the line, but still acts the card there. So Hashika's going to continue that card draw. I think we're going to need a bit more money here, whether we see us. Well, it is a Nico campaign in the remote server, so credit positive on the res. But I think we're going to need some sort of more forward economy here, whether it's a Dirty Laundry, even a Raindrops on Essential, or sorry, on that Ice Remote might be good enough. Now that hand,
the upgrade that was just drawn.
Vovo, I think. Vovo Izzetti, the new upgrade allows you to res your stuff cheaper. Wait, is that agenda on the innermost? Not a Megapre? Is that a Stegodon?
I guess that would make sense with these echoes.
With Vovo and the echoes, the Stegodon makes a lot of sense. Now that's 2 draws for Alex. They're really going through there, but that might in fact be that massive tank, the new card from the set, allowing you to de-res the stuff again. If it's oops all bloops, oops all harmonics, why not? Now you do need
all bloops.
This is like the issue. It's like AR enhanced security. It's like step 1, score 3-1, which is like kind of difficult. Maybe we're gonna get a defensive upgrade bluff here. I think that actually might just be the Vovo. In fact, it is a Vovo. We're gonna move that over to protect the Nico. You just install that Vovo because it's clickless. Santa's gonna make sure he knows the text on these new cards. You know, I don't know. I feel like if people sometimes are embarrassed to be like, I don't know that card, but no, you should. You just ask and read it. They're new cards. You don't want to mess it up. Obviously, these players know that.
Some of these cards have so many lines of text on them that's easy to forget. Oh, does this have threat?
Yeah, exactly. And Vovo does. I think it's threat 4 though, so it might be a ways away, but that just lets you res those Nikos cheaply. Is it a 1-pointer in the remote server? Is that Stegodon Mark 4? Opening hand there, or in the hand, excuse me, we have a gamble. We're going to be checking HQ. There was a lot of draw this turn. I think we did get a Spin Doctor that might be in the remote server. There might be at least 2 agendas in HQ. That is an Ikawa.
Ikawa, huge.
Big rip there. That is 2 credits and a click to steal, but that is also 3 points. And this is the card that's showing up in a lot of these ASA decks. Global Food Initiative, a massive, one of the most impactful rotations on the corp side in the last rotation. Now that does give you a Paladin Pueblo credit. We're further away from that sure gamble that we ever were. I think Liberated might be the other card in hand. So you might just need click for credits. We're just going for centrals. A single axis can win the game here. Off of R&D. That's a Spin Doctor. Can't trash that. That's going to go back. One click left
here.
It's become a
very, very scary game for the runner.
Yeah.
For the corp, sorry.
For the corporation, yeah. But hey, we saw this earlier. This is the exact board state we saw a couple rounds ago with FireRL, right? Losing 5 points early, but ASA Group has a way of building it back. And again, Hoshiko not in a great board state here. That money is kind of tied in a couple turns down the line. That daily cast money has to translate to sure gamble money, which has to translate to liberated accounts money. As much as a single rip can win off of R&D, if that doesn't connect, you have a bit more work to do.
Definitely not over till it's over.
Now, the Stegodon is still in hand. I think the remote server there is a Spin Doctor. The outermost, no idea. We haven't seen a Wage Workers yet.
The first remote did make it the whole way through, so...
That's a new remote server, mind you. That is not upgrade. That's just kind of run out of board space at some point. So resing a Spin Doctor there for more options. We see, I want to say a corporate troubleshooter, but I don't believe myself.
It can be pretty tricky. Yeah. Tell what some of these are, but hopefully it gets dangerous because if you shuffle too many agendas back into R&D when it's undefended,
exactly,
there's some defense for it.
Okay, it's not a troubleshooter. That's a Manic-Arm Skunkworks. So the defensive upgrade that is assumed to be the most common in HB decks. It's either 2 clicks or 5 credits if you want to make a successful run. So that's Ice. Again, I think we saw some more harmonics. If that's a wave, it's, the corp gains 3 credits, but doesn't end the run. You can go through it as much as it makes the other echoes a bit bigger. That is our Wage Workers. We're in 2-click territory, so if you want to install here, oops, wrong server. There you go. That gives you a click back. We've already used our ACE ability on the Spin Doctor install and chose not to use it, so just a credit there. Not sure what that server is.
It's a fairly safe Wage Workers, given the credit total for the runner.
Yeah. Now, what did they do last click? Did he click for credit? Because that's the thing that Hoshiko eats. That's what you want to avoid. You always hate clicking for credit there last click. Because Hoshiko just takes it away from you. So it forces you into some ugly spots. Sometimes you forget and click for credit. I'm not sure what he did last click.
I think Santa had no credits during the corp turn. So there's not an accidental loss of entire click to your ID. But it'd be interesting to see from this position, if this close, how you navigate these last few the last couple points out of these centrals.
So, how scared are you now of bloop? Because while core damage might
becomes a
not
big
make sense,
concern.
yeah, it is something you have to maybe worry about now. I think we clicked for credit, got down to Liberated with that Paladin Puemo. This is the nice transition to get out of the hole that Hoshiko found herself in. But bloop, for 3 credits, you can res it. You de-res one of your echoes, which again, maybe more stuff to res. That's more power counters. But if I'm not mistaken, it trashes programs and does core damage on a 5 strength sentry. That's a lot. Losing the cleaver will have a huge impact on the game. And remote server, it's a Bastia Boga. We're going to see a Stegodon here. We're going to see a Stegodon on top tables.
Could have ourselves a game.
Nico campaign finishing. It's the last credits. You get a free card draw there. So you're starting with 7 in hand. That is a Bass than remote server. You can spend a click to gain 2 clicks. So it's a biotic labor, but on an asset. So you don't actually... Well, you don't spend a click. Sorry, you just gain clicks. So res. So this is, what is it, a 4-click turn? Let alone with the wage workers, you can actually score fast events out of 4-2 here. Managarm seems to be the upgrade in the remote server. So we have an Echo on hand. I don't think you can do much with that. Seamless launch doesn't work on the turn it's installed, so you have to biotic out. But Stegodon, is it enough?
It's so tricky in these situations where you can score, you build your deck around the idea of I'm going to score this 3-1 and then my ice is going to be crazy.
It's happening.
There it is.
Stegodon Mark IV, still fresh from the pack. Cracked just a couple hours today while Alex rolled up to the Mox boarding house. A 3-1, it's security. It says each run, as long as a piece of ice has... Okay, let's start with the bottom. When a run begins, you may de-res a piece of ice protecting a different server to gain a credit. You can only use this ability once per turn, and as long as you have done that, if you de-resed a piece of ice, all icebreakers get -2 strength. Now, there's a lot of conditions attached to this. Does -2 strength matter for the echoes? No, there's 0 strength. It doesn't. As much as negative strength is a real thing, it's not going to matter too much. So the question is, how do you run without giving the core value? And then on top of that, when is the strength going to matter? I think we're going to expect to see bloops. I think we're going to expect to see ablative barriers get resed and de-resed consistently. We're going to see some weird combos that maybe if Santa hasn't played it across this sort of archetype, which is very new, it's going to be quite interesting.
Yeah, we'll have to see. It does get tricky. I think we're going to see not a lot of running happening until Vale's more set up, because fortunately, given those 5 points that were stolen, Vale has that luxury. As much as the Stegodon's now scored and the game plan is in motion, that's only a single point. And Charlie will have the time to begin sort of setting up more breakers, more credits, and find those last 2 agenda points.
That's a really big thing. Step 1, score 3-1. Step 2, make that matter. And this matters if you can force the runner to run. But exactly as you said, there's some incentive asking what the text is on blue. Love it. So this is Santa understands that there's some threat involved here. Mind you, that is bloop. You res it by de-resing another card. It is a 5 strength sentry. If you are playing Noom, which I do think is that maybe not a pinhole, maybe that's a Carmen in hand. Maybe we mislabeled that. But if you want to get through that, it's going to be very expensive if your breakers get down. Steelskin to start. I just want to say, if you are playing Noom, which I don't think this deck is, the -2 strength doesn't matter. You still hit 6 strength on Noom, which is 8. That gets you through that big old mean fish. But we'll see here. That might actually... Is it not a pinhole? Is it a Carmen? It's hard to tell. It's a big covered. Yeah.
Santa's in the same testing group as the 2 Unity, 2 Carmen player that we saw previously in an earlier round. It could be a similar list with the similar chips and the Unities.
Exactly, yeah. If that wasn't just Santa himself.
Yeah, true.
So you see a Bio Bands in hand. That multi-axis there is Turning Wheel, so Stargate and Turning Wheel. It's not Turning Wheel, excuse me, like the Turning Wheel. It's the Twinning, which is easy enough to charge here every turn with Paladin Puemo, but we're going to start with the Bio Bands. So the question is, where do you run? This is the first time that Stegodon's going to fire. Now, the Texas Stegodon says you can do it when a run begins. So if it's happening now. So that is getting de-resed, and you're gaining a credit for the corporation. Now, ideally, Vovo moves over. In fact, Vovo wasn't moved over. I think you want to move that every single turn. That's an easy thing to forget. But now we're running HQ for 1 credit. So the text on Stegodon so far hasn't exactly mattered. We're going to draw 2, and let's see what we get down with Bio Bands. If you get down the Twinning, does it see the charging use of Paladin Puemo? I'm not sure if you can use Puemo to play the Twinning and it counts. I actually don't know how that
Um,
interaction
um,
works.
Yeah, I'm not across the rules enough.
It looks like it doesn't work. Okay, so we're only seeing one card in here. There is a Ikwa in here. As cool as Stegodon is, it might not be long for this table. Rolling a dice. Another Stegodon.
Stegodon, 6 points.
We're still in it. 6 points. Again, now that means the last Stegodon, which is the only one pointer we're expecting to see, any agenda wins. So no mad dash necessary, but there was an Ikwa there. Alex playing it real cool. I think there's a big old 5-3 hanging out. Sure, gamble,
Such
mind
a
you.
dangerous position.
Paladin Puemo did get more credits. Stegodon's also only once a turn. So if you want to run, you can consider going again. But I think that we know the ice on archives, we know, is a wave. But there's always a fear that's a bloop that's going to go ahead and eat your cleaver.
And yeah, as long as Charlie plays carefully for the rest of the game, it's looking pretty good. Sometimes these Stegodon Acer decks play copies of an enemy. And just sometimes that gets people. But I'm sure Charlie will be on top of not accidentally snatching defeat from the jaws of victory.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you mentioned earlier, we saw a Acer player massively behind on points and then run away with the game in the late game. So it's definitely not over till it's over.
Oh, no.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, no. Cutting the deck, knocking it over, seeing a 4-2 agenda. It's an off-world office. You could argue that's not a surprise. But again, knowing that's in the deck and not anywhere else is kind of big.
Yeah.
You definitely need a judge call here. That is, again, we talked about sinking feelings. That can't feel good for Santa. Obviously a mistake. But understanding how that's going to be rectified is not up to Alex's decision. That's up to a judge's decision. So we'll see if they call a judge here. In theory, you should be. But yeah, that's obviously pretty ugly. That happens, though. It looks like we might just play it on.
Yeah.
Hey, that's
It's
good.
a tricky situation.
That's quite sporting for Alex to play on there. Respect. So yeah, now a lot of work. While I think we were really excited to see Stegodon on stream, it has a lot of heavy lifting to do now. Being behind, as far behind on agenda points as you can, fully operational off the top. That's going to echo twice more, so that's going to be up to draw 6, gain 6 credits, whatever combination you want. It's another agenda in hand. It might be another Stegodon there. But we have a 2-way server. One of them is going to be a 3 subroutine Echo. That only has 2 credits for the cleaver, one of the best fractors for the job, barring a banner, which 2 credits for all the subroutines in the world.
Didn't see much banner action today, unfortunately, but
Yeah, I don't know if you will.
Cleaver's more than
Mercury
up to the
meta.
job.
Yeah. Okay, there might be a judge call here.
Call?
I think it's a rules interaction, though. Santa plugging his ears. Awesome.
Awesome.
So cool. And we saw that before. Santa asked about the card text, and a judge walked over and showed bloop on the phone. You're always allowed to do that. So if you're ever at a tournament and you're second guessing yourself, the strength, the subroutines, the trace, the threat, whatever it is, just call over a judge and they'll be happy to show you what the card is. You don't have to ask your opponent and then hope that they remember it correctly or reveal that they know the information. What does that tell you about board state? Just ask a judge. That's why they're there. Love that that accessibility. Now, install on that server. Vovo not moving over here. This is really interesting. I think that Vovo can get so much value in this game on the sports site with Stegodon, but unfortunately it's sitting back behind this ice. Now, Stegodon can only de-res, obviously, resed ice, so there's only one more target here. Will the minus strength matter? Are you going to collide with a Hagen and have to deal with the fact that Cleaver boosts really, really suboptimally? First click here, Gachapon on hand, Stargate as well. No more Spin Doctor on the table, so the Stargate is something you can consider pursuing, but drawing up there, getting into a Steelskin Scarring.
Such a good position for the runner. But yeah, especially with a deck like this Acer, where there's so many unknowns, you can obviously derive a lot of information based on what you've seen. You've seen the Stegodon, so you know there's other ice that do things when they're rezzed. You've seen the echoes, so you possibly intuit there's more harmonic ice coming. But yeah,
but what scares me the most
on top of. Oh, go ahead.
It's not the echoes. What scares me the most, and mind you, running the echo means they can't do anything. There are agendas in hand. What scares me the most is the Blade of Barriers. The fact that on threat 4 now, all the Blade of Barriers will be res and de-res is like an immense amount of click compression, let alone tricks. But I think there's a chance that this run can be it. I think there's multiple agendas in hand, unless one's in the remote server. We have the Equa clicks and credits, single access on HQ. Formicary, another really good combination when it comes to the Manangarm interaction and the derez ability of Stegadon. Now it is really tricky. There are 3 cards in the remote server. Gachapon coming down for click 3. We are cracking that right away. Not sure exactly what we're digging for with only 1 click left. A lot of times you crack that, on the end of the corpse turn to start with a Gachapon, something like that. Hush is definitely a target there. I think one of the cards in the middle might be Bankar, but another cleaver is not going to be it. Maybe. I'd be surprised.
At any rate, it looks like
a Hush comes down. Yes. Going to be hosted on the Echo, so that is neat. That is nice. So we're going to keep that on our side for MU's sake. I love that. That makes it easy for you not to mess up with your MU. That you actually keep it on your side and mark the other side. Mind you, I think there are some nice counters you can wear at this event, but I think they're botchless counters. Yeah, that works if you want to use it like that. Gonna remove from game the Simul chip and the cleaver. And now this Hush does just entirely turn off the echoes. It doesn't turn off too much else. If you're expecting pulses, maybe if you premeditate that, you can not lose the click. But otherwise, that will still be res. It won't gain counters, but the other echo will.
It makes this remote server much less safe than it was. Well, I suppose only credit tax, really, because the echo still breaks for 2 with the cleaver. It's not as much of a help as it might otherwise have been.
Second Simul chip coming down. I'm not expecting to see more than 2. One of them, mind you, is removed from game. That's that pile of cards there. There's also a Hippo and something else removed from the game, kind of off screen. But we'll see here in the remote server. You can score out of 4-2. We know there's off-roll offices, unfortunately, in the deck. Whether you can do triple advanced seamless with the wage workers. But just going to be another Stegadon? Does that do anything? What can you do with 2 Stegadons?
Minus on the D-res now comes in, right? Because it's -4 strength.
Yeah.
D-res nice. But
so again,
it's not the ideal situation to be in.
We've only seen 0 strength ice. So this actually means with Cleaver, you have to boost into the Echo because your Cleaver hits -1 strength. That means it's going to cost you at least 2 to get up to strength. Negative strength is a real thing with icebreakers, I've been told. Now, of course, if you Hush the Echo, it doesn't actually gain any subroutines you go through for free. But now if you want to buzzsaw your way through a 6 strength Gatekeeper, good luck. You're going to need Botulus. You're going to need other tricks for sure. But there's...
Yeah, crucially, with only 1 resed piece of ice, just hammering HQ is free. There's nothing to de-res for Stegadon player.
But here, Alex is comfortable to push things in the remote server. Vovo finally moved over. We're threat 4 at least, so you can res all the stuff in the remote server. So Managarms, we're going to see Formicary shifting around. There's a lot of potential very creative lines here Alex has access to, and this is also the fear. If you've never played against this archetype, you don't know what it's capable of. I'm not confident I understand what Stegadon is capable of.
There's still so much influence that hasn't been seen. We've seen the Formicary, so we can intuit some of that, but...
Oh, resing the wage workers, I think, yeah, here we almost missed the Stegadon trigger, so we're de-resing that Echo to gain a credit. Now Stegadon does nothing. Now, it's worth noting the strength reduction from Stegadon, it's only for that run. So,
oh dear.
You're good to go here. I don't know if you need a D-res immediately. Carmen is what's in hand, so that's what we thought there was a pinhole threading on turn 1, so excuse us. That is might have changed the Rashida play if it was something else, but sure gamble to gain 4. We have some breakers in hand. We have a Simul chip as well, so we can get an instant speed second Cleaver. That's not going to do anything, is it? No, because it's just icebreakers. Each installed icebreaker gets -2 strength. If you install an icebreaker mid-run, it should still get -2 strength. We're checking HQ. Okay, so we're resing that Echo. It's going to get 2 counters. You get through for 1 credit. I think at this point, the Iqua might be in the remote server, which seems much safer than HQ, which Santa's been a bit unlucky on the single accesses, as much as you can't complain about being on 6 points. You can see multiple cards here if you really want with the twinning. You have to decide now, though. That is another wage workers for 4 credits. That's most of Santa's credits there.
He's going to get trashed by the look of it.
Yeah, that is going down, and I think it's only a matter of time before an ablative barrier changes that. Yes, the Iqua is in the remote server. The hand is Spin Doctor, Formicary. Carmen now coming down for 3 credits because we made a successful run. That does have more text on it. At this point, it's only numbers. It's strength boosting. I think it comes in at 2 strength. I'm kidding. -2 strength if we de-res something. Good luck dealing with a 5 strength loop.
Exactly. Yeah. I didn't realize it was only for the run. So the first run on the remote in a turn is going to be difficult and painful. But beyond that, possibly
There's the
that click tack
bloop.
will be enough.
So Nico in hand. Spin Doctor was spun up in a new remote server with Asa Group, and now we're going to get a bloop up on R&D, and that's where the game is right now. As much as there's agendas in that server that I think has 4 things in it, it's going to be a while before you push out the Ikwa. It's pretty safe, though. Double Managarm and an Adrian Sight, so light to fire or nothing. That is a nightmare. That being said, the Managarms are something that you kind of want to spread out because the Managarm Formicary interaction on top of the Stegodons is like very powerful, as much as like it kind of moves your things, your board around, and then you can run somewhere else. Like it's very, very tricky.
That is a finality in HQ, which could be the end of the game.
Oh, for real?
The Stegodon run will make that difficult, so you'll have to get the D-Res.
Yeah, it looks like a finality.
Echo before you go for finality, but that's just a lot of cards to access off R&D when you only need a single point to win the game from here.
And also looking at that, right? Like looking at a bunch of the ice here, Formicary is a known quantity for Santa. Bloop is an assumed quantity. Wave is a known quantity. Very little of the ice in this deck might end the run. It might just be Echoes and Ablatives. And if that's the case, you can just full send if you're feeling confident about your finality if things are looking out of in a bad spot. Just have enough cards in hand and send. Yeah, you lose your breakers. You have Simulchip. Yeah, you take core damage. Does that matter? A lot of this ice doesn't actually end the run.
As long as Santa has a plan for Gatekeeper, which I think any Stegodon deck probably plays, then yeah, that could be it.
Yeah, Magnet Gatekeeper. There's a lot of really good interactions with the D-Res package. I think we're rewinding a click there. That was a moshing. That's okay. No information gained. You can pull that back. But we have a lot of cards in hand. There's been a Paladin Puemo in hand for a long time. I feel like it might not survive another turn here. You can mosh that away easily. But a big thing here is making sure that you're installing 1 card a turn to at least use your Paladin Puemo, because the twinning can only charge once a turn. And that's your big multi-axis here, barring that very, very exciting. If that is a finality, it does look like one, doesn't it? I'm surprised to see it, though.
I think it is one. And it's a pretty potent finisher as an option you don't have to spend influence on.
Mm-hmm.
Where you
for sure.
just access a disgusting number of cards, spend your twinning counters as well, and you're gonna find some points in there.
After thinking it out, we're back to moshing. So Paladin Puemo goes, another Cleaver goes. There were 3 Cleavers in this deck, mind you. And 1 more card there. Liberated counts in hand. That might be a botchless. So saying we have enough money, a bit surprised. We do have a Liberated on the table with a lot of money. And this moshing is 3 cards and 3 credits. I think we're 2 Steel Skins in as well. So they lose a bit of value. That is nice. You got a Maw? It's hard to make those incidental value runs. This is like the cool thing about this sort of Stegodon list is it's genuinely a bit difficult to get value accesses here. Maybe you still want to run HQ once a turn once you can afford the Maw, just to like break for 1 credit, get an Axis, get Hoshiko, get all that good stuff going. Because that's the only easy server to run right now.
And yeah, it makes a lot of sense to have this sort of strategy in ASA over other HBIDs like Precision Design, because you can just set up those multiple remote servers, force those runs, rather than just letting the runner decide they're going to camp your remote server. It'd be interesting to see from here if we get much more value out of the Stegodons in what remains of this game.
Liberated coming down, getting that twinning counter. Gonna have to discard a bunch of cards here. DreamNet might not seem too powerful, considering, again, running seems a bit of a nightmare while Archives is open. This is where like playing an Amakua deck is really hard when Amakua gets -4 strength. Whoops. I'm not sure if we're going to see one, though. I think we're spending all our influence on more orthodox breakers.
Yeah, it seems like it, and it seems like it's a pretty robust option to have access to.
For as rough as the start might have been, Alex is looking really calm and collected. It's funny to say that because I think his camera has been a bit, you know, you know what I mean? But like they've been holding on. They don't look too stressed. It's Santa, who admittedly a lot more triggers to fire with Hoshiko, but seems to be calm, cool, and collected.
You got to be nervous after you accidentally flip over a card from R&D when you were shuffling.
Yeah, that'll shake you a bit.
Your opponent graciously didn't call the judge, but you've got to be like, oh my god, to some extent, at least.
Yeah. I'm going to shuffle that together. Mind you, that was a Spin Doctor being cracked. I don't know if we saw what was shuffled back in there. but that is cards we want back in before start of turn. Now, in terms of Spin Doctors, I think 2 are out. Rashida is going to get a lot of cards there. 3 cards and 3 credits. I don't know if the deck is on Seamless. We drew into an off-world office, so without Spin Doctors, again, if there's agendas into HQ, they are going to just be in HQ. There's not a lot of ways to get rid of those things, and the one defensive remote server already has in it, I'm pretty sure it's a Project Ecowa, so whether you want to put the off-world office behind one of the other pieces of ice and just assume that Santa doesn't want to run these Stegodon, but this board state might not be that rough into Stegodon once that one Echo is derezzed. Oh man, there's a lot of off-world. There's 3 agendas and 5 cards.
Oh geez. And HQ is only protected by a single 2-sub Echo. That's not a comfortable place to be.
And not only a 2-sub Echo, the only server that Stegodon is allowing to res without any risk. And if you ice it up, less cards in hand, more obvious things are bad. So the longer Alex takes here to think, the potentially more difficult it is. You might just have to install Advance, and just get rid of the agenda in the remote server, because you have nowhere else to go here, and just hope that if Santa goes HQ, and after Rashida, I think there's a big chance this is the last turn of the game, that you go HQ, and then you just see 3 cards with the twinning. Putting the Formicary, maybe that is some sort of threat that you're worried about a bloop. That being said, it on the only server with ice, so you know exactly how much you need to break it with Carmen. So again, this is also really difficult. Alex almost put the card down, which made it obvious if, again, Santa was paying attention. I think Santa was maybe a bit interested in his own cards there, that HQ is in a bad spot, but drawing 4 in a single turn and not installing, I do think there's a reason you want to just send it HQ here.
Yeah, it's tricky. If you confidently put the ice down on HQ, possibly Santa's going to read that as something like a gatekeeper, something that is going to keep HQ safe, and that run's not going to happen. But when you nervously and ah about whether you're going to put it down, that changes the play patterns a bit, I think.
Speaking of changing the play
Adrian
pattern,
on HQ?
Adrian on R&D!
Adrian on
Misdirection! Love this play. So maybe you think, okay, that install anyways is just going to be a Formicary, but Adrian, a bit of a reader here, one of the new Psy cards. Let me just look this up so I remember the text exactly, but when the run is successful, you get to play a Psy game. And based off the Psy game, there is 2 conditions that either if the Corp and the runner match their credits. So if the bids differ, the runner cannot access cards other than this upgrade. So they're differ, it's Adrian. If they're the same, which happens less often, you can only access everything else. You cannot access Adrian. So again, 2 out of 3 times, it protects everything. 1 out of 3 times, it doesn't protect anything. So obviously not in the runner's favor. Again, just having credits to play the side game is its own issue. We're going to have to take some money off the Liberated. It looks like that's where we're starting right here. We have 2 Liberateds to choose between. You're generally going to see most runners bounce between the 2 to keep them even, so they're not weak to whatever resource destruction you'll be surprised to see in HB.
To the Adrian, interesting. I presume, possibly going to flub the finality option. So this
Adrian's
we're not likely to see it.
Adrian's on HQ.
On HQ.
Okay. That makes more sense. No, it looked like it was on R&D, but it looks like, yeah, it was moved over. I wonder whether that was I'll put it here because this is the only server you can run. But here, Santa, I think, can just run, and there's a big chance here. Okay, so now you have to get through a Formicary. That's not a real problem.
Yeah, it's tricky. The players have really telegraphs agendas in HQ, but it's difficult to not,
Okay, so now you have to. This is like where Adrian feels a lot worse than Anoetic. If you lose the side game, it doesn't matter. You trash Adrian and you come back. If you win the side game, you're accessing potentially, I think you're going to see 3 cards from HQ, which if you see 3 cards with the twinning, you win 100% of the time. So this side game is might not matter. 1 to 2. Okay, so Adrian wins, so you can only trash Adrian. If that's the case, you can just come back. So the differ credits means that you can only access Adrian. So he's deciding what to do here. Again, the Formicary wasn't res, so we can move it around and do some combo with it. Interestingly enough, putting the Formicary anywhere else might have been, you'd be able to res the Formicary during this run. That's not that important, but spreading out your ice so you have res and de-res stuff, that's where it gets interesting with this deck. Having more de-res dice, or res dice, is important for the Stegodon. Is Santa deciding whether to trash Adrian, or has he decided not to?
Unsure. I would have thought, like you mentioned before, that you just trash Adrian, run back, break for 1 with Cleaver.
Yeah, you can't just go back.
It hasn't yet happened. I don't know how many clicks we spent on Liberator before. Was it Liberate click twice and then run? So we have one more click.
It might have been twice. Because he's on 5 credits. Liberate looks like it has 8 on it. Hard to tell. But he had more than... I think he had 8 credits. I don't know how he spent that much. Oh, because he side gamed in 1. Yeah, he hit it twice. So he has 1 click left here. So this is the question. Like, if you want to install a card, then you'll be able to get your... He's not trashing.
We didn't trash Adrian.
Because here he has an incentive to install to get twinning counters up again. He might feel like he's far ahead enough that he doesn't need to. Not trashing Adrian, holding up. Alex, again, staying as cool as a still image can stay.
Very true. So we can possibly just score this Ikua here.
Yes. Ideally, if you have Seamless, you can jam another agenda their mode server. I don't know if this deck is on Seamless. There's so many wild slots that you have to account for. We've seen fully ops and wage workers, so there's, some of the good stuff, you assume.
If your mandatory draws into Spin Doctor, maybe you try and...
Yeah, that's the only way out.
Yeah, get rid of some of these agendas in HQ. Yeah, we're not going to score that Ikua. It is pretty safe in that remote.
It's incredibly safe. Fully operational. Okay, at least there might be an agenda on the table, but this allows us to fix the hand so we can get more cards. Again, this is going to echo up to 3 more times, so that's 8 credits, 8 cards. You cut it, divide it the way you want. Just pick even numbers. Osh, no Axis. She's flipped. She accessed?
Access Adrian, right?
Oh, yeah, Access Adrian. Yeah, right on. Okay, so that was gain 2 flip. So we missed that. We're catching up. That's fine. There's only 3.5 minutes left in the round? Excuse me, that's a problem for Alex. So, yeah, I honestly don't know what Senta has to do here. Running the remote server, if you think that's a 3-point, that just takes it 5 to 6. Senta is still ahead. So I think Alex is
very tricky.
Yeah, a bit stressed. Just needs the game to go as fast as possible. When time is called, the active player ends their turn, then the opponent gets 1 turn, and there's enough agenda points on the table and in hand to close the game out. There's an Ikua on the table, there's an Ikua in hand, and there are 4-2 agendas on the table. I think maybe both the remote servers actually have agendas. Like maybe the outermost one is the Nico campaign. But I think there's an agenda, 2 agendas on the table.
It seems pretty unlikely to have a wage workers trick to score the Ikua and another agenda, but if there's something like a Seamless, it is possible.
Pinhole for Adrian? Getting a D-res on the run-in? Trying to get your value from this. You have to watch out, though, that the D-res on this is only for the run. I don't think you actually get any value from this. You get a credit. That doesn't seem that important. So no D-res. So if Adrian comes down, we might swing HQ again, but I think while there's a chance the twinning can see 3 here, the bigger issue is that the only card in hand's an Ikua. So you have to run now, and now you can steal the Ikua. So if all the agendas are on the table, there's a big chance if we see 3 into the turning wheel again, the Adrian kind of painted a bigger target on HQ than he would have liked.
But if Alex can get through their next turn without
there's
losing
only
the
4
game,
cards in hand. If there's 2 agendas, it's GG. If there's only 1, it's a 1 in 4 to survive. A bladed barrier, that's what you're expecting. That's what you needed. Echo, 50-50 to find the Ikua. Ikua! GG. Getting it on the last rip there on the table. There you go. Double off-rolled office. That's the only agenda in hand. Revealing there that's how you have to fix the flood. And, the Spin Doctor getting popped early, like you saw that Spin Doctor to the Rashida. I think that's when Alex flooded up, unfortunately. But, yeah, it's hard to fix that with the HQ being, like, the Steganov problem. You painted such a big target on specifically only one server, and that's the one server that falls apart, unfortunately. Well played to both players. Yo, Santa must have been sweating that. Like, it's such a hard matchup to figure out what's possible. And I think ablative barriers, like, that's the one downside. Obviously, it changed how Santa played, but we did not see the huge upside. We didn't see the bladed barriers pop off. We didn't see the Managarm Formicary interactions. I think there was a deck like this that came to top 16 at APAC last weekend. Whether this is the same deck, a similar deck, same idea, different build, it's going to be really cool to see what Stegadon can do.
Yeah, super interesting. It is tricky, as we saw in that game. It's one of these cards that has a potentially really powerful effect that your opponent has some agency over.
A lot of agency.
Yeah, there weren't particularly many D-reses happening.
Yeah,
and
like-
it's sort of up to the corp's deck building and the way the game plays out to sort of make them start making runs they don't want to make. Charlie was just never in that position really this game.
I don't know what that what's that card, divert power, like you need some sort of tools and tricks to de-res and res cards, and I don't know, I think it's pretty obvious that in the upcoming set we're going to see support for that archetype in either HB or Wayland, because they both had a lot of cards without seeing the ID that care about de-res and res, so excited to see what that looks like.
Divert power, de-resing some cards that, ablative barriers and echoes and whatnot, to res a tier. Now that Bagolta is banned, having a tier res is like pretty threatening.
Yeah, I guess you botched this it. I don't know what else you're gonna do. Maybe you'll shoot it a bunch with a whole revolver. Who knows? So we're gonna wait. Again, the round is over in about 2 minutes. The stream is not gonna be on for much longer, but I just want to wait until we get the results so we can tell you with confidence who's gonna make the top cut. We have some results already. We know CTC versus rongydoge, they ID'd. Ysengrin versus Cody ID'd, and then Will versus Joe. That's Sokka versus Joe. I think Joe's Solomir. Please, someone confirm in chat. Also ID'd. I think these 6 players might all make the top cut. And then it comes down to rounds like this. So Charlie, Santa, probably does make the top cut. We'll see here, but we might have again. And I think Charlie also very closely made the top cut last weekend. I think he came into 8th place off of 2-for-1 versus Enkoder. So those 2 players might get the rematch that they wanted from last weekend. Both of them may be making the top cut. I think that's a fantastic narrative. Otherwise, we see Stevie against StephenE. Stevie on that GameNet deck, she did win her last match there. So there's a chance that she also is going to make the top cut there. Now, there's a bunch of players from other tables. We're still waiting for the results. So we'll be there in just a moment with the top cut. But again, only 8 players from what started as I think 66 players today are going to make it. That's a pretty aggressive cut. No tiebreakers anymore.
They're ruthless as always, but there's been some fantastic Netrunner played today and some absolutely fantastic Netrunner going to be played tomorrow.
Yeah, super exciting. Again, tomorrow the stream should be starting. It's around 2:30 local time from where Cascadia is. So that's the west coast of America. I'm in the east coast, so it'll be starting at 5:30 my time, Eastern Standard, for east coast of the Americas. So extrapolate with that as you will, but we will be back tomorrow for the top cut. It will be double elimination, top 8 cuts. So we have a couple good hours of very high competitive Netrunner. We'll be joined with other people on the stream as well for doing commentary, and it's going to be a very exciting day. But we're just going to wait here for the final results. Just give us a moment, because that is 10 rounds. Do we have it? Will it tell me final results? We'll wait for Radiant to say something. I think that might be final results.
I think so. It'd be interesting to see. I think it looks like most of the Epiphanies were doing really well earlier in the event. All seem to have lost in the final round, so we potentially might not see any represented in the cut.
Yeah, there's one. Actually, the first place seems to be Epiphany. That's Solomir.
Oh, Joe's Epiphany. Perfect.
Yeah, assuming Joe Solomir. That's the confirmation one. I know Will is Sokka. That I know, yes.
Apologies to the 2 individuals if they are not the one individual.
Okay, we just need to get confirmation this is the top 8, but it looks like the scoreboards might be confirmed. I just don't want to, do an Oscars here and read the wrong names, but congratulations to all the players who came out today to play. Again, just getting involved in organized play, whether it's playing to grind to top tables, whether it's, to organize, to be a volunteer. There's so much work that makes these sort of things come together. Even just kicking it on Twitch and watching a live stream. Like, this stuff would not happen if y'all weren't here. So shout outs for sticking with us for a long day of Netrunner, and we even have more tomorrow. Looks like we got some applause going on in the background, so I think we're reading our top 8 right now. I'm just going to assume we have the right numbers. I don't think we're going to be hearing from OP because they're currently reading out the scores, but if I'm not mistaken, our top 8 cut starts at...
Is it just updated?
I think so. It doesn't say final.
Round 10 standings.
Round 10 standings. That's right. Right?
I think this is right. There's only a single 21 pointer.
Yeah.
I think, this is it.
Okay, so we're reading In 8th place, Abraham M is making it on Outfit and Hoshiko. Jeff Ysengrin making it into the top 8 on Op and Arasana. We haven't seen Op. That's the only Op making it. We have 2 more outfits. Cody with Lat and Outfit we saw on stream, and Charlie we just saw make it, clinch it into the top cut. Again, that's our APAC Continental champion. We might have a back-to-back Outfit and Hoshiko as well. The same decks he might have been playing last weekend. And we saw rongydoge, Near Earth Hub, and Hoshiko. The Near Earth Hub went undefeated. Hoshiko had a bit of a rougher ride today, but still making it in there. Then we have Sokka on Atea. That's 3 wins, 2 IDs. Same with Freedom, 3 wins, 2 IDs. So playing not as much Netrunner as some other players there. Cortez in 2nd place, Asa Group. 4 wins, 1 draw, and 419 though, 3 wins, lost 2 games. So 419 a bit of a struggle. And finally, in 1st place, that is Joe. That is Epiphany Analytica going 3-1-1. Arasana also going undefeated with 1 ID. So well played to all of these players. Again, shout outs. There's 2 other 21-point players. Henry on Reality Plus and Lat, and Stevie, we saw her on stream with GameNut and Essa, just barely not making the top cut by 0.02 strength of schedule. That is unfortunate, but very close. That definitely a result to be proud of in a very competitive field. So well done. Is that Man on the Moon in the 8th? I think so. I'm not too familiar with people's names versus handballs. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, so well played. 23 points is a really good score. So again, these players will be back tomorrow. It will be double elimination. So folks, we're going to be basically 1st place will play against 8th place. They'll only be playing one side. So Corp or Runner, it'll be decided by the top players in the rank, and then players will keep playing until there's only one person left standing. If you lose 2 games throughout tomorrow, you're out. So we'll have somebody who goes potentially undefeated, maybe only 1 loss if they make it all the way to the finals. So cool. Apparently Abram and Santa Abraham, so Man of the Moon and Charlie, are brothers. Cute.
There you go.
Cool.
Man in the Moon
cool.
and Santa in 8th and 5th.
Really well played.
Fascinating to see 3 outfits making it this far, even though, as we were talking about before, it sort of came into this weekend with a bit of a target on its back from having performed as well as it did in APAC.
I think the outfit's a really hard target to capitalize on. I don't know what you do against that deck. Like, you could play Claude, you can get lucky, but still, I think that deck has ways to deal with both of those. It's going to be a really powerful one tomorrow. It obviously won APAC, and in a slightly more mature meta, we'll see if people have caught on to it. Obviously, play your Nooms, but I don't know what else to say.
Super robust, super reliable, and if you're going to play 10 rounds of Swiss, and you're going to be a bit fatigued heading into the last 2 rounds, the outfit is a great deck to have in your hands in those rounds.
For sure. And on that note, that'll be the end of the stream. We will, this might be rolling for a while. Eventually Radiant will shut it down, but thanks so much for joining us again. This is the Null Signal Games Twitch channel. If you want to hit that follow button, you'll get a notification when things go live tomorrow, let alone in the future. There'll be another Continentals next weekend, but hey, we'll be back just tomorrow for even more Netrunner. My name is Andre from the Metaball Grid. Super excited to be part of this event. And Vale, any shout outs from your side?
Shout outs to everyone watching on from anywhere in the Southern Hemisphere, Oceanic region present. Thank you very much for commentating with me, Andre. It's been an absolutely fantastic experience.
Oh, absolutely my pleasure.
Everyone for watching along. All the viewers, you are the people who keep these streams being streamed.
I think we're joined by Radiant. How's it going? Can you hear us? I don't think he can. I think he actually unmuted himself. That's totally fine, man. I don't think that was comprehensible. Sorry, Radiant. Sorry, Sam. It's okay. We'll be back tomorrow. Take care, y'all. We'll see you in a bit.